What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today's a very special day for all of you who don't know. This is Friday. That's right. Today is fucking Friday. Ladies and gentlemen.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then.
That's right.
Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday.
It's fucked up Friday. It's fuck a fan's mom Friday. It's flat fuck Friday. It's for all the wage cucks to feel like they have a semblance of authority, autonomy, freedom in their lives. Stay hydrated. It's 62 degrees and sunny out here in California, Los Angeles, folks. On this wonderful Friday. I think this might even be a special Friday. I think it's one where, like, is this where Jesus died or something? Is this Good Friday? Getting a half day today. Shouts out to all my Christians. Yeah, that's right. Shouts out to all my Christians. Shouts out to Jesus Christ. He was fucking peeled, okay? You know me, I always respect a man who lifts. And boy, did Jesus lift, if you know what I'm saying. Not only did he lift the world on his shoulders, lifted the weight of all of our sins, but he lifted weight in general, okay? I mean, have you seen him on the fucking cross? My man was shredded, okay? And he's not the only one who's shredded, or getting shredded, at the very least. Right, I'm talking about your boy. Part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And let me tell you, what's going on in my life is nothing really significant, actually. Tarek unfortunately left last night, making me cry, making me sad. It was wonderful having him here. You know, that's my brother right there. That's my little bro right there. Ironic because he's even younger than my little bro, Murat, my actual little brother. But, you know, it was great. It was great hanging out with him. But, you know, all good things gotta eventually come to a close. Oh my God, my nose hairs are getting too long. I feel like it's too... If Jesus sees the shadow on Sunday, we get 6 more weeks of spring. Ancient Christian wisdom. Wait, really? Timmy Liu news. I don't know what you want from me. Assimilesini geri çevir abi Tarık'ın. Anyway. What was I saying? Yeah. Tarek left. I didn't get to work out last night, but I wanted to spend some time with him, so I ended it yesterday. We were supposed to play a little bit of Valo together, but we didn't do that because he was feeling bad, because I think I fucking dunked on him too hard. I'm just kidding. I don't know what happened, but he was a little sick. Could have been the fact that I did actually force him to do a bunch of physical stuff that he normally wouldn't do, you know what I mean? Or maybe he just didn't feel comfortable. He might have had, you know, I don't know. He just didn't want to be on, he didn't want to stream. He did have a headache, yeah. I don't know why, but I do legitimately believe that it could be because I was like, making him work out in ways that he hasn't before, you know what I mean? That's gaming kryptonite. It's true. I do have a bowling shirt on. I know. I have a bowling shirt on. It's the Godzilla bowling shirt. It's the new Teddy Fresh Godzilla bowling shirt on. Anyway. Would you ever consider doing a wardrobe stream? Really like your style, dude? Bro, you're crazy if you think I would do a wardrobe stream. That's so much drama. Thank you for saying that, but I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it real with you if I, you know, if I went and did a clothing thing, that would, you know, everyone would go fucking crazy because it's such a subjective thing. Like every time I post, anytime I go viral, there's like thousands of people that are just like, bro, you went to a brothel, which means you do sex trafficking. You know what I mean? And clothing is like one thing that everyone, because it's so subjective, everyone can shit on it, no matter how fly a fit is. And like, the reality is that like some of my fits aren't great either. So that would be awful. That would be an awful, awful thing to do. It sucks, but look at that. There's already this. Teddy Fresh, USD $95. So, I have some good news. Woke up early this morning and I went to work out. And let me tell you. Let me tell you. 100 USD for a t-shirt? No, it's not. It's not a t-shirt, it's a bowling shirt. It's a button-up shirt. And it's a nice one. Also, the reality is that it's actually not $95 for me. It was fucking $0 for me. Yeah, I got it for $0 because it's my co-host and his wife mainly that design and make these. I don't know if you know this. So I get this shit for free $99, baby. But yeah, I actually texted Ethan last night telling him like Hila really fucking popped off big time with this one because like you guys already know I'm fascinated with like Japanese fashion, but especially the parachute pants that she made. That's exactly what I was looking for. So I'm incredibly stoked. Do you think that's what Japanese people wear? No, not the bowling shirt. The parachute pants is like not Japanese fashion, but fashionable Japanese people wear it. Like there is no such thing as like, it's just that there's international fashion and Japanese people are all over it. Okay. That's it. But as far as, you know, as far as the parachute pants goes, like, this is some fucking Harajuku ass shit right here. And I think these are fire. I literally told Ethan, I was like, bro, Hila really popped off on this. These parachute pants are so sick. They're so perfect. They're so comfy. They're so cozy. And he said that was like, he said that this was like, high-end one that they were a little bit worried people might not react positively to, but they're sick. I love the silhouette. Bro, your chat is proving your initial point. You can't talk fashion here. Yeah, it is like Jinko jeans, early 2000s, Y2K. That's how it is. But that's like what's popping currently. Yes. It's both simultaneously 90s wear and Y2K as well. It was great. It's very sad because I love fashion. The community always cries about it. Yeah, but that's the point. It's very subjective. So like, it doesn't matter. When you're doing that, when you're doing stuff like that, it's just, there's always going to be differences in opinion. As long as people keep it civil and they don't go, oh, dude, you're wearing this because you're like a pedophile or whatever. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Which people still end up doing. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers act like I'm wearing some goo goo gaga ass outfits. You know what I mean? It's just like normal, dog. I'm wearing some normal ass shit. Shut the fuck up. It also varies on where you go. You're in a tier 1 fashion city. A lot of us live in a place where Patagonia and Montclair is considered high fashion. Yeah, no. Did you see Tate's recent tweets disparaging women doing thirst traps? Yes, dude, I did. Bro, he's just trying to desperately cling back to relevance now that he's out of prison and in house arrest, under house arrest. Wait, hold up. Prosecution considering charge against YouTuber shot during the video prank? Oh my God, I was right. Oh my God, I told you. Oh my God. As soon as I saw that it was a fucking prank YouTuber, I was like, hold up. What was the prank? And we tried to fucking find what the prank was. And we couldn't find what the prank was, which I thought was like relatively suspicious that no one was talking about what the prank was. And they were like, oh no, it's just like. You know what I mean? But who knows? It might just be like a minor thing. Anyway, regardless, I didn't even get to the fucking, I didn't even get to like the main point here. Wait, how do you download a GIF? Blast off fan art? I don't know how to download this GIF off of Twitter. No, you can't right click save as. You can only copy GIF address. Bro, why are you saying right click save as? Look. What the fuck do you mean? Why is chat like this? Okay, I can do it on Twitter. Let's see, maybe it'll work this way. No, it just opens it, the same tweet. Y'all are so whack for this. Chat is just as boomer as I am. Suck my dick, chat. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right, we got plenty. We got plenty to fucking tweet out. So, anyway, the last thing I was gonna say is I worked out this morning, and you know I had a pretty good fucking session, and I am again another week of good diet, and I'm 249. I'm almost 248. So, cracking at it. And I think like a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, I'll definitely hit 245, which was my midterm goal. I'm getting closer and closer to my final goal of achieving 230 pounds, which is when I will most likely start doing, you know, more shirtless shit. But yeah, it's exciting. What is this? Small boy sad Hasan hasn't found a dog yet. I have found a dog. I just can't get her yet because she's too young.
so it looks like you killed him, Melon. It looks like you killed him. What happened to him?
Oh my god, this dog is so
He's already
fucking
kinda
cute.
dead. I've never seen a dog so chill. So when I met him, was at a party in a house for my pets. Okay, so it looks like you killed him, Melon.
This has nothing to do with the fucking. I don't get it.
I've never seen a dog so chill. So when
I don't understand. This has nothing to do with me. What the fuck? Why'd you clip this? I mean, I know why you clipped it. Rory V, thank you for the 25 gifted subs, my friend. Bonded with my chem lab partner over your stream, certified per moment. Yeah, I talked to a my trainer has like a little bro, not like an actual younger brother, but like a little bro program, and he's now 16. And I feel like the last time I saw him, he was like 14, and like he was like a little baby, and he's grown so fucking much. It blew my goddamn mind seeing him seeing him over the course of like 2 years become this like dude. You know what I mean? 14 to 16, he just like became a guy, which is cool to see, but also, you know how 16-year-olds are. They're fucking shitheads, okay? And like, he's still a bit intimidated by me, so he's not gonna like openly talk shit. You know what I mean? But he's now like, so slowly, like, you know, he's got Instagram, so he's like looking at Instagram reels and shit like that. You know what I mean? And he was telling me like, you know, oh, I got a lot of friends who are fans of yours, but then I got a lot of friends who are not fans of yours at all. And I was like, oh, I know who those guys are. So I was asking him like, who do they watch? And you know, it's all fucking like Aiden Ross fans and tater tots. Yeah. Oh, brother. The tater tots are fucking, they are out there, especially under the age of like 20. There are so many fucking, imagine when that happens and it's your own kids. No shot. That is not happening. There's no way. Does he watch You or Aiden or Nobody? Bro, he's 16. He doesn't watch anything. He just like sees reels. That's it. He sees reels on Instagram. He sees shorts on YouTube. It's the same as my cousin. My cousin doesn't watch a particular content creator. I feel like watching a particular content creator nowadays is like old people shit. If you're 16, if you're 14, if you're younger than that even, you don't watch a content creator. You just see them on your news feed, pass by 15 seconds at a time. Like younger generations, like I'm talking Generation Alpha, right? Isn't that what it is? Like younger than Zoomers even, they don't watch things. Like to them, it's like watching fucking the director's cut of The Lord of the Rings. If you want to watch like a 15-minute YouTube video from a particular content creator, they're like, no, not happening. I don't have time for that. On God, give me this in a fucking, you know, give me this with some Subway surfers on the side. For real. I don't have the attention span. Then there are the fucking freaks, like Zoomers that are in here who are just like spending all their time, you know, watching me and shit, or anyone else really for that matter, or even XQC. Like, remember, at least a lot of you Zoomer freaks that are watching me, I'm giving you fucking news, right? Then there are plenty of Zoomers out there that just like sit there and watch, you know, Minecraft speed runs and shit like that, or whatever XQC is doing, whatever Forsen is doing. And, you know, those guys are not necessarily the normies of the class. The normies of the class, as far as I understand, are people that are, you know, are kids that are just basically watching TikTok, watching Instagram, that kind of shit. I remember hearing boomers talk about millennials killing our attention spans with Cliff and Sparks notes. Yeah. But, you know, We will look at Bud Light Hogwatch controversies today. Hold on. Hogwatch Bud Light edition. Ukraine plan leaks, which I think is like weird. I don't know how the fuck they let that shit get into the media. I don't know what's going on there. I'll be real with you. Shit is like very quiet in here while I'm writing. Okay. Please tell me we'll be covering the Tennessee expulsions. No, I refuse to cover it because I'm keeping it a secret. Don't ask me about Biden administration's Title IX. Don't ask me about the Tennessee expulsions. Absolutely no coverage. I'm going to keep it a secret. That's between you and I. Okay? Yeah, and of course, definitely not covering Al-Aqsa either. Definitely not covering Palestine either. It's like every single thing that you guys have brought up, I have talked about extensively yesterday. Okay? For hours and hours and hours. I did it. Go look at the VOD from yesterday. You know what I mean? I don't know what to tell you. But we will still cover it today. You know, but we're going to also have some fun today, too. It's also in my title. Clarence, Thomas, and more get in now. It's... Can you talk about One Piece? Yes, I can. I'm in the post Marineford arc where like it's basically a flashback going deep diving into like Ace's relationship with Luffy and the introduction of a new character. Not going to give you too many spoilers on that. Introduction of multiple characters, but one that I assume is going to be very important in the upcoming arcs. Yeah, Kid Piece. Which is very good, actually. At first, I thought it was going to be not that good. You know, I was like, oh, what the fuck? Who gives a shit? Why are we covering this now? You know, why are we getting back into this now? But it's actually very good. It's very, very good. And I'm enjoying it so far. Obviously, there is a profound amount of like class politics baked within it. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, materialist, or I wouldn't say it's dialectical materialism, but it certainly showcases like the most liberal, in a very liberal way. It showcases like ruling class, the elites, a city with multi layers. There's always a god above you. You know, you have the celestial dragons above the king, and underneath the king are the nobles, but the nobles lord over the regular, you know, upper middle class, and then the upper middle class lord over the working class, the poor, and, you know, the lumpen proles, as a matter of fact, you know, the degenerates, right? And then last but not least, you have like the untouchables. It's basically like a caste system that exists pretty much everywhere. And it goes through that. There is also a minor dragon update / you know, like a little bit of a additional dragon lore in there, which I love, obviously. Big dragon fan myself so far. So that's also exciting. And then, you know, you experience the cruelty of the Celestials one more time. And it's a great arc so far. Anytime I get a little bit of, you know, Monkey D. Dragon updates from the lore, I get excited. I feel like the Revolutionaries are going to be the coolest so far. Like, everything I've seen thus far, the Revolutionaries have been fucking incredible. But yeah, on that note, let's blast off. That's my One Piece. Rage trying to logic bomb against buying OnlyFans content. What is this? What? Oh, well, this is the drama of the day. Yeah. XQ cow on his fucking XQ cow on his Aiden Ross arc. I saw. He's just great. Good stuff. His QC. Here, let's blast off real quick and then I'll get to that. Can't wait for your analysis of the current arc. XQC on his Aiden Ross arc. XQC on his Andrew Tate arc. I mean, look, dude, I'll tell you, Andrew Tate knows his fucking marks. You know what I mean? He sees somebody on the fucking, he sees somebody feeling down and he goes in. He goes in for the kill. XQC fucking tweets, just sad lately. That's it. Nothing else. Immediately, Andrew Tate goes, I can fix you. I don't know what to tell you other than this shit, okay? Obviously, if you like Andrew Tate, you look at this and you go, oh man, he's such a wonderful guy. He's just trying to help XQC, okay? And if you don't like Andrew Tate, you look at this and you go, oh, he's once again trying to fucking farm clout off of a random person who he has called gay numerous fucking times by, but it's a mutually beneficial experience, obviously. Getting called a mark in 2023 is devastating, but he is a mark. If he eats the bait, he's a mark. Do I think he's eating the bait? No, I think he's deliberately and willingly eating the bait in the sense that he can make some content out of this, some drama out of this. Anyway, I don't really care. He followed him back. Who cares? Whatever. I think that Felix is definitely smarter than he actually. He's definitely smarter than he actually, presents himself as, and I think it's deliberate. I'm not gonna baby him on this shit.
I saw Tate reply. You ratioed me, dude. It is what it is. What can I say, man? Literally fell off him. Literally got ratioed by Tate. That's a fucking XL Tate W. That's a common Tate W letter right there. That is pretty common. Unlike, I guess.
31 months.
Alright, boys. I'm guessing.
XQC knows how to farm just until it becomes too crazy. No, I think he knows how to farm and then go overboard and let it be too crazy. But it ultimately won't matter because, he has legions of fans that will always defend him across the board. And that also, and will fight his battles for him across the board as well. Remember when you thought you could save Aiden? Bro, I can't save anybody, okay? There is no saving anyone. I'm done. I'm off that shit. There is no, I can't try to be chill and try to be fucking nice to Aiden and see if it works that way. Ultimately, if I had more fucking clout, I think that's it. That's the only way that this shit would work. But I don't, because my fucking haters work double time, overtime, nonstop, and they're popping, they're blasting fucking TikToks. XU lets his fans say you were a part of the cover up. He doesn't give a fuck. What cover up? No, that part is. There is no. I'll always try. I'll give it an honest try, an honest go at it. But I am not. The reality is I'm not clouded enough. I don't think. I think that this is part of the reason. Because what XUC's fucking what Andrew Tate's advice, XUC's go to the gym every day. Yeah, no shit. I say that every fucking day. I do that every fucking day. I live it, and I try to get people to do it. But the very same people that would look to Jordan Peterson and go, oh my God, it's revolutionary, I started fucking cleaning my room, would literally look to their same parents and go, fuck you, mom and dad, I don't want to clean my room. It's just like, there's nothing you can do. For certain people, it just, something clicks. What clicks in that regard usually, for kids, for young children especially, is misogyny. You have way more clout than eggs in the real world? No, that doesn't matter. Thank you, Demasius, for the playlist. XQC on his divorce art. Yeah, XQC, the youngest victim of divorce court. Brother, I love FD Signifier, but we're not going to watch a 58-minute video. Okay? I love FD Signifier. My one wish for him. Also, I'm going to be hanging out with him soon. In person. But my one wish for him would be, and I literally have told him this like I told him privately, bro, make the videos like 15 minutes max. Please, I beg you, make the videos 15 minutes max. Like, I love that he has started trimming it. So now it's like 58 minutes long. Okay. Before it was like 3 hours long. I'm like, dude, please. At the end of his newest video, he literally says, hope this was short enough for y'all. But it's not even just for streamers to watch. It's not even, like, that's actually a very good way to make content. If you make content that is, like, specific for streamers to watch, that's a very good way to increase your prominence. It's a very way to reach out to a much larger audience. I think content creators understand that. But the reality is that even if the 15-minute consumable, digestible content is a format that is perfect for, I think, the maximum amount of viewership. The maximum amount of viewership. Or rather, the best way to do it, actually, and this is too reductive, so I would not suggest this to anyone, let alone FD Signifier especially, is the Charlie Moist Critical style, the Charlie Moist Critical genre of content, which is 10 minutes, 10 minutes quick, quippy, concise analysis of a particular subject matter, and then you're out, in and out. That's actually such a perfect strategy that Mogul Mail does it all the fucking time. You guys know right-wing broadcaster Mogul Mail. And his literal fucking Mogul Mail is more popular than his actual main channel now. And it blew up in popularity, got to 1.3 million subscribers, and almost every single one of his videos is over 1 million views. This is a tremendously successful channel. And I hear from so many people, every time I talk to other content creators, I'm like, who do you watch? Content creator wise, they always say, oh yeah, I watch Mogul Mail. So, but doesn't long form content like that do good on YouTube? Just because it's good for a certain genre doesn't mean it would work for everyone. I'm just giving you the tiers of like most successful to like, or broadest audience to like smaller and smaller, more niche audiences. Streamers employ such ingenuity? What do you mean? People respond differently depending on styles. Some respond to a show of authority. Others respond to a place of consent. From a place of consent? What? So you do that too with the breakdown, right? Yes, I used to do that. But some things are worth talking about for 2 hours. Not everything should be designed around the algorithm. Yeah, but you know, I'm a content creator first and foremost. Like, I'm telling you, no, You got to play the game. You always got to play the game. People consider it to be like inauthentic or whatever, but you have to. You have to play the game. For pop culture stuff, it makes sense to keep it short and the vid to catch the hype, but informative education vids don't necessarily hit the news cycle. Yes, but informative educational videos already exist on the internet from profoundly successful channels. Wendover Production does a really good job, right? We watch them all the time. Wendover Productions is like the GOAT at making quick, piffy, educational content. You're in and out, in and out, quick. Your hands are clean by the end of the 12-minute process, 15-minute process. They're very good at it. You know who else is very good at it? Second Thought is very good at it. That's a leftist content creator, as you guys know. I was just on his podcast, by the way, and I recommend you guys check that out. The episode is available on Patreon already. Their podcast is called The Program. Johnny Harris is great. It's full of lies and mistakes, though. I don't agree with that. You can get it even a little bit longer depending on what we're talking about. Like, I kind of want to watch this one, How Companies Plan the Economy. This is a 30-minute video. But you need to max it out at 30. Okay? You got to max it out at 30. When you're talking about, like, contentious subject matter, really educational stuff that's like, it's long, it's convoluted. Folding Ideas is one example of like super, super long videos, but he's one of the very few people, and he makes like one video a fucking year almost, right? Obviously, there's a place for everyone, and I think that my suggestion always to content creators is to basically find a way to strategize and cut your videos down. As best practice, max out at 30 minutes. Now there's a lot of space for even someone like myself. What do? I stream for 10 hours a day. How dare I fucking tell content creators to make shorter content? But I keep my YouTube videos shorter. Now, there's obviously a different space for an hour-long podcast. There's a different space for an hour-long YouTube video. When you're like running chores, you can either have me in the background playing like I'm a news broadcaster, giving you the radio, giving you all the things that are happening in the world nonstop for 8 hours. There's a lot of people do that. They have me on in the background. I would have me on or someone like myself on if I didn't exist. You know what I mean? So I'm providing that value, and I completely understand that. I would also watch an hour-long or 2-hour-long YouTube video on the background when I'm driving somewhere or when I'm, when I'm doing chores, things like that. So, what do you mean? 1.2 million subs, I think he's doing pretty well. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it's working for him, why change it? ADHD straddle out. No, I don't think that, I'm not saying that you should stop making videos that are 3 hours. Well, I do think that you should stop making videos 3 hours long. Definitely keep it to an hour. But having said that, I think that it's good to have, it's certainly good to have 15-minute video bursts as well. Some 30 to 15-minute videos would be would be very helpful. You are literally saying to max 30 minutes? Okay, I have videos that go beyond that as well. But diversifying your output is very good. It's easier to do an hour-long video once a month or so than to get 4 15-minute videos on different subjects a month in my experience, but I get what you're saying. No, absolutely. You didn't finish saying you were going to hang out with FD Signifier? Yes, the timing of it is not locked down yet, but I'm very excited. But like, I mean, he's the whole ass man, you know what I mean? He's got children, he's got a wife, so it's a little bit harder for him to travel. So, it's unlike myself, even though I will be having a child soon, a little fur child soon. These chatters are wild. I can barely get friends to watch like an hour and a half long movie that's considered like a groundstone of cinema. And these guys are like, yeah, people love sitting down for 3 hours to watch a YouTube video. Luna, the reason for that is because they're in here. If you're in this community and you watch me, you probably are very used to having something on in the background that you consider to be educational. So for you, it doesn't change anything. Like, you're like, what do you mean? You're telling me that like long content is fucking not great for mass consumption? Says you. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, obviously there's a bit of a selection bias here. These people are self-selecting commentary that is 8 hours long. You know what I mean? So clearly, it makes sense. Anyway, I forgot we blasted off, by the way. I forgot to fucking promote it in the chat, but we're, oh shit. Well, hold on. Here you go. Here you go. Let's blast off. Let's blast off. Use the bomb left's graphic today. What ADHD? I literally today, FD came to my suggestion. I went to the channel, saw the long vids. I clicked away, so I completely agree and understand. Yeah. Also, I try to like. Have you ever had a sex session that lasted for 8 hours? Curious? Yes, I've had a sex session that's lasted even longer than that, actually. With your mom. Yeah. Not like you're fucking the entire time, obviously. And you got to hydrate. You got to eat in between. Or you're literally saying if you pander to the algorithm a little, you have more potential to grow. Why is the controversial law? HasanAbi not even saying that it's the only way. I know, but people want to get mad, I think, because they're defending their favorite content creators, maybe. I don't know. So, but yeah, we were talking about XQC because apparently this is the new drama, the new debate. Here's what he said. Like the eminent booba enjoyer, okay? Literally the horniest motherfucker. Like the bazonkers guy who we all know what his fucking TikTok likes look like, okay? He can't get 1810. So what is he doing? Instead of focusing on breaking fucking Forson's record, instead of trying to fucking go fast, he's just drama baiting.
Bro, listen. I'm sorry. I respect all creators. I do. I just think that buying OnlyFans shit is one of the most degenerational action of mankind.
Brother, just know you bring genuine joy and happiness to people.
This is the biggest says you I've ever fucking seen in my entire life, okay? I have never seen a bigger says you moment. I don't even think he believes it personally. Sometimes I think he just says shit that comes out of his mouth and it's just like he said it's degenerate to pay for OnlyFans. I assume in the most charitable interpretation of this, I'm going to go ahead and assume that he means like, oh, it's degenerate to pay for it when it exists for free, right? Now, this is hilarious for like multiple reasons, okay? It's still so funny being a wealthy adult man and still hold the thought that like buying porn is cringe. Okay, dude, you sound like you're making a Justin Bieber gay type joke 15 years after kids were doing that. Grow up, nerd. Yeah, bro, that, but also you're a Twitch streamer. Like, we literally make this content for free and people still give us $5 a month to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Like, that's insane. You know what I mean? I mean, that was an insane debate. That was a 10-10 debate. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Like, Matty Codes and Sakura Gore, 20 big ones. 2 20 big ones right there. Timing on that is excellent. Debate, lead up, no inflection change. That's tight. I kept it tight. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, baby. That's 40 people that'll no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Thank you, Matty Codes and Sakura Gore. See, notice how all these people just subbed for something that's literally free. It's free. Okay? So considering that to be degenerational, dude, is hilarious. Okay? Subbing to an OnlyFans makes far more sense than subbing to a Twitch streamer. OnlyFans, you get titties at least. Twitch streamer, you might get a shout out. Yeah, you're not. Like, you're not. You're literally not even getting a shout out. Like, maybe if you fucking gift subs, but that's it. And even then, if it's too much, I tell you, stop gifting subs, and I stop reading them. You know what I mean? Max. I'm sure Felix doesn't even do that for the gifted subs because he has even more subs than I do. He probably doesn't even thank the gifted subs, right? So, nah, people paying for OnlyFans content are coping. Brother, people pay for a million different things on the internet. You yourself are paying as a subscriber, 1.5 year subscriber of mine. You're literally subscribed to me for 1.5 years for content that is not only free, but it's so fucking free you could literally take the IP and make your own YouTube channel and make money off of it, okay? That's how fucking free 99 this shit is, which is always laughable that people still yell at me about socialism, by the way, or whatever. But, like, you're doing it because you enjoy the content. You're doing it because you want more of it. You're doing it because you want to show support, right? Or a million different reasons. But this is the most fucking free content you can get on the internet, pretty much. And yet people still do it. The only reason why you consider the OnlyFans payment to be degenerate, despite the fact that there's so much free porn out there, is because it's sex work. It's the sexual component that makes it degen. But which leads me to my second part of this conversation, which I find very funny, which is that XQC is the king of degens. I mean, he has called himself the king of the rats in the past. That was only a 9.18. Come on, man. Some people are just fucking giving low rankings for no reason on that. XC trying to say that people buy OnlyFans for the girlfriend aspect of it, which is degenerate, meaning he would rather have people jerk off to online porn. Yeah, if that's the case, and I would say that there's the most charitable interpretation, there is an element of truth to what he's saying there. Because yes, if you think that like you're actually in a relationship, because I've talked about this before as well. There is like I've opened up the fucking hood and looked under the engine of how OnlyFans operates. And there are a lot of sad motherfuckers out there. It's basically like the same element of like therapy that exists in old school prostitution or escorting, right? This is like a very real thing. If you look at different cultures, if you look at like geisha, for example, it's not necessarily just about like sexual gratification, but there is an element of like therapy that is included in that. And I think a lot of people utilize OnlyFans for that reason. Now, of course, under capitalism, that shit is like clearly very much outsourced to a dude working in an Indian bot farm. So you're not actually talking to the content creator. I know for a fucking fact that that's not the case. Opening up the hood is a funny way to say you paid for someone's OnlyFans. No, I have been very open about this. Like, I don't have an OnlyFans account. It's pure convenience for me. Like, I'm just too lazy. I meant like I've seen the other side from way back in the day when I was hooking up with a girl that does OnlyFans. I remember looking at her indirects and looking at her like DMs and messages, going through it and having a long and almost drawn out conversation about like how insane they would become if they actually handled like if they actually truly were the people responding to it. Because a lot of the people say insane shit. I've been a sex worker for years, and most of the people who message me just want to talk. Yeah, there's that. But then there's like real freaks out there too. So on that front, if you truly think you're getting a girlfriend experience, because there are a lot of people who are unfortunately very unhealthy. There are a lot of people who literally think that they're talking to the OnlyFans girl themselves. I'm sure certain OnlyFans content creators are personally handling their messages and whatnot, but for the most part, especially all the top dogs, they're not the ones who are responding to the messages. And the unfortunate reality is that there is an element of like sadness, a lot of sadness there. Honestly, watching porn is a DGM, but are paying for it. Now you just have a mental illness, in my opinion. No, wait, see, this is what I mean. Like, what do you mean watching porn is degenerate, but paying for it? You have a mental illness, Lamau? That's insane. No. No, I do not agree with this. The presumed emotional labor that has to be done by women or just sex workers in general, it's not always just women, but it is one aspect of I mean, it's a medium that serves a specific purpose, and that purpose is sexual gratification. I don't have an issue with it. I think that as long as it's done by consenting adults, it's great. It's wonderful. Especially OnlyFans gives you more autonomy, even though there are processes that kind of fuck that up as well with management firms and a litany of other complications that come from not being able to like access your finances or not being able to bank adequately when you do this kind of content. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Watching porn is haram. Yeah, well, I would call what your mom did to me last night haram as well, my friend. But, we both got a lot of enjoyment out of it. So don't you agree that sites like OnlyFans and even webcam apps prey on vulnerable men? I'm pro sex work, but still. See, this is my favorite type of like critical of sex work conversation, because like the overwhelming majority of conversation that revolves around sex work basically features women being trafficked, women being groomed, women being harmed, and then like going into sex work, which obviously this does happen, but that's not sex work, that's sex trafficking. There's a totally separate classification for it, but it's always from the perspective of like how it predates women, right? I love when someone comes in and goes, it preys on vulnerable men, actually. Have you thought about the vulnerable Johns? Have you thought about the vulnerable men that are like, they just can't stop themselves from fucking masturbating furiously? You know what I mean? You got... I hate this idea that men are vulnerable to women's sexual charms. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't agree with that at all. But ultimately, there is an element of like, if you truly think that the person that you're giving, $5 to see like titty pics from, or the person that you're sending specific messages to like make a specific kind of video for you and you only, remember that like those girls will take that video, send it to you, because the management firm will be like, this guy's a big guy, this guy's a whale, okay? Please film this for this dude who's like giving you, a lot of money. And then they will fucking literally send it to everyone else as well. They will go and say, hey, sexy, I have a new video coming out. Like, if you want to see that, it's like a very special one. And they message it out. They mass blast it to every single fucking person that's like following them. I'm just letting you know. Lamau, no, not me. Okay, everybody does it, and there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Don't give us a bad name. Everyone does it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm just letting you know, if you're a consumer, okay, if you're an OnlyFans watcher, enjoyer, whatever the fuck, just know that that's, like, don't develop a parasocial relationship. Don't develop a parasocial relationship with content creators on twitch.tv. Don't develop a parasocial relationship with content creators on OnlyFans. XC was also trying to make the main point of the only reason why people sub to the OnlyFans is for the girlfriend experience. If you didn't want that experience, then you could just jerk off to any hot girl online. No. That's not true. I think a lot of girls literally, first of all, that's not true. There's plenty of fucking content creators on OnlyFans that don't do content elsewhere. So that's the reason why I'm fairly certain. That's the reason why people go on OnlyFans. Have you actually used it? I think you're wrong on this. I have never personally used it. I have only seen the other side of it. I've only seen, like, I don't have an OnlyFans account. I've never subscribed to an OnlyFans. I've never paid for OnlyFans. I've never done that. There is a personalization component, certainly, which is why I mentioned that. And I do think that that is one aspect of it that people should, that's one aspect of it. The personal, like, feelings that you are developing for a content creator is not real. That's what I'm saying. But in a lot of instances, you're just doing it because, like any other business, everyone has their own standards. Little Liana, I can't speak for your OnlyFans, obviously. But what I'm talking about is, I think, something that you recognize as well. A lot of people that have managers, a lot of people that work with like big OnlyFans management companies, yeah, they have a bot farm. They're they have someone else responding to those messages, which makes sense. Like, if you're a top content creator, you're getting like thousands of people being like, "I love you, you're my girlfriend." You can't fucking have this conversation with every single person. You're talking about LA OnlyFans girls? Yes, I'm talking about some of the top OnlyFans content creators. Okay? Isn't this a gross generalization? How do you know that some models don't fall in love with their pay piggies? You don't understand what we have together. Okay, shut up. It's How would he explain all the men that do OnlyFans, including straight male porn stars that have their OnlyFans and fuck female porn stars on it? Exactly. OnlyFans, as far as I understand it, is great for kink. It's great for queer stuff, and it's great for like highly it's great for other specialized fields, and it's also a lot of exclusive content that you get. It's funny that I'm the one who's like caping for it, because I'm not a user of OnlyFans. I'm just a straight Pornhub, sometimes BEEG.com kind of guy. You know what I mean? Like, I literally am just like, I'm such a vanilla masturbator. It's not even fucking funny. Yeah, BEEG can be mid as fuck usually, but I'm such a normie, vanilla ass masturbator. I go to the McDonald's of porn to fucking jerk off. So it's kind of funny that it's like, yeah, I basically Google boobies and jerk off to that. It's the equivalent of that. And yet I'm here defending OnlyFans from the perspective of sex workers, because I have a lot of friends that do OnlyFans, and I've seen, I've seen the other side of it more so. And I certainly understand. Honestly, not paying for porn is the most problematic thing I've heard about HasanAbi. I never said I don't pay for sex work. Like, I go to strip clubs as an experience. I've literally been to a brothel, which fucking anti-sex work psychopaths will regularly fucking scream about. You know what I mean? Like, it's not something I hide. I think that it's, these are experiences that I have taken part in. But I've done it all. So OnlyFans is good for sex workers, on contrast to how women are treated in porn. OnlyFans is certainly better for all sex workers in general, because they have more autonomy over what kind of content they want to make. And you also sleep with supermodels. You don't need to be as degenerate and low-class masturbator as us. No, that's not true. It doesn't matter. As someone who's done it all, I can tell you with a certainty that, like, you know, watching porn and jerking off to porn is fine. It's great. Sometimes you want to go analog. You know what I mean? The fuck do you mean? It's great. Awesome. Dude, I have friends. I have some friends that are literal pay pigs, okay? I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know what kind of gratification they get out of it, but they are literally fucking pay pigs. They have sex with supermodels. They date, some of the best looking women I've ever seen. And this is, again, heteronormative. I apologize. But then they fucking turn around and literally love pay pigging, okay? They love it. They enjoy it. It's their thing. I don't know why. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's one of the most ethical ways of conducting sex work in general. I know sex workers absolutely fucking love pay pigs, obviously. They don't even have to do anything. They just yell at you and say, give me fucking money. And then they go, yes, here you go. And then they jerk off to that. It's very strange. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. Pay pigs, for the most part, in the industry, in the sex work industry, are seen as like the golden goose, the golden geese, basically. What? Fuck Wire Brushes donated $10. Said, hi, Hasan, big fan. Wanted to donate to spread the word to get rid of your wire brush to clean your grill. I ate at a friend's last week and ended up having to do emergency surgery to remove one of the bristles from my intestines. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you for the $10 dono. Fuck Wire Brushes. That is... I have to read that one because that's the funniest fucking dono I've ever gotten. So, anyway, where were we? Do you acknowledge that sex work is often dangerous because the contradictions in capitalism are amplified by the patriarchy? Yes. What? That's like pro-sex worker. What the fuck? This is literally like defending sex work 101. Like that's not even 101. It's like ground zero. Yeah, of course. I love when people come in here and like when we're having like higher level conversation about sex work and they ask like pretty basic shit. 17-month subscriber. Just wanted to know your take because a friend of mine was asking. Yes, I do acknowledge that there is a plenty of dangers, and only made worse by people who are literally fucking. They come in with the most basic level, like, yes, dude, we talked about this back in 2018. Yeah, they think that sex work is the one thing you aren't intersectional about. No. Oftentimes when people ask questions like that, sex work is the one thing that they are not intersectional about. That's usually what. That's usually where that kind of conversation comes from. Most people who are pro-sex work or are sex workers know what my perspective is because of my advocacy on the matter. It's usually the, Hasan, you just need to stop beating up trans women, then maybe I'll subscribe. Listen. No. My job is weird sometimes because I can be completely happy and content with my life. But then I have a million bitches in my ear telling me it's so sad that I'm a sex worker. Yeah. Exactly. This is a thing that I hear so fucking frequently from sex worker friends of mine. It's just like one of the funniest fucking aspects of this. It's one of the funniest aspects because people will just be like, oh, honey, I can't believe like you're doing sex work. Oh man, it's so It's so sad. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? Sounds like half of your chat talking about you as a streamer. Yeah. It's so patronizing. Yeah. How is that not exploitative? What if these pay pigs just do it because of porn addiction? It's not misogynistic to care about these people just because they're men. Wait, what? Brother, it's a kink. The fuck do you mean? They say that the women in Artemis were most likely trafficked from Eastern Europe. Yeah, I know. They will never stop with that one. The new meta is like, although the Berlin government was forced to fucking literally pay Artemis, the brothel that I went to, that's like still in operation, one of the most famous brothels in the fucking entirety of Europe, had to pay 150 grand in fines for literally what the Berlin government did. They still turn around and they're like, well, technically they're contracted. It's the contractors that were doing sex trafficking. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Like, I'm not even fucking defending Artemis. Like, fuck the fuck Artemis, okay? I'm sick and tired of like talking about this goddamn brothel. It's so fucking stupid, dude. People bring it up repeatedly and go absolute bananas mode over it too. There's never any truth about it. I don't know how to fucking address it. I've addressed it so many times. Learn your lesson. Don't debate femcells, swerves. They're bad for your health, bro. Yeah. 4chan shitters on Twitter make up insane shit about this and swerves eat it up. Yeah, because anyway, the only aspect of what, if I'm going to be extremely charitable to what XCC is saying, if he thinks that like the entirety of OnlyFans is about fucking the girlfriend experience, which it's not, but if he thinks that that's the only thing that it's about, from the perspective of like a person who legitimately thinks that they're in a relationship with a content creator, yes, it is very sad. It's not the case, and they need to fucking recognize that immediately.
Genuine joy and happiness to people who need it. When you're on your
of mankind, like actually, like legitimately. It is one of the most deliberate, life backpedaling, progress hindering, brain rotting activity that anybody's ever come up with.
Again, incredible that like XQC is saying this, because like you are a peddler of brain rotting activity. So am I. It's like it's wild. He's on this like anti-sex work arc. I don't even understand, because he's not even anti-sex work from what I understand. I would talk to him about it. I would love to hear his perspective on the matter. Does he think it's new? That's what people have been paying prostitutes in the beginning of time? Yeah, exactly. Like, I just don't understand how he can... I'm confused. I'm not even, like, doing the, oh, it's the hypocrisy argument, right? Like, obviously that shit's funny. Like, the hypocrisy of it is funny. But for me, it's more so about, like, how do you not recognize, like, how can you not empathize with sex workers in that same regard? Because like what we do is the service that we provide is like not all that fucking different. Obviously there's no sexual component to it. Does XC just look for new things to get in drama for? I think he's just like fucking cracked out doing 10-hour to 18-hour Minecraft runs non-fucking stop. And the more he throws his like god seeds on Minecraft, the more his brain fucking melts a little bit and just starts fucking blurting out whatever the fuck comes to his mind. Might rot your brain even more.
Actually, yeah, I do have a problem.
No, I saw this. I mean, this is a meme. I do this shit too, so who cares? That part I don't give a shit about. Like that's
Anybody's ever come up with that?
He's doing the groundwork to have a go-to counter whenever anyone brings up gambling. Yeah, I think that's basically what's happening as well. Maybe he was a pay pig and the girl dropped him. No. I don't think that that's what's going on.
No, on top of that, they fucking pay for it. Bro, listen.
Whenever a male creator comes out hating OnlyFans girls, I know that they just got their heart broken. No, like, I don't even think he hates OnlyFans content creators. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Your Rage chimed in and defended him a little bit. He said, I don't know why people are surprised with this take. Normal people have always roasted, people have always been roasted for buying porn. This take is normal to the average person. I don't know where we're acting brand new now. More and more people are starting to buy porn, so there's way more people that feel offended by this, is my idea. I don't know, XUC ain't saying nothing wrong, though. Submit to buying porn to fulfill themselves that are putting the work to actually meet people IRL. Shit crazy. Bro, if one day I was extremely horny enough to the point where I needed to buy porn, I got to just hold them subliminal roast because it's all facts. After that nut is busted, you should 100% realize it's all facts because after you bust, you just straight logical. I mean, that part is funny, but I don't really understand. Like I said, I have no issue with people that want to buy it. I say this as someone who ironically doesn't even fucking have an OnlyFans account. Like, I've never bought OnlyFans. But like, I get why people would do that. I don't know why people cap whenever I say this. I spent the past hour describing to you that there is absolutely nothing embarrassing or wrong about having an OnlyFans. Why the fuck would I lie to you about this? I tell you what kind of porn I jerk off to on a regular basis. I have no shame on this matter. I literally told you I went to a fucking brothel. Oh my God. Everybody always caps. Anytime I say I don't have an OnlyFans, everybody fucking caps nonstop. Fuck me. Holy shit. Spends all his money on figurines with 50 points of articulation. Yeah, there is truth to that. I also don't know why people will fucking, I mean, I hear this from Swerfs a lot. Well, they'll be like, I'm not against sex workers. I'm against Johns, right? People who purchase sex work. Some of those guys are fucking freaks, certainly. You know why? Because they're dudes, okay? Dudes are freaks regardless. Now, having said that, whenever people go, oh, I'm against Johns, it's like, okay, so what do you want? You want, like, sex work to not be consumed then? Like, what are you doing? Like, so how will sex workers exist then? If no one is, like, able to pay for it? What the fuck do you mean? It's just a way to basically say, you don't want sex work to exist, but in a way that like makes you seem more woke and not as like openly anti-sex work. Tracer, DVA, or Mercy, best Overwatch porn character. I can only speak for Mercy. I have seen Mercy Overwatch porn, and that was great actually. Oh, we got a crime. We got a crime. Got a new crime happening. Question. I know people who are pro sex work but hate passport bros. I understand why, because dudes are super annoying, but does hating them make you a swerve, or is it more because of an exploitation? No, I think it is weird. No, passport bros or like sex tourism is fucking weird. People try to say that like I did it when I was like fucking 19 or whatever, when I was already in Berlin, and I was like, yeah, I'll fucking go check this shit out, which is hilarious because do I look like I need to fucking go to a brothel to get a nut? You fucking dingus. Shut up. You ugly ass hag. Shut the fuck up. If you're a swerf out here who literally is like, if you're a swerf out here, okay, on your 18th fucking cat, you know, doing your yarn work while simultaneously tweeting about the ethics of fucking sex work, and you're like, oh, you're such a sex tourist. You're such a sex tourist. The fuck do you mean? Look at me. Look at me. Shut the fuck up, idiot. making it seem like I have to do fucking, I have to go and go to a brothel to fucking get sex work. Oh my God, your narcissism makes you ugly? No, this is the one aspect that is so fucking unimaginably stupid. Okay? Especially because it's always these fucking weirdo swerves that are like absolutely brain broken. Swerves are sex work exclusionary radical feminists. Someone literally put you on blast for fucking supermodels like 5 minutes ago. Anyway, having said that though, I do think it's like weird. I do think it's I do find it strange because like when we talk about sex tourism, all of a sudden you're having a conversation about people living in the first world going to underdeveloped countries that have been exploited aggressively in the global marketplace to take advantage. And in that circumstance, there are people like the level of exploitation or the likelihood and the level of exploitation skyrockets in that situation. So I do find that very weird. It's okay when I do it, but not okay when you do it. First of all, no, you're a fucking idiot. I literally have spent the past hour and 30 minutes defending sex work, so shut the fuck up. No, it's okay when everybody does it. I just hate that these motherfuckers make it seem like I literally am like traveling the world to do sex tourism or some shit. Okay? Where's the crime? Give me the fucking crime. It's crime watch time. Okay.
Up on the just kind
Here's a chase happening.
As aggressive in a move that we've seen.
I'm going to play it on a delay because XQC is not live and I can't fucking watch him watch it. And I don't want to get banned, you know what I mean?
There when others were sitting still. So now we're starting to see a little bit more in the way of aggressive driving by this person. And see, now you're seeing an approach by officers quickly up on the just kind of the left rear of this person. So now they're moving in to the right, trying to pass another group on the right there. Again, using the right turn lane to get around here. We'll see if they try to continue on or actually make a right turn. So now an aggressive move through the intersection. You see one person yielding right of way, which is a smart move. But now you're starting to get into some traffic. And this driver is really doing the serpentine maneuver, trying to get in and out of traffic. Bruce Thomas is now with us. And Bruce, how do you approach this from law enforcement when the driver begins to change?
Bro, homie is a Chevy Avalanche, dude. How the fuck's he going to get away? This car is on the... Bro, listen. Let's keep it a $150 here. This shit's about to break down, okay? Oh, it's over. It's Jover already. I'm looking at the other...
So those are some big questions to deal with right away.
No, he's gonna get fucking... He's going to get absolutely destroyed, eviscerated. This car is dog shit, okay? He doesn't have... Oh, his tire is gone. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover.
We've got it into oncoming traffic, and he's on the rim. So we did see some smoke earlier. We thought maybe the driver had hit a spike strip. And so now that he's going the other direction, we can see that. So this vehicle is going to be...
Yo, it's kind of wild how much they fucking throw spike strips in L.A., by the way. Like, I'm not even kidding. It is... It's odd. Like, I thought that was like... That shit was like... You know, you gotta... You do that on, like... bumfuck nowhere, random ass like side streets or whatever. They just like rip them out.
We've lost him a little bit behind the building there, but again, that was some aggressive.
Bro, I'm hearing right now that the suspect actually didn't even get hit with a spike strip. It's just a byproduct of driving on LA streets after 3 months of rain. It turns out the streets are full of potholes. That's right. That is precisely what's going on here. It's just that he tried to drive his car down La Cienega Boulevard. Rocking in an avalanche. That car blew a tire coming off the lot. Yeah, literally. That's like the most dog shit car to fucking... the most dog shit car to fucking drive away from cops in. Anyway. We need a track to go with this police chase. You know the one. Okay. I'll fucking do it. God damn it. Here. You can't even see anything anymore. It's just like the helicopter is like not doing a good job fucking chasing the homie. It's not good crime. This is like bad crime, honestly. By the way, this guy's a murder suspect. Oh, it's close to LAX. Ooh, that's smart, bro. Oh my God, I never even thought about that. Oh my God, dude, that is literally 5-head strats. Drive near LAX so you can't have fucking helicopters constantly up your asshole. Helicopter can't follow into airspace. Go into a fucking parking lot and dump the vehicle, and then you're out. You're golden. I mean, they're up his ass right now. They're closely trailing him.
I mean, because the wheel is going to seize up and lock in a straight position. If he turns and it locks up and seizes, now you've got a wheel that's turned and you're going to be grinding that down very quickly. But what you're going to see law enforcement, what they're doing is they're already on the radio talking under mutual aid to agencies in the South Bay saying, hey, we're coming towards you. We may need your assistance on this, including airship, LA County's airship. And ultimately, they probably have their SWAT team already on standby just for the terminus of this pursuit.
Yeah, I was going to ask about SWAT team because we've now passed 104th Street there. As this slows down, and as you are a little bit more deliberate in direction with this suspect, who again is a murder suspect, do your SWAT officers have an opportunity, yes, to get in front of this a little bit and start being maybe in a better position to respond very quickly as opposed to a high-speed chase? Well, here we go.
Is that 50cc Mario Kart? Yeah.
With only one front
What?
tire
It's still
with
hard.
rubber,
Shut up.
The rims are starting to show some damage there on that passenger front side as well. But again, back to the SWAT part, they're going to be in that area now, right? And much more able to respond very quickly when this ends.
You did not say it's still hard? Yes, it is. Mario Kart can still be very difficult, regardless of what speed it is, okay? Shut up.
TNT team, crisis negotiating team, and SWAT team, including the Bearcat vehicle, they're all probably being spun up at this point and being sent in that direction.
Bro, there's like bikers and shit. This is fucking terrifying.
And with a murder suspect, you know, hopefully we always hope for the best, but you have to.
It's terrifying, but also it's so LA. Like, this kind of shit is such a normal part of living in Los Angeles that you just keep biking. You just keep biking through. You're like, yeah, oh, look at that. Another day, another fucking... another day, another fucking police chase, dude. It's bananas. You see Chevrolet on a bumper from 5 miles away, and HasanAbi can't get a camera that stays in focus for 5 seconds. Wait, what? My camera is fine. How dare you?
It's in the South Bay area. We were at Westchester. We also were in Inglewood at one point. And this person, they are at where? LAX, did you say? We were listening to our producer. Yes, they continue to remain near LAX. And Bruce, that's behavior that is somewhat typical in that most chases will generally stay around the same space. Familiar for the driver.
Yeah,
or
but they seem to
he's
have
fucking
a
five-head
pattern,
stratting
even
it,
though it's not a
and he
pattern,
doesn't want to get
of an
Air One
certain
coverage.
Geographic area that they may be a little more familiar with than just driving aimlessly. You know, the police have run the registration on this truck to figure out where he or she lives, at least the registration address of the vehicle, and they're going to go to that residence also.
And Bruce, you know, if this is a murder suspect and there is the possibility, some reports out there that this person is armed with a rifle, that would eliminate the possibility of a pit maneuver in a traditional manner, yes? Because, I mean, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure the officers are not at risk, surrounding public not at risk, and something like that. What would the procedures be if they knew?
Okay, I take it
this
back.
person
I'm not
had
gonna
a
lie.
weapon?
I mean, this fucking car is on its last legs before it got off the lot. You know what I mean? And it's doing a good fucking job so far. You know? It is kind of surprising that Big Homie is able to keep it going for as long as he has.
Now you have an armed suspect, a high-grade felony armed suspect there, and you're putting those officers at risk.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta respect it. Oh. There's some interesting maneuvers that are going to happen in a second.
Reports, there is the possibility that this murder suspect, is armed. Officers are not going to stop pursuing, as you heard from Bruce Thomas.
It's not surprising it's a Chevy truck. They're garbage, but they're like indestructible garbage. I mean, they're not indestructible garbage. I would say they're garbage that is pretty fucking destructible.
And protects officers. So now we have another U-turn.
Look at that. He's hitting a fucking U-turn, baby.
But you don't want to necessarily do that if the person driving is a hostage.
Oh,
If that
shit.
person
Oh,
has been
I think he's
targeted.
gonna...
Bruce, you made another.
I think
very
his
valid
wheel,
point.
that U-turn might have been very damaging
With
for his rim.
certainty, probably,
That
I would guess.
his rim
How
might
the
be
suspect
perma-stuck
might be
now.
related to the driver, if they are correct.
Or maybe not. I don't know. This part is crazy. What is he doing?
Intelligence is
Okay, we've got him.
What is he doing?
Okay, it's almost as if this driver is probing and trying to figure out where they might go. Driving into oncoming traffic again now, and again it seems to be on La Cienega Boulevard, and it's near freeway
No!
exit.
Don't do
This
it!
person
Don't
is
go on
walking
La
up
Cienega
the
Boulevard!
freeway.
Don't do it!
I can't
You're
imagine
done. You're
without
done. You're done.
having
You're gonna pop all your tires.
on that front right
All of your
tire.
tires are gonna
You
pop.
know
It's
that
the
this
worst.
person, ran
That's where I
into,
pop my tire.
Somebody near,
Look at this
National
shit-ass
when they were
fucking
driving
road.
National in
That's a
Imperial.
major
We saw,
street
we
in
saw-
Los
I gotta
Angeles,
note that
chat.
we didn't see it, but we
Look
did
at how
see this
fucking
person,
shit that road
kind
is.
of bump somebody when he was passing on the right. Kind of ran
La
into somebody
Cienega
who was
Boulevard
trying
is
to make a
so
right
much
turn
worse
before
than
you
spike
joined the
strips.
cruise. So
It's
the
like a
person
spike
has
strip
couple of
every
incidents
fucking
where they've,
second.
run into other people on the commute here, on this chase, on this pursuit. But right now, the person just seems to be continuing to poke and prod and look for different ways to not get pinned in, to keep moving. And here we go through another intersection. That was at least with the light. But the way this guy is driving, this person is driving, it is really without purpose. This is the shot here on the right that I was speaking of. They ran over a spike strip somewhere along the way. It also could have been, I suppose, when they ran into something. Maybe it wasn't a spike strip, but from the beginning
Dude,
of this particular...
oh my God, I wasn't wrong. He literally might have stripped it off of a fucking pothole. Stop. Yo.
Was slowly going flat, and then now is completely flat. There's no rubber on the rim, and you can see here on the right some of the moves from earlier, maneuvering through intersections, hitting people, making unsafe turns. We've seen driving into oncoming traffic.
Dude,
but not necessarily at high rates.
There
of
was no
speed.
radio
Right
traffic
now,
prior about
high
a
rates of
spike
speed
strip.
are not
Yeah.
really possible due to the condition of the vehicle.
Bro, I'm
But
telling you,
there are
combined with how
possible
dog shit the
reports of
fucking
an
car
armed
is,
murder
on top of that,
suspect in the vehicle. So
how dog shit the
how
roads
police
are,
approach
it makes
this
it so much
vehicle
harder
and
to
try
do a
get this to
fucking...
an end
Uh-oh, he's
is
going
still
into
very
a
much
he's
in
going into
doubt
a
because
neighborhood now. Uh-oh.
So much that we don't know, so much unsafe elements with an armed suspect that, Bruce, I'll bring you back in here. You don't want to get up in front of this person either. And the fact that they're going slower, you don't want to put officers in front of the vehicle, because if there is a weapon involved, that again puts them in the possible crossfire.
Correct. You have that crossfire situation, which is something you don't want. The other thing, too, is if this suspect is armed, you don't want to force them into taking, in their side, deadly force action. In other words, we'd like to just end this peacefully. Surrender. You're not going anywhere. Give up. Hands up. Handcuffs. We're done. We really don't want to get into a shooting.
And
It's so funny that when a
especially
car
when you
chase
start to look
happens,
at where he's driving,
look at the fucking,
where
look at the
they're
live
going,
chat.
you don't want that shooting for any number of reasons, and not least of which is the community
Juicers.
as a whole. You don't want anybody in that neighborhood. If it is a rifle that there is in that vehicle, there are so many walls that those
HasanAbi
shots
at
could go
HasanAbi
through. It could
XUCL.
cause, just collateral damage that you don't want. So as Bruce is saying, nobody wants a shooting here. Officers would love to see this end as quickly as possible. Clearly, this is going to end because that vehicle is disabled and is going to get further so. The longer this goes, the more you can almost see. If we were on the other side from Air 7, you could probably see. I'll bet you that it is nearly.
The truck is
a broken
tilted because
axle at this
it's
point,
it's
because
running
he is
on
really
3 tires, bro. It's
listing
not
in
running
that
on
right
rims
side direction.
currently.
So he may have lost. We saw the hubcap start to deteriorate, so the rims are going to even get further and further damage. It's just going to grind itself down, and eventually, as Bruce mentioned, you could turn that wheel, and then all of a sudden, the entire steering mechanism is locked. Bruce, I've seen the front tires buckle underneath and just, break off completely. So this vehicle is not going to be going for very much longer.
Right, that's correct, though. The other thing, too, is he seems to be hanging in the Westchester area. So they might be flooding the area with units, maybe to lay additional spike strips down.
Yeah, because then if that other side goes, or the back tires, loses the back tires, then the propulsion area is going to, the forward movement is.
What
is
inspires
going to be
people to
more
do
difficult.
this?
Again, still
Just the
driving
love of
with
crime.
A lot of traffic in the area, and that just creates so many other variables that are dangerous. And again, here he is now driving, it looks like, on Century Boulevard. And again, almost all of this near the airport, which affects everyone. Also affects law enforcement. Bruce, what does the law enforcement helicopter do when it comes to the airport? I mean, I know they're flying a bit lower than Air 7 generally would fly, but they're not allowed to go into the flight path either, are they?
That's correct. It is restricted airspace by the FAA.
It's not like the suspect killed anyone. It was just a prank. No, he did kill someone. It seems he's a murder suspect
because of the flight operations of the airport. But what we have seen, we did see there are some additional units that are kind of funneling the suspect vehicle, saying you don't make a right turn because there's a police car there. So they are seeing.
Oh, it's an attempted murder?
Or her, we don't know, into a certain area where they can deploy additional spike strips.
It looks as if he might be heading into the arrival area of the airport. Bruce, I mean, if they're actually
it's literally on the scene. Sorry.
Because I can imagine if this person
it's right there in the middle. I'm so fucking dumb. I'm sorry.
Armed, if this person
I'm
desperate,
hyper vigilant. I'm hyper vigilant right now because I want to make sure that I don't show something that XQC will use against me and claim I'm I should be banned or whatever. So because I got fucking input lag. So I'm not even looking at the fucking chyrons or whatever. It's giving GTA. It's always giving GTA. Life in Los Angeles is GTA. Law tip, do not do this. It is not a good idea unless you can get away. That's a good law tip. I would say, he's so cooked, dude. He is fucking done. He's done. It's coming. Bro, it's on his last fucking legs. Look at the fucking tire. It's over. It's Jover.
That's what I'm talking about, Bruce. It's really started to lift, and now it's actually at a 90-degree angle.
It's melting it. It's melting it. It's melting it. Dude, it's going to melt the rim. It's going to melt the rim.
It's going to become a massive issue for the vehicle to continue to go forward. It is going to start to get incredibly
Bro, he's
hot,
fucking up the
and
roads
it's
even more. You
frankly going to be
fucking
causing
son
lot
of a
damage to
bitch.
The road as well. Now it's broken off.
Oh,
saw
it
that
broke
wheel
off.
has broken off, and that's going to
You
make it
fucking
even
asshole.
harder.
You know how bad those fucking roads are? Stop. They're never gonna fix it. They're never gonna fix it. Fuck. This is the one time where I'm actually anti-crime, man.
And that's just causing a huge headache for not only LAPD, but the airport police are going to get involved in this very shortly.
Okay, and he is now alone in his lane here, except he is not nearly the amount of traffic, and somehow has continued to be able to maneuver. It looked as if that was the remnants of a spike stripper. He caught something as he had driven over. But again, this is a murder suspect that is in, we believe, the back seat, the passenger seat of this Chevrolet pickup truck.
Wait,
Not
what?
driving. We have some reports. We have a belief that there might be a weapon in the vehicle. We do not know. We don't.
Wait.
Maybe law enforcement does.
He's
We
making
don't know
someone
the
else
relationship
drive?
of the driver to the suspect. So we don't know how authorities might be able. They don't know if this is an ally or an adversary in the vehicle.
Ally or an
that is going to be a
adversary?
very challenging part of this as far as what we can think of for police, because if they don't know,
Oh,
if
what
there's
the
a
fuck?
carjacking of some sort, that's going to create a very, very
Wait, some
scary
weird
situation
shit's
for
happening.
the driver. If it is an ally, Bruce, they would like if they know that.
Oh!
Now we'd have damage. Look at this. The
Oh!
vehicle is trying to force his way through, and now we're under that overpass. People are going to try to get out of the way. You saw that vehicle just drive. That is an expression of the desperation, it seems. Okay, so now you've got somebody
What the
opening
fuck?
the door. That is a person opening the passenger side door. The vehicle is virtually disabled. No right wheel, but law enforcement right behind. So
Wait.
we are now going to see what's going to happen as the
Wait.
person had a car door open.
Why is that car backing up?
Here, they've
Why is that car
bailed out,
backing
and
up?
now
Oh, they're
on the run.
running.
Trying to get into
Oh,
another
Lord,
vehicle.
they're running.
There are two women running away from the vehicle. Now we have a different pursuit.
Ah!
The suspect, it seems, has jumped into that vehicle.
He flipped
Maybe he's been
it!
communicating with that because that person backed up and opened the door and got in. The two women ran away. So this now looks like some sort of accomplice in this SUV. So the vehicle was disabled.
He
now you have another
flipped it!
vehicle on the run with a murder suspect in the vehicle, possibly assisted by another person who pulled up. We saw them backing up. They may have been in
Let's go
communication on
crime!
the phone,
Okay, I'm back in
somehow
it. I'm
trying
back
to
in
get
it.
touch with
The
them. We
car
saw the
swap
door of the
meta
passenger
is
side open.
undefeated.
And so now we're going to possibly
It's
have
still a
one set of
dog
law
shit ass
enforcement going to
SUV,
try
by
to
the
get
way,
two women.
which is
There were
hilarious.
two women that we saw leaving. Now you've got a suspect who has another vehicle, and they are on the run. So this is a different kind of pursuit now. Instead of a disabled vehicle that we thought might be a chase that could soon come to an end, we now have another vehicle, high speeds here near the
No,
airport,
everybody knows
trying to
your
elude
stars go
authorities,
up again.
And this suspect
You get
now
another-
driving into oncoming traffic. Going
He
through
didn't
an
flip the
intersection
car.
there.
He
We
didn't
don't know
flip
if
the
it was
car
good, but I
outside of the
couldn't
view
quite
of
see
cops.
that.
He
But
flipped it
now
in front of the
you've got a
cops, so the
very,
stars
very
are.
real
He's still at 5
problem here.
stars.
Bruce, how does this change for law enforcement?
And he's cooking with gas now. He's
If you're
going
back to
fast as
square one,
fuck, boy.
you're chasing a
Goddamn.
healthy vehicle, which has not been spike stripped, does not have any disabling factors, and you're basically chasing a new vehicle. So it's starting over.
But now, do you treat the suspects in this vehicle differently?
It's pretty funny because they have literally he's going through all of the most beater ass, shitty ass fucking SUVs he can. They went from a Chevy Avalanche to like, what is that, like a Mazda or some shit? Like, what's next, dude? He's gonna go into a fucking Kia Sorento. Wait, is this a Ford Escape? Yeah, he's gonna hit it in. He's gonna fucking swap it into a Jeep Cherokee to make to hit the trifecta of like dog shit SUVs.
You're right. The person just ran, and you could actually see that they were not taking a weapon. So now you see an aggressive move by one of law enforcement coming up quickly on the left of that SUV. That person now weaving in and out of traffic. Again, this is at La Brea and Arbor, and the suspect getting through
another shit ass road, by the way.
Navigating through
Watch
that
out.
congestion, and now again trying to elude authorities, and police are quickly back on this suspect, and we're coming through another green light, but turning on the right there and going down onto La Brea. So again, back in the same
Honda
general
Odyssey
area,
switch would be
passing
legendary. Yeah, he's just
another
hitting
little
like
minivan there
he's
on
hitting
the
all the
left
fucking most
into
dog
oncoming
shit
traffic
fucking
and
he's hitting all the most dog shit
aggressively trying to get away.
SUVs.
So it looked like that was an intersection of Tamarack and Kelso maybe, but it looks as if we're on Tamarack. So this suspect continues to blow through stop signs, which creates a real problem for anybody who might be driving that commute. Here at about 12:53, you see some people.
Bro,
just
LA,
out and
dude,
about.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
So lunchtime.
I'm gonna keep it at $150. This is not the worst part about LA commutes, okay? As someone who does LA commutes, almost every aspect of the Los Angeles commute is dog shit, okay? So when this happens, at least it's like a little fun. But like normal people drive like this too in Los Angeles, like pretty fucking bad. Yeah, for someone who lives in Los Angeles, like you're like, oh fuck, okay, well I guess that's the reason why all the fucking roads are closed. You know what I mean? It's like a fun distraction.
We're Manchester and South Prairie, and this suspect, high rate of speed, but the driver is not the suspect. They are now. They're part of this now.
They are now. They're part of the suspect. Yeah, they are now. It's true.
Of a Chevy truck. This vehicle, if you're just now joining us, backed up when the Chevy was disabled and got this person, picked up the suspect, and took him off. So we do have some word here that two suspects who bailed out earlier are now in custody. It says the driver carjacked a Mazda that they're still chasing.
Dr. K says hello with a raid. Thank you, Dr. K. Hope you had a good stream.
Chevy, they are in custody. They're called.
We're currently watching another
is a
high-speed chase
of this Mazda. It very
where there was a
possibly
car
could be, I
swap.
suppose, but Bruce,
It's an
when we were
attempted
watching
murder
it, I think you
suspect.
saw it as well. It looked to me like the Mazda backed up to pick up this
It
person.
did. The Mazda did back up.
Yeah, Philip, that's exactly what I saw when it
We
was
found his
rewrapped.
next target for a swap.
You know,
Oh
but
God.
they are
Oh
talking
Lord.
with
Oh
women
here.
and
Here's the swap. Here's the swap.
See if they are related or if they know this person, and they're going to sort through that pretty quickly. The good news is that you brought up the suspect in that vehicle is alone. There's not anybody else in that vehicle, which means law enforcement can be a little more aggressive.
Okay, so now you've seen there on the right what Bruce and I were talking about. This person running directly up to that vehicle that backed up to them. Now we, you know, our word here, some of our notes, they are calling it a carjacking. So I think to Bruce's point,
Wait, how would that be a carjacking? He was going backwards, bro.
The two people who are in custody are being called suspects, but they're also going.
Bro,
to that out
how
and
was that a
find out
fucking carjack? Oh, the first one was a carjacking, maybe.
victims. This now is a very interesting case. This Mazda SUV that is on the run, aggressively driving, and that is where the suspect jumped into the back seat of this vehicle when that vehicle had backed up and apparently had stopped to pick him up. But we're now seeing, going through stop signs, we're seeing law enforcement get right up on the back of this Mazda. So how they approach this is going to be very interesting. A quick right turn here, now into either a side street or a parking lot. There you've got somebody with their lunch going into their car. That's what makes this so scary for the general public, is that this could happen and be up on them so quickly here, just going about their business. It looks as if we're parallel to Manchester. Is that what we're hearing? Or yeah,
It's on South 3rd Avenue.
And now we're turning back onto Manchester in the opposite direction. So again,
I mean,
law
he has
enforcement
stayed relatively
right on
close
the
in
heels
the
of this
in the
vehicle.
West LA,
And
like
because
LAX
they
area.
are in that area, Bruce, they could possibly throw another spike strip with possibility, because they've stayed in the general area, correct? That would give them a chance to do it.
Yeah,
This is why we should make streets more walkable and shut down the roads. I mean, this is one aspect of it, certainly. There's truth to that.
You don't see the driver get out. You see the passenger open, but no one ever exits. So we might be back to square one with the driver and a suspect in the vehicle.
Oh, wait, he definitely Actually, there might even be more people, Bruce.
Yeah,
If
these
you
guys
look
are
at
so
the
dumb.
vehicle,
There's two
he
people
gets
in that
into
car
back.
in the
Now
front
watch
seat.
passenger
The
side
suspect
front
gets into the
open.
back seat. The driver is
So
in the
no
front
one
seat.
gets out
Someone
there.
opens and then
And
closes
then
the
the car
door.
drives away.
There's two people
So
in that
there
car in
could
the
be
front
two
seat.
people in the front.
How
and
do they
one in
not
the
see
back.
that?
That's what I would surmise from what I just watched, unless somehow maybe the driver had reached across and possibly opened the door and pulled it back. So now you've got the it looked like the passenger window is down. Either way, incredible what we watched in that moment, because Bruce, I have to admit, I thought the chase was about to end right at that spot. It looked as
Yeah,
if
well,
the
you thought
suspect was
wrong,
kind of
motherfucker.
pulling
These
over,
are
and this
these
was
are
going to be a
smart
standoff,
criminals, dude. They're
and then he
crimers.
jumped out and ran straight to that vehicle. Again, law enforcement is calling this a carjacking. We have to wait and see how that develops. But it does appear there could be at least 2, possibly 3 people in that vehicle. And
Those girls
driving
ran
into
away like
oncoming
civilians in
traffic
Commander
again.
and Command and Conquer
Bruce,
run away. That's an insane
I
reference,
assume
brother.
they would, again, we're back to square one, except now we know that that suspect is not carrying a rifle with them.
Right, and we are going to.
But what about the other 2
continually,
suspects that fucking
go
backed
with
in? They might have a
the
gun.
fact of him being armed and dangerous, and being a murder suspect also. But yeah, I think you're correct. I think there may be 2 or 3 people in that vehicle, possibly.
Which, again, with the tinted windows in the back, you know, once it reaches its end point, that creates a piece of the puzzle for law enforcement when they're trying to secure the vehicle, trying to clear the vehicle, trying to know what they're facing, because you don't really. Tell me the approach of law enforcement here, Bruce. You don't like the unknown when it comes to a standoff or engaging of a suspect. You like to know what you're facing.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, you want to control the situation, and you're controlling it, you're containing it, because you want to keep the unknowns from happening. However, the officers are going to have plan A, B, C, and D in this case when this finally ends.
I thought LA had a lot of
Our
traffic.
producer, as we're talking, I was
It
just
does.
told they were
LA has
surmising
traffic.
2
Notice
people in
how
the car, but is
when
that
he's
2
driving,
people in
there's
addition
traffic
to the
one way.
suspect, or is
LA
that
has a lot
2
of traffic.
people
It's
total?
just
Because
one
as
direction
Bruce and I were
always.
saying, it doesn't look
It's
as
never
if
in
it's
both
2 people
directions.
Total. It does appear.
It's also the best time for no traffic
we are
because it's
told
like
that
3 to
they are
4
approaching this
in
as 2
between
people in the car. Now you see
in
another,
between
move
1
here to try
p.m.
to go through
when
the
at the top of the hour there's a
traffic
3-minute ad
congestion,
break
getting into the turn lane,
all the way
going
until
around.
like
So
fucking
we'll figure
4
out the number
p.m.
of
I would
people in the
say.
car as we
It's
go
not
forward.
necessarily rush
That
hour,
seems an odd
so there won't be a lot of
circumstance,
traffic,
Bruce,
but there will be a
I'm
3-minute
gonna
ad
go
break
with-
here because at the top of
with
the
what
hour
they're
there's a 3-minute
saying
ad
on the
break.
scanner
If
and
you no
what
longer want to
authorities
see
are
those
saying is
ads,
possible.
ladies and gentlemen,
And
my
again,
sources
they're
are
calling
saying
this a
all you need to
carjacking.
do is subscribe
But
for
from
$5
our
or for free with a
perspective
Twitch
of it,
Prime. That's what they're
it was a
saying.
strange sequence of events to
By
watch the
connecting your
vehicle back
Amazon
up
Prime
and
account to your
somebody
Twitch account, you get
jump
1
in,
free Prime
and
subscription
very
a
possibly
month.
the suspect-
Use it
maybe-
on your
maybe the
favorite
driver was trying to get
broadcaster.
out of the
Hopefully that's
passenger
me.
side.
You can also
Maybe
get
that's what was
gifted a
happening,
sub.
Bruce, and the person
These
said,
sources
"Don't
are very
you dare get
credible.
back in
And
here
it's
drive."
Ben
But
Amore.
who
Thank you for
knows?
the 5
They're calling
gifted.
it carjacking. And
Dynamic
they're saying
Jab,
there are
thank you
2
for the
people in
5
the
gifted
vehicle,
as well.
but we'll say at
Allowing
least
10 people to
2
no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a
vehicle
3-minute
at
ad break
this
now.
point. See the vehicle once again. This Mazda SUV, once again, still near the airport, still driving in the same general
it's smart.
area.
It's smart for them to keep
And
fucking
did you
driving
see- that was an
near
aggressive
this
move by
area.
law enforcement to jump up because it looked as he was trying to make that right turn again.
Because
That
like
might have taken him
clearly,
in the direction
while
of
it
the airport.
cucks
So
our
now look at
content
it,
a little bit,
up onto the median, in the center of the vehicle, up
while
on
it cucks
the
our
road,
content
up
a
on the
little bit,
median,
it's
driving
smart for the
down
crimer
left
to do
turn
such a
lane.
thing
Here
because
we make a left turn
there's
right
very
there,
limited-
nearly hitting that vehicle,
there's
getting
very
control
limited
back into the left lane,
aerial coverage.
and making that right turn there. So whoever's driving
Whoop,
is driving
whoop, whoop, whoop,
aggressively
whoop,
to try to get away. Looks like they've now got into a parking structure of some sort. If that is the case.
Is it happening?
There he goes again. So they pulled into that.
Never
lot
mind.
and
He
came
didn't.
right
He
back
didn't
out.
pull
I
off.
thought
He didn't
maybe
pull
might be
off in
going
this one,
into a
dude.
building underneath.
He should have just gotten into the
But
parking
again,
structure and gotten a fucking
back
Kia
on the road,
Sorento.
trying to get away. And we again have high rates of speed here. And again, if you're just joining us, we want to let you know this is a somewhat difficult chase to watch from Air 7 HD because of the flight restrictions that are happening near LAX. Here we go. Now we're into oncoming traffic. People have the right of way. This person driving through the red light, a person there in the sidewalk, in the crosswalk, stopping for all the authorities, and now that person is stuck as the light gets ready to turn green. Here goes the Mazda SUV.
He's about to pull
trying
off
get
in this,
away
bro.
back, on regular driving side, back on the right side of the road, but showing a willingness to drive through congestion into oncoming traffic if necessary, and at one point up on the median that was dividing the two. Now that's interesting. Law enforcement getting on to oncoming traffic around the left turn lane to keep that person from going that direction. So Bruce, that's an example, it seems, of what you were talking about a moment ago. They are trying to get this person to go in a certain place.
Yeah, that's what I think we're seeing is they are requesting additional resources from other stations, maybe even other agencies under mutual aid.
Hurry up, bring the Tate can for another swap.
CLARENCE,
Dude, I can't. I don't have the Tate can any longer. I don't have it for, it's in the shop.
Deploy additional spike
I got fucking spike strip
That's the thing. If they can get
on my
spike
last
strips on
police
it,
escape.
Again, you start to reduce the possibility that this might keep going. You can control the speed of this chase, which we've seen so many times, sadly, how this can end when the speeds get high and the suspect has a complete disregard for other people. So now this person is still able to drive at high rates of speed, has shown a willingness to kind of force. Well, when it was the truck, when they were driving the truck,
I have to pee really quickly, and I think it'll be fine.
Through traffic, just bashed into and plowed through an intersection.
I gotta pee. I'll be back.
To be able to get to the spot.
I'm worried
where
though.
This carjacking occurred. So it was right before right here is what you're watching. Watch this. So the vehicle just plows through, and it was shortly after this.
I'm so fucking
maybe
worried.
They might have a disabled vehicle, and that this would end. And then that's when the suspects jumped out of the vehicle and one of them jumped into this Mazda that we're looking at here, this SUV. There were two women that jumped out of the truck. They have been taken into custody, whether they're being questioned, and we don't know their relationship to this person.
Not supposed to
This
burn. You
person
should see a
then
doctor
jumped
for that.
into this vehicle, and someone else is driving. So the murder suspect, we believe, is in the back seat of this vehicle. We did not see a rifle of any sort, but now the person is trying to navigate through and against the light and now into the turn lane, trying to get around that box truck, which he has done effectively with the help of the box truck pulling over. So now you're...
What are they doing?
Moving
Does the runner
through.
have a destination? Why would we know that? You think they would tell you? How would we know that? Do you think they would also openly admit they're like, yeah, we're going to this house right now?
Why Bruce believes that they are able to get resources.
I don't have burning. I'm just holding my
possibly
piss.
get
What
a
the
spike
fuck are you
strip out
talking
from
about?
them. But Bruce, if he's continuing to go through the same area, he'll probably see that police presence begin to build as well, yeah?
Yeah, that's correct. We saw that on a pursuit the other day on Channel 7, where they were just
I'm gonna pee. I'll be back.
with
It'll
law
be fine.
enforcement and were able to close off intersections, funneling the suspect vehicle into an area that they wanted.
Yeah, and if you funnel them into an area with with a cul-de-sac or with some sort of industrial complex, that's going to be much better. But every time he goes through an intersection, it just puts so many people at risk because this is a busy time of day out there. You've got a lot of folks driving around here at lunchtime, and so now you've got a guy willing to drive into oncoming traffic, potentially carjack this vehicle, alleged carjacking. It is possible. There you have another blocked intersection. Now on Manchester. So that's got to be an interesting thing in the vehicle. Every intersection that goes by when you might want to turn one direction and you can't because law enforcement's already there. Bruce, at what point does
Shut the fuck up. I was checking. I was literally checking. Don't shut up.
They did a U-turn right there. Just behind there it is.
Stop saying he died. I'm
U-turn,
checking. I know.
And here we are. Great camera work. So the suspect was able to do a U-turn, and you see them there now in the left lane again, driving up on to the median into oncoming traffic. There's a man carrying garbage out of the McDonald's, and here we are in this area. Now we've got another right turn into oncoming traffic. No, that's actually, I'm sorry, that is proper.
Is this
traffic
copyright
sign, but
free?
You can see he was weaving wide. I thought for a second there he was going to come across the lanes. So here we are on a street, looks like Main Street, coming up on 86th. So this suspect on a little bit of a street less traveled. So this, we don't know if this is an opportunity for a pit maneuver. We can't really see the speeds at this point. They look to be between 50 and 60 miles an hour.
He's going 50 miles, 40
into that
miles,
left turn
20
lane
miles.
and weaving a little bit. That might have been a spike strip. Bruce, is that probably what the suspect did?
Did he dodge it?
Traffic? Okay, so they.
Yeah, I think that's what they saw, and that's what the maneuver caused. So they
Damn,
are
bro, he
getting to the
fucking
slow
ripped
spots
it.
in and around that area.
And
The
now you
goat.
see going
Wait,
through
hold
a
on.
crosswalk there.
Did he actually hit it,
Wonder
though?
about school
That's huge.
parks and Areas of kids that are just out and about here on spring break. It's Good Friday. Now you see possibly another maneuver to avoid, but driving into the turn lane again at 98th Street and Main. Into the oncoming traffic lanes. Looks like there's some damage to the front of this vehicle too. So now we see on another side street, and it looks as if that was going to try to go down that.
That's crazy.
that
That's
alleyway
crazy.
there.
That's crazy.
So now
That's
we
crazy.
see trying
That's
to
crazy.
navigate a
He's
street
crazy.
that in many cases, you don't have room for two people to go by.
Oh,
because
look at him
you've got
fucking
so many people
passing through
parked
that
on the road, and it usually
trash
exchanges
truck. Oh
opportunities
my
for
lord.
Traffic to and fro. Now we've got another quick right turn going down a street, and it looks like they're approaching another main street here, which is going to Century. That's Century, crossing Century, and then making a left turn, and then now we're bound on Century, back onto one of the main streets there, and here we go again. But we've seen opportunity for law enforcement, and they have taken it to deploy spike strips here and there. At this point, the person has been able to avoid that. Bruce, I mean, again, we're still trying to figure out the relationship with the people in the vehicle. So they're probably going to gather that information as they can run the plates on this vehicle, yes? Oh, it looks. Have we lost Bruce?
No, I'm sorry. I lost you guys just for.
Okay, sorry about that. But again, same story as the first. You run the plates on the Chevy.
Pull up the
to find
police
out the
radio.
connection. You're going
Wait,
to run the plates
there's a
on this
police
Mazda
radio
as
site?
well, correct? And find out if there's a relationship here, if this indeed is a carjacking, because that's what it's called.
Bro, this is not a
Also,
carjacking.
you want to find out where the registered owner address comes back to, which may be in the area that we are at.
How do you see it? How do you see the police scanner? Someone link it to me.
We're told that this is a female driver, which there were two women that got out of the Chevy. So if this is another carjacking, then he has carjacked another female as he did before, or unless those were allies. And so now we are about to see
That's the
what
South
goes on
LAPD
with
South
this one.
Bureau?
Again, driving in the same general area, murder suspect in pursuit or being pursued by LAPD, coming up on a red light here, slowing down for this intersection, which is good. But here we go, around the bus. And
Bro, this shit is awful
continuing
comms,
on
dude. They're not
forward.
calming
So-
right.
At least
Yeah, they're
approaching
not
the
calming right
intersections
at
with
all.
some
This
caution,
sucks.
But still driving in the lane. Trying to see if that front passenger seat is a person in a white T-shirt, or if that may be something just.
They're not
laying,
calming well, dude.
There on. You see some hand movements.
And they're doing
some,
comms abuse.
gesturing
Fuck the LAPD,
by the
dude.
person who's driving.
They're doing-
Yeah, it
they're
looks
doing
like
comms abuse,
there is a
dude. They just
person in the
fucking-
front seat. And if I'm remembering correctly, the person who was on the run.
Hope
was
they get banned by
wearing
Riot,
T-shirts,
honestly.
yes?
That's a VAC
I
ban.
can't remember if they were wearing a white T-shirt. I remember they had dark hair. So maybe if we happen to see that as this vehicle got carjacked, but you see some hand movements there by the person driving. You see someone in the front seat.
Yes, there's two
And
people in the
when we
front seat.
re-rack, we'll see
What is
exactly
wrong
what
with
the
these
person's
fucking
wearing.
newscasters? The door didn't magically open and close by a fucking ghost. Yes, of course there's two people in the front seat. You saw the door open and close. You saw the passenger door open and close in the front seat. What the fuck?
Yeah, Philip, that's a great observation, and I would concur with that. As the suspect was wearing all black, he got in the rear, so you have a driver, a passenger.
The driver's
and
on the
rear
phone. What
passenger
the
is
fuck?
suspect. So I think
He's
that does
he's
kind
taking
of
his hands off the
force law
wheels.
enforcement to be not as aggressive as a solo vehicle suspect.
Well, you also have a person on the phone. So you have the driver, who is said to be a woman, on the phone. And if perchance, if Mike and your conjecture is true, that somehow the person in black contacted this person and they picked him up, then this person could potentially make a phone call for another exchange.
Oh my God! If they
this person have
swap
vehicle
another,
to get out of
that's
there,
so
because as
sick.
we've all seen, when you stay in the same community, wow, a person on a bicycle nearly hit by the Mazda coming through there, and there's a pedestrian right underneath Air 7 as this person is driving through. So the general public is at risk with this driver. But we don't know what's going on.
I don't like to place the blame on random shit for crime other than material conditions, right? But I'm gonna keep it $150. This is entirely Rockstar's fault.
Murder suspect.
Release Grand Theft Auto 6. We know you're working on it at this point. Come on, pick up the fucking pace. The more time you spend on Grand Theft Auto 5 and like the more fucking money you generate off Grand Theft Auto 5, the more crime will keep happening in the streets of Los Angeles. We need to fucking diminish crime in the real world by making everybody do crime on GTA 6 instead.
Now we see this.
Rockstar has blood on its hands.
You have to assume that there's the possibility this might happen again.
Yeah, Philip, you're 100% correct. The other thing, too, which might be happening, is maybe they're trying to negotiate a surrender. This could be a relative who isn't the murder suspect, and this could be a mom or an aunt or a sister. Who's
what?
saying,
No, dude. What mom is whipping the fucking...
We want to stop. We want to surrender, but we want no harm to come to our relative.
Okay, well, now we're approaching the 105
Bro, they're making it seem like this mom is whipping the fucking Hyundai, dude.
Chase that we've watched,
no mom is out. No auntie's out here whipping the Subi. Okay.
They've continued to drive surface streets.
This analysis
near
is
the
ridiculous.
Airport. Okay, now the person to be off the phone. Both hands on the wheel that you can see there. But that could mean the cell phone was handed off to somebody else. Bruce, you make a great point.
Ads, dude. Fucking
L
ads.
But this is where we want to do it. This is how we want to do it. It could be anything. And it could also be, hey, I want to help in this other way. We just don't know. And that it's just an odd chase, Bruce, in that we thought it was almost over. And usually, Bruce, when we see a carjacking, there is some manner of resistance by the person being carjacked. Here we go, into oncoming traffic, through another intersection, and back on the move again without hitting anything. That's good. But usually there's some manner of resistance, whether it's I opened the driver's side door and tried to get out or something. And that's what was unusual to me about this, is that the only
Would your mom
door that
save you?
opened was
No.
the passenger door. The suspect jumped into the rear of this
Why does this
vehicle,
keep happening,
and
dude?
without anything, the passenger side closed. We saw the two women running away from the Chevy truck. That's usually the behavior of somebody who is being carjacked, is they just want out of that vehicle and they might run away. So it's very odd to me to have seen what we saw, where there was no resistance at all from the people inside the vehicle. They stayed there. This person ran straight to the back seat.
Clear comms. Clear comms.
Got it. Didn't open the front door and try to pull the person out. Jumped in the back, and the passenger side door opened briefly and then shuts, and nobody even made an attempt to get out of that vehicle as those two women ran straight by.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Those
Back
two
left
women
tire is
have
looking a
been,
little fucking
detained by
dingy.
authorities, and now we're looking at what authorities are calling a carjacking, but looked nothing like any carjacking we've ever witnessed here before.
Bro,
So now
you
we
are
see this
dumb if
Mazda
you think that
going
is a
into the right
carjacking.
shoulder,
This is the most
driving,
consensual
across
carjacking I've
railroad
ever seen in my
tracks,
life.
Getting around any congestion in front. And again, here we go through an intersection, trying to make a decision to go right or left. Basically, it's just navigating those intersections. If I could have our producer say what they said in the
Are
mail
all
one more
this
time.
man's passengers BBWs? This man is the
Okay, so
Riz
that's
Lord,
Imperial
dude.
and San Pedro is the road
Okay,
that we're
he
on.
is the Riz
So
Lord.
Imperial is the
BBWs
road.
in the first car,
That
BBWs in the
is,
second car. That's
a pretty
this
easy
is
road to drive.
like
So we're
a
getting really good
Manson
look
family
into,
type situation with
the
exclusively
driver who is
BBWs.
navigating this, and we can see the white t-shirt person to her right. We cannot see into the back seat. That is where we believe the murder suspect jumped into the vehicle out after running away from the truck. So Bruce, this is at this point kind of just another chase at this point. And officers are just trying to find a way to navigate them into where they can disable this vehicle, huh?
Yeah, that's correct. You know, Imperial Highway is a multi-lane east-west street, mostly a commercial area. And as they continue further east,
Why is no police car in front of them stopping the car?
Sheriff's territory,
dangerous.
PD, maybe Vernon, and you know,
in a lot of instances, they don't just like fucking try to knock the car out.
What jurisdictional area?
Because it would be very dangerous because there's like other cars around.
We've ever seen.
There's other
people, like you said,
there's other people around. When you get into a car accident,
try to get out of the way. But
there's a lot of uncontrollable things.
And they let this person get into the rear seat with no objections.
Well, we now have a flat tire, Bruce. We've got the rear back tire.
Called it. Oh, they might
air.
not have been able to dodge that fucking. Oh, dude.
7 HD. Well, that was a little bit of a. We can get a.
They also think he has a gun. That's another reason why they won't do a pit, because they don't want to get shot.
Is flat.
But the back left wheel, as I called it earlier, is unfortunately looking. It was looking hurt, and it is flat now. Not as devastating as the front. Not as devastating as the front. Obviously, you can still maneuver around with a rear tire that's flat, because remember what happened in the second car. When you move the fucking wheels around, when you move the tire around, if it's on a fucking rim, if it's on a rim, it will cook the rim. It'll melt the rim eventually if it gets stuck sideways, which is precisely what happened. So as long as they keep the two front wheels going.
In our mind, I've got to think that authorities are not going to take for granted that it's been disabled. I would think that they will be very well prepared and ready in the event that this vehicle does stop, because it's happened once.
This is why you never jack newer SUVs.
From
why?
One vehicle to another. And we've seen the driver of this vehicle on the phone. So now we're about to see how long this Mazda will be able to run with a disabled rear left tire, just running a red light there. But it's a little less dangerous at this speed, Bruce, because not only is it you're not going through there so with such surprising appearance to oncoming traffic, but you have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 police cars. You've got to think the commuters know now what's happening, because lights and sirens in that neighborhood are going to be resounding. And so
yeah, bro, that ain't going to stop people from fucking driving around, though.
Turn, and they're now off of that. That was Imperial Highway, I believe. And now they've moved on to one of the side streets as well.
Why do we need 7 cars for this? What do you mean? I mean,
or in that
bro, have you never seen the Los Angeles Police Department burns through $8 million a day, okay? They send like 3 cars through a random fucking traffic stop. Of course they're going to send 7 cars on a goddamn chase, dude. Are you kidding me? This is the one instance where like it's valid to have that many fucking cars.
More and more often we're seeing law enforcement at an intersection in front of them, and so that means they see it too.
Yeah, what they're doing is they're letting, it's more of a public safety issue also, to block the intersection, to allow the suspect vehicle and the parade of police cars to get through safely, in addition to also funneling them into an area they want them to be at.
And right now, one of the reasons they wanted to funnel him in a place
if she
is so
gets an ambulance in that convoy,
clearly
she's officially the sitting president.
Avoided a couple. But did not avoid all, because one of them has flattened the rear tire. And so it might have even
TikTok.
Bruce, when on one of those
TikTok is about to go crazy when they find out about that.
That struck me as odd that it was able to disable the rear wheel.
Great callback.
Not the front. But it's possible, I suppose, that when she swerved to miss, that she didn't miss it on the back end, and that's what disabled that back tire. Does that happen frequently?
Right. Yeah. Also, when you have a spike strip like this, it's a tack strip. It's actually 3 parts that will, as you throw it out. So you also have to retract it quick enough so you don't flatten the tires of the police vehicles in the pursuit. I actually had that once on a robbery suspect where I couldn't get it out of the way in time, and a police vehicle rolled over it and got 4 flat tires.
That's awesome.
So it's a real tricky maneuver.
He
Well,
fucking flipped his own homie, dude. That's great. He spike stripped his own guy.
Officers ran over it and disabled that vehicle when they had called out SWAT special enforcement or sheriff special enforcement and had the suspect with the tear gas. So that was quite the day. And then now we have this, which is a very unusual situation. We don't know the relationship of the people in the vehicle, if it is a carjacking or if it was an assist. We, again, were watching a chase we thought was nearly over when a Chevy truck had plowed through an intersection with basically no front wheel. It was perpendicular to its way of travel. The wheel was about to fall off and collapse, but they were able to plow through an intersection.
Dude, that
and
was
get
fucking
forward
insane.
Enough that when they pulled over,
Like
they found
that
the
was actually
spot
pretty
to
wild.
stop
They
the
hit an Audi
suspect
TT
and
too,
the
which kind
other
of sucks.
people
You
in the
got imagine getting
vehicle
fucking
jumped out at that
rear-ended
point. This is on the right where we saw it. They jumped
in your
out
sports
and
car.
took off running. The 2 women run down the alley. The 1 man jumped into
Was
the
that
back
a
of this
R8?
vehicle, and that's when the Mazda
Ooh,
took off.
that's so much
we
worse.
believe there are 3 people in that vehicle. Bruce Thomas
Oh,
and I
that's
believe
so.
that.
Oh, fuck,
Now
that's like a
we're seeing the suspect
expensive
live
ass
drive
car
through an
too.
intersection
God
against the light.
damn.
So that was an intersection that officers were not able to get to. They can't get to all of them, Bruce. Do they just decide we're going to pick one that we can throw a spike
Does
strip
the city
down so it
cover
doesn't
damages
affect
of the Audi? I don't know how that works.
other traffic, and they just kind of, like you said, maneuver them to that place because they can't throw it down at every single intersection.
No, you don't have those resources.
If he
It's
stole the
kind of a
R8, there's
myth.
no way. It's
like, okay,
GG's.
this guy is driving eastbound.
If he stole the
Imperial
the
Highway.
R8,
Any units on
it would have been
Imperial
fucking
Highway,
Jover, dude.
Back up where you are, or maybe you're
You ain't
ahead,
getting
maybe
you're
behind,
not getting caught by
and
the
you have
cops
a
after that.
spike
Remember
strip,
the fucking
maybe you
Beamer
can
and the
deploy it.
Benz?
But
And
everybody
announce that
doesn't
on
carry one,
video,
huh?
too. No, that's correct. We just don't have the resources.
Bro,
for
this
that.
thing is
Okay.
going though,
So
even with a
anyway,
flat.
And again, another part of this is since
Told
the
you.
suspect stays in the general area, officers are able to block intersections and maybe not throw down spike strips, but certainly protect the general public as they can because of this particular driver who now goes through another intersection against the flow of traffic, did not have the right of way, drove through that intersection on a flat tire. The best news of this pursuit, per se, is that this person is not able to go at the rates of speed
Dude.
they were going earlier.
Saying that like Los Angeles PD does not have the resources for anything is so stupid. They have the resources to fight like global wars, okay? Like their resources are the equivalent of like, I don't know, the 14th most expensive military on the planet. Like, shut the fuck up. God damn, dude.
Area of LAX, but they did a U-turn, went back the general direction, and we haven't seen that opportunity again. It did seem at one point that the suspect driving right now, the person driving right now, might have had that as an idea, but officers quickly closed the gap.
I'm
and
waiting
kept
for
them
the next
from being
swap,
able to get
which is
anywhere near the
inevitable.
terminal.
It's
Now
gonna
you
happen.
see, again, that left
next
rear
swap.
tire starting to show some further damage, really not the smooth finish that you would normally see on a tire. So clearly it loses its air slowly and it's lost it all. Now you're starting to see parts of the vehicle or something being thrown out of the vehicle. So now you have the passenger side window is cracked. We saw the driver's side window all the way down. This person now driving into the left turn lane to get around and then back into its regular lanes, splitting the two lanes here. Now you see vehicles in front starting to pull over smartly and get out of the way. But you have law enforcement, heavy LAPD.
Does all of LA
presence
look the
right
same,
behind this
or are they
vehicle.
going in circles?
And,
It's both.
But we do have a high felony suspect, murder suspect in that vehicle. and
I'm getting
they are
reports
not
from
going to
High
just back
Vis that
off
the
and let this
firearm
person
was
go. So
not
here we are.
recovered from the other
Into
vehicle.
oncoming traffic, that person
So the
trying to
police
make a
are
left
speculating
turn.
that he might have
There's
actually
a
taken
person
the-
using
the-
one of the scooters trying to cross the road.
That's
with no
crazy.
idea what's happening.
He might have
Again,
taken
Bruce, that's
the
kind of thing
the
I'm
gun
talking
with
about.
him.
When they go through there with a flattened tire, it makes it a lot safer for everybody.
Yeah, it does, because it decreases their speed. Also, as you get into these
We have gray
residential
names on the
streets,
ground.
Some schools are still in session. Some only have half days. So the population is more out and about, which creates another issue for law enforcement with this pursuit.
Yeah, certainly with the Good Friday, a lot of schools, even if they are in session, will it be out today? When I say that, I mean maybe they were in session until yesterday, now you've got, and you've got kids there on the right waving to the person who is.
I've been
trying
playing
to-
One Piece
is
this
leading
entire
police
time.
on this chase. But again, you can take a look at that back rear tire, and you see it is down. It is completely flat. The front tires are okay, but if this is a rear-wheel drive vehicle, it's going to be difficult to continue moving forward as soon as the rubber completely goes off of that vehicle. The steering of it, Bruce, will be a lot easier with the tires on the front, but you'll start trying to accelerate, and it'll just make the rim disintegrate that much faster on that rear wheel if it starts spinning on concrete once the metal gets to the asphalt.
Yeah, the spike strips are designed, they have like little mini, I'll call them straws for a better description. They break off and embed themselves into the tire, and it slowly allows the tire to deflate and ultimately disintegrate like we've seen, and then they're riding on rims. So it's also a safety issue that it doesn't deflate the tire right away, but it just takes time.
Well, I noticed that the driver had her arm out the window. I couldn't tell if she got behind the tree. I couldn't tell if she was dropping something. Okay, so she did. We're told that she dropped the bag, and now again you'll see some hand movements there by the driver. And so officers will stop and pick up whatever that bag was, and they will look.
Genuine question: what do the people feel that's gonna happen?
That might help in that circumstance, Bruce, when they drop some bag out of the window.
Maybe there's a wallet in there. Maybe there's an ID with a valid address on it. Maybe that gives the officers some idea.
They think that they're going to get away.
We're not going to where the registered owner is. We're going to maybe this person's address.
That's
to
it.
Wait there ultimately, and maybe they're within this area, that the geographic area where the suspect's been driving.
So the suspect.
Philip.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Philip. As we've seen in these.
So one of the shows, it's about glory. Yeah, dude, that's what it's about.
And they just go on forever because the suspects don't know where to go. They feel trapped. They don't want to just pull over and surrender. They want their last 5 minutes of freedom.
Well, and this suspect has been now on the run for over an hour. This vehicle, probably 30 minutes or so. So we've had two vehicles involved in one pursuit of a murder suspect. And as Bruce mentioned, they're feeling trapped. This person is feeling trapped not only because of the heavy police presence behind, but Bruce, if you're a murder suspect and you're either out on bail or whatever, how will this affect your ability to get bail? I mean, you've now shown you are. It doesn't matter what the bail is. This person might be held in custody, and they're going to stay there until trial.
No, that's not right.
Yeah, typically.
Reporters on the ground are telling me that Los Angeles is pro-crime with a pro-crime district attorney, similar to Alvin Bragg, and a pro-crime governor. That's right, Gavin Newsom, the gruesome Newsom. And therefore, the suspect will be out on bail immediately.
Tri-pit maneuvers to say, hey, we're not going anywhere, so pull over. Let's end this thing.
These liberal courts are not going to convict these people. They will allow them to roam free. Free to do the crimes again.
That is probably Hoover. Is that, or if anybody can hear where that street is. But anyway,
they're going to make the suspect mayor. That's how it works in Los Angeles.
One more time. Okay,
the better you are at crime, the
of
higher
pursuit
ranked you
here.
are
You
in
see
government.
That's the weaving, trying to get away, but we do think that might be where they got the spike strip at least into the rear tire. As Bruce said, just a slow, steady leak of air, and so now the person that is driving this vehicle has now you see the rubber starting to come off the back. If you look at the
it don't matter
rear wheel on this vehicle, if we get a chance,
it don't matter.
You'll see that the rubber is just.
If this is all-wheel drive or front-wheel drive,
okay, the rubber
I can't. I don't know if this car is either, but
so you can see
the main problem with the fucking wheel pop,
if you can imagine,
in a situation like this, obviously it cooks you, but as long as you don't have to turn it, it will keep them going for a while.
Cause damage to the back of that vehicle, and can't really tell there how much is there, but that's got to be unsettling, Bruce, inside the vehicle to start hearing, oh, okay, there's a lot of rubber that came off. So now you have pretty much nothing on that rear tire. If they did,
if the wheel breaks down the brake rotor,
it's a lot easier.
if the wheel breaks down to the brake rotor, they're fucked.
Yes?
Yeah,
but it's nowhere near as damaging as it's nowhere near as damaging as like losing the front wheel. You lose your front wheel, you need to turn, you're fucking cooked. You can't turn too much. If you turn and you have your wheel stuck, it starts grinding the rims as you saw in the first car, and it will burn through it, making the car unusable.
Vendors there on the sidewalks, and you're wanting to pick the proper place if you do try that. And of course, part of this is that this is called a carjacking right now. So if
I don't know why they're considering this a carjacking, because it very clearly is not.
Maybe they know the relationship of all those involved. Maybe it is still a carjacking. It did not appear as if it was to us. That is what law enforcement is calling it. So we believe there are.
They might have stolen the second car.
They have refused to pull over.
They might have. I suspect like the most is like they fucking stole the second car.
Go up onto the median to try to avoid traffic. Now we see again driving into oncoming traffic in the left turn lane, and now going through an intersection, breaking up a little bit. Can't tell if they had the green light, but they still went through without stopping. A little cautionary, but part of the caution is due to the instability of the vehicle. The driver cannot control this vehicle as if it were a perfectly good car. That was a recharged car. Is that what you called it? What would you call it at the beginning, Bruce, when they jumped out of the disabled vehicle and jumped into this one? They had a new vehicle, so to speak.
Yeah, it was basically starting a pursuit from square one. You know, Philip, what's interesting is with the first vehicle, they stayed around the Westchester, LAX area. With the second vehicle, they've gone further north toward the downtown area, south of that. So that leads me to believe that this whole thing may have taken place in that area.
Bro, you fucking hope that those cops don't have. You best believe those cops get one of those fucking power-ups, dude. It's over.
Generally speaking,
they're gonna be tossing turtle shells everywhere, left and right, dude.
The person likes to get into familiar space in the sense that maybe they think they.
Yeah, he needs to get to a paint and spray before
to a place that they know. So maybe this driver has.
He needs to get to a paint and spray before he gets blue shelled.
Familiar with, or it's possible that the suspect has forced them to go, but it's still, you know, it's still so risky for the community, and it's difficult. They speeding up a little bit.
For people who are saying, why don't the cops just ram into him? Bro, these are all residential neighborhoods. Even the Los Angeles. First of all, he hasn't killed a cop. If he had killed a cop, they would have already riddled him with bullets, regardless of. Whoa! Goddamn, near miss. Oh my God, there was a dude walking. They would have literally fucking unloaded into him if he had killed the cop. This is just a murder suspect. So that's the reason why they're not like as aggressive. And secondly, even LA cops who are gung-ho have the wherewithal to understand that it's probably not the best idea to fucking, you know, get into a major car accident in a crowded side street. You know what I mean?
Here navigating through a space, and even though our signal was breaking up a little bit, we saw two pedestrians in the crosswalk.
When Chris Dorner was on the chase, they literally shot into a random pickup truck, hundreds of bullets into a random pickup truck of a mom and daughter that used to deliver newspapers. They luckily survived
because it's not been on the freeway. It's been on side streets.
But like, I'm just telling you that story to give you a better understanding of like how cops operate when one of their own is shot at.
Beyond the worry for law enforcement, because they are chasing a murder suspect, which initially we thought they might have a rifle, but it's to the community because this person. Oh wow.
There's humps coming up. You see that? Pulling
off of Vermont. Now you've got a couple more speed bumps in front. So yeah, it has always been, along with this chase, a danger to the community, Bruce, because it's just there's just so many people out and about, and this.
Those are some big ass humps too. He can't be going too fast.
And Philip, that is part of the pursuit policies of all departments. They have to give certain factors to the watch commander, who ultimately makes the decision to end this pursuit, cancel it, or let it go. You know, one of the conditions they ask for is road and traffic. What are the speeds? And they're, you know, if the speeds get too high, it's not worth it. If the speed
Looking like a police escort, yeah. That's why the chatter said if there was an ambulance in that police escort, it would be this person would be the president. That's how that works.
And with the presence of everyone.
Cops are trained to limit property damage because the damages come out of their budget. It's not because it's dangerous. It's because they'd have to pay for it. I mean, yeah, that too.
Until the car comes to a stop on their own, because it did seem as if there were a couple of opportunities there where there were.
All right, we'll go to something a little bit more serious for now.
This person, but they seem right now to be content to stand right behind and just let this thing play out. Does that tell us anything?
You know, I think maybe law enforcement realizes this is not going to end in any way, shape, or form quickly. So we're just going to have to stay behind and let this play out, whichever way it goes. They're not going to disappear from the pursuit. It's not going to go into a traffic stop.
Right, they can't because it's a murder suspect. Yeah.
Correct. You're looking at probably the highest rate felony that there is out there. But in this case, they're chasing a carjacking suspect who is possibly still armed and dangerous, so they cannot allow this person to be out and about in the public.
Yeah, if this is a carjacking, that could potentially be two carjackings, because you know we don't know the relationship with the two women we saw get out of the truck.
Fuck.
But if they weren't allies, they were carjacked likely. So there's a litany of charges that are involved with.
Like right now, they're going 10 miles. They can easily stop them. No.
Mazda. But
bro, there's like
what kind of charges are
okay.
potentially
Here's a couple
facing
things.
anybody?
They think the suspect has guns. Okay, so they don't want to get into a fucking shootout in a neighborhood. Okay, they don't want to die. That's one thing. Cops care about their own lives and their own safety more than anything else. So first and foremost, they don't want to get fucking shot. So that's number one. Number two, it's a crowded neighborhood, so they don't want to like try and push a car crash in the middle of a crowded fucking neighborhood. It's in their best interest to wait it out, especially now that like people are running up to the street. What the fuck are they doing? Dude, that's so LA. Boomer streamer Hasan, what? Are you okay? The car in the front is the suspect. Why is the heli so far away? Did I miss something? No.
Directly there, the two women kept running by, and it was almost as if
you didn't miss anything.
The passenger side was opened. Hey, you can
it's
get
just
in.
That it's just that they're near LAX,
to get in that
so
side, and they did.
They can't fly everywhere.
This person immediately drove away without hesitation, Bruce. To me, that was also an indication that this person was involved, because they drove away, and they drove away with aggression.
Yeah, you know, Philip, I'm going to use my vast years of law enforcement experience, and you're using your standard issues of deduction.
Fox is still on it.
Carjacking. I think in this case, law enforcement calls it that, but I don't think that's what transpired.
Well, what we're watching,
they're having a hard time.
Is before
they don't have eyes on the
was disabled.
They don't have
They
eyes
were
on the
this is the
suspect
kind of
because
aggressive
it's like
driving
going
Bruce and I were
through
talking
side
about,
streets that are
making a U-turn,
hard to
driving into left turn lane,
grab.
running around that box truck. Look at this, weaving in and out here. There were a couple of times where they almost hit and then maybe did hit. There is some damage to the vehicle. Eventually, this person was, I believe it was on Imperial. And Bruce had pointed out that when the spike strip went out, and
But yeah, they are near LAX, so they can't just like fly.
Tried to avoid it. Here it is. They tried to avoid a spike strip, but we think it's at that point that when you pull that spike strip back so that law enforcement doesn't hit it, it sometimes gets the back tire, and we think that maybe
that is a spike strip. Yeah,
along the way. It could have been, maybe, Bruce, are there officers on both sides of the road? Maybe they threw one from our right on the screen, and so that's how it got the back tire. But do they throw it from both sides or just one?
Yeah, that's entirely possible. I mean, typically, if there is a medium, you're going to, obviously the vehicle's going to be on one side or the other. But in a wide open street, they may have deployed 2 spike strips, forcing the suspect to at least run over one of them. And in this case, the spike strip may have gotten that rear
Bro, this is such a
wheel.
fucking weird ass way to try and
on the left
grab.
Side of your screen now, that is our second helicopter. Air 7 HD is back with us as we had to refuel one and continue the pursuit. So you see, we're trying to find it again as we continue to look at some of the video there on the right. But we'll get Air 7 back up over this, and we'll get an updated look at where this is. But we've got to believe that it's not going to be long before.
Okay, it's coming up. It's coming up. They're back.
Faces the same fate as the
LAX, I
Chevy
think it's Class B
truck,
airspace, so the
in
helicopter
that
would be
the rubber
limited in
was
the
pretty
altitude
much
that it can
off
travel in
the
the
wheel. So now we
airspace. It
see
makes
law
sense.
enforcement there live, and we'll probably
Okay,
see
they're
the
back.
vehicle coming up here just any moment. But the fate is going to be the same because the rubber is gone from the rear wheel of the Mazda. So now you see them coming right into oncoming traffic, and the good news is that people have stopped at that intersection, but now they've made the turn and they are back on the road. And you'll see the heavy police presence. Everybody will be smart enough to just stop at that intersection. Bruce has made mention of it, and it is to be noted that at this speed, it's a lot better with the disabled vehicle because they're not going through those intersections as quickly and as dangerously.
A great
as they
ad
were
for Mazda.
earlier.
Oh, 100p.
Once we get over it, you'll be able to not have quite the obstruction from the buildings. But again, we have a murder suspect here, and
we're looking for
going to take
a
back
third
and just track this.
vehicle.
They are going.
Chat,
Bruce says they are
be on
going
the
to
lookout
stay on
for
this.
potentially a third
So, yeah,
vehicle
Bruce, we're being told now
that
he's in
they
the back
might
seat, but we
swap
kinda saw him.
into.
We saw him back there, and somebody's in the front seat with a white T-shirt.
Okay?
Yeah,
That is what
Philip,
is
looking
the
at that
inevitability
footage
here.
again, it's
Judging
almost
by
like
how they've
they were
operated
opening
so
the front
far,
passenger door,
the expectation
maybe
is
for
that
those
they
2
might
women that
get
were running
into
by.
a
Yeah, that's kinda
third
what I was
vehicle,
wondering. And then they just kept
another
running.
swap. They already did the first
Yeah,
swap, as
I
you can
think
see
when we
here.
Look at it one more time. That person in the passenger seat opens the door right there, and then realized no. And again, that's conjecture.
The immaculate
Bruce, we're not,
Friday vibes
this
are
is
on
just,
point.
You know, looking at video, and this is not. They're not accused. The driver right now of the Mazda is considered, according to law enforcement, a carjacking. It's a carjacking situation, but you know, that doesn't necessarily stop them from. You know, they have to approach this vehicle as if those might be allies.
Fox's
don't they?
pursuit is ass, dude.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know,
How the fuck
I'm
do
looking
people
at the
watch
thing
Fox
you're looking
News?
at, and it just doesn't have the issue of a carjacking situation. It may
Wait,
be,
they're saying
and
that
they're
the
gonna treat it as that
primary
until they
suspect
know
in the
for
back
sure it's
has
not.
tattoos on face.
But you're also going to treat everybody in that vehicle as a potential hostage also when the terminus of this pursuit happens.
And so now we're actually able to see the vehicle driving there by the Food for Less with.
I don't know what the fuck is up.
Western. And again, Bruce, as you mentioned,
I don't
heading
know
right back to the 105, kind of going
what
back
the hell
to the
is
area,
going on
that they
with
have been
the
in,
patchiness of the
they're
video
moving north,
footage.
as you mentioned. They're moving
It's
a little
just
further
like
north,
no
of the
one can
airport,
escape
but they've approached the 105
how
several
absolutely
times, just
dog
never gotten
shit
on it.
LAISPs are.
Yeah, they may be trying to go, maybe this person
You
really
cannot
doesn't know where
escape
they're
it.
going,
It does
and they're
not
trying to
matter.
get back to that
You
Westchester
can
area.
never escape how bad it is.
So you could see that. You could see the difficulty of that back wheel. I mean, it's it's gone for the most part. But here we are at 1:47. You're watching Eyewitness News. We have broken into coverage of this pursuit, which has been going on since we've been covering it since about 12.
They defunded the police. This is not a police helicopter.
There have been a couple of
This is a news
instances
helicopter.
where the suspect, whether in this vehicle or another, ran into people. But this part of the chase
third
began
vehicle cannot
when
be a
the suspect,
Taycan. Unfortunately,
which
my
is, we
Taycan is
believe,
in the
currently
shop
in
at the
back
moment.
seat, a murder suspect currently in the back seat jumped into this vehicle after the Chevy truck that the suspect was in became disabled and took off with whoever is in that vehicle. And as Bruce mentioned,
Bro, we're watching a murder escape live on TV. No, they're murder attempted murder suspect.
Potential allies. You see another person coming out, taking.
Bro, look at this guy.
There,
look at him. He's just fucking. He's got the. He's just filming, bro. Everybody in LA.
You can see it coming.
Everyone in LA is like, oh, look at that.
Bruce,
another fucking.
Everybody in the neighborhood is going
another
to know
police chase.
This is happening because it's staying in the neighborhood, and I've got to think it's quite loud with all law enforcement behind this person.
Yeah, not just law enforcement, but you have air law enforcement, you have media helicopters. So there's a whole package that's going along with this pursuit. And people on social media, it's being put out.
Cringe talk vids of you. It was so bad I had to come to the live. What do you mean?
Wow.
Obviously, we don't advise that for safety's sake, but it's human nature.
So here we go now, crossing the median in Gardena area and then back over. And so now you have the suspect again driving into oncoming traffic. You see a couple of pickup trucks on the other side moving out of the way. Bruce, when I see a law enforcement officer follow the vehicle into oncoming traffic, is that to maybe alert people ahead? Because maybe the lights and sirens are easier to see. Why? Or is it a tactic so they can, if they make a left turn, they can stay on them? Why would officers do that as well?
It's multifold, as you're touching on. One, whenever you're driving code 3 with lights and siren, you do have to obey the vehicle code. However, you are given latitude to be on the wrong side of the road when you can do so safely, as it does shield the officers.
This is a big one. This is a big intersection.
Fiduciary.
Oh, he stopped him.
However, also, it is to keep the suspect with.
This has to be officially one of the longest chases of all that we've ever watched on this broadcast.
Safe, and we're doing it as safely as we can, but it's also maybe to, as you said, alert on.
Send out the tanks as 5 stars.
Lights, flashing blue, flashing red.
Maybe
you hear that siren. That's just the way sound works. So that's probably what.
Also, the driver is a woman. I keep saying he stopped him, but actually it's a she stopped him situation.
I'm shocked that this person is able
That's
to
right.
continue maneuvering.
We have a real girl boss
as possible here, but there is no rubber on that back tire. There, you saw law enforcement at another intersection that this person went through. So it is certainly possible.
So shouts out to the top G who says women can't be good drivers. Turns out Top G was wrong. This female has been driving her ass off the entire time. 2023 is the year of women. Females are driving. They are making incredible getaway drivers. Better than Top G.
To this point, but they're certainly still right behind. So now we're going into the left turn lane, passing suspect.
If she had a Bugatti, this would be over.
Redondo Beach Boulevard, passing on the right for somebody who wanted to turn right. Now back over into the left turn lane to go through an intersection. So here we go, and it's dangerous in the sense that there's no rubber on the back tire. Now, they'll be able to steer better, but they won't be able to have their forward momentum as controlled as normal. But again,
thank you for stealing my joke from like 20 minutes ago, my man. Yeah, I totally read it, thought about it for 20 minutes, thought that it would be the perfect time to deploy this joke.
Switching back over and not going into that left turn lane. So it looks as if when they approach the intersections, Bruce, it's just they'll do whatever they need to do to get through the intersection and not have to stop.
Yeah, that's correct. What we haven't seen are some police vehicles trying to get ahead of this. to deploy a spike strip. You're
Yeah,
on a
no,
nice,
they did a
even
car swap.
course
Chatters who are
of a
just
street
tuning
that, they
in
seem
right
to be
now,
straight on.
this is
So
after
I'm
a
surprised
car
we haven't
swap.
seen that yet, but they may be coordinating
The
that.
Chevy
You get some
Avalanche
additional spike
lost
strips down,
its front
maybe
tire.
hoping that spike strip can lock up into the wheel
Top
well
sheet.
area and disable this vehicle quickly.
Oh, we saw that recently when the spike strip just completely wrapped around the tire, and there was just no way for the vehicle to go anymore. And that person tried. They tried to back up. That was the day of the inhalants.
What's the best for a high-speed chase?
the
Any
nitrous
car that's
oxide,
fucking
and they
fast,
just
or
sat
a
there
bike.
for hours. But that vehicle
A bike
was
is more
going anywhere. So here
dangerous
we are
though.
now.
Like a motorbike is more dangerous though, because high rate of fatality. Oftentimes cops will literally not give chase if you have a bike. Anyone who rides bikes will tell you that. The other thing is, like, if you actually have a fast car, if you have like an Audi, or if you have like a Porsche, which we've never seen before, but like a BMW or a Mercedes-Benz, like they literally they actually get away. I mean, cops will inevitably catch up to them, but like they could technically put a lot of distance between themselves and the fleet of cop vehicles. We've seen it happen before. At that point, all you need to do is get into a fucking parking garage and get out. And so you just need a German car to escape any cops? I mean, you could probably do that with like an American car too. But this is not a good car to escape police on. This Dodge Challenger Hellcat literally outran the helicopter in LA. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely dependent on the area that they're in. Like right now, this fucking this group of crimers are not really trying to evade the cops by I don't know, outmaneuvering them or anything. They're just kind of wasting their time. But there isn't a lot of air support here. Oh, hold up. Crowded intersection path.
Well, how many cars do they have?
Achievement
out there?
unlocked.
88? So they're probably all involved.
And
Now
here we
you
are
gotta
going
send
into
cars
that was
from southwest.
that was
Yeah.
that was bad. I didn't interrupt there, Bruce. But now they're on the 190, and then there was a into and here we are. When there's a desperation, when she starts to accelerate here, and the vehicle has less control with that back tire gone, but into oncoming traffic. So it just gets to, you start to think of people who are just, innocently standing by here, and this is a busy part of town. It's a difficult spot, and you've got this person. So crossing Van Ness now, and in the left turn lane, but so far has not shown. Okay, now actually turning left. Usually this driver uses the left turn lane to navigate around congestion and then get back on to the right of way. But now,
damn, bro,
turn.
She's been fucking ducking and dodging for so long that like the newscasters know her habits now. You know what I mean? Like it's a fucking anime.
Yeah, and so there you are. So there are spots around here where you can actually drive around nicely. You see the LAPD airship above. There might be spots here where you could get a shot at a pit maneuver because, Bruce, I think you make a great point.
Yeah, there's less crowd here.
It has to end.
It's less crowded here. They could probably go in for a pit
the longer
maneuver.
They follow. They're getting more and more information about the people in the vehicle. And let's look there. Can't really tell what oh, that's her hand. So that's just her arm on the wheel. But we're learning more and more about whoever's in that car, basically by running the plates. They'll know who the murder suspect is, and by running the plates, they'll know probably who the driver is and how or if they're connected, right? At this point, they've got information.
And even through reverse directories, they may even be calling the cell phone. folder and saying, okay, hey, let's end this. Pull over. No one.
Bro, look at how dog shit these roads are. Oh my lord, look at how bad those roads are. Oh, LA, dude. LA fucking so rich and yet so fucking ass, dude. Look at these roads. Look at these fucking roads. They don't even need a spike strip for this shit, dude. Look at that. It's cracked to oblivion.
To do a pit maneuver.
And I believe I was told that they're on Delamo now.
I can't get over how.
But here's.
I cannot get over how bad it is. I know I'm getting fucking triggered because like I had to send my car into the shop.
Because you have space there and now back into the regular lane, but
it's additionally insulting because like it never rains here. You know what I mean?
Innocent, just the random cars parked there on the side. You don't want to cause property.
But since it
damage,
did,
but
it's
now
over.
turning right. We're able to stay in the lane that they were supposed to be on. We'll get a street for you here in just a second. But the suspect or the driver here, not at high rates of speed. So this is Western Delamo. This is west on Delamo. So if you happen to be down near Torrance, you're going to see a heavy police presence. If not, okay, we're southbound Western. We were on Delamo, turned south on Western. But not just for the immediate pursuit. You will see in the neighborhood officers who might be blocking the roads, might be in front of this vehicle.
Shut up, millionaire.
So if you're
brother,
in that area,
no matter what kind of fucking beat up car you drive, you're driving on the same road, stupid.
Now for a couple hours. We're coming up on an hour and a half, it seems.
We're all driving on the same roads, you dumbass.
Here, and that is a red light.
It fucks you up even more than it fucks me up.
Boulevard against the red, and everybody there seemed to see what was going on. So that's good news. It seems as if they're enough ahead of this that they're able to stop traffic and let people know to not drive into these intersections because this person is not stopping.
Bro really thought roads are fucking not public for some reason.
Chevy truck with a murder suspect. You're watching Eyewitness News. By the way, this is special coverage of this
He's like, bro,
chase that has been ongoing
you're
now
fucking
for
privileged,
about
dog.
An hour and a half.
You get to drive on different roads than me, millionaire.
Programming to
the only privilege you have is at the top of the hour, you have the privilege of seeing a fucking ad break.
At great risk. Now we're entering an intersection.
Another intersection.
Traffic that is not
what will she do?
So that's Carson, and through the intersection,
goddamn,
people in a crosswalk with no idea what they're looking at. And about 6 or 7 LAPD
Hasan,
cars
your fans
right
are cringe as fuck
person.
and are
so
spamming YouTube chat. If you think it's my fans that are spamming YouTube chat
and
spamming the N-word, you're out of your fucking mind. You're so delusional.
Approaching another intersection here. Looks like they have the right-of-way now, or at least the vehicle's stopped. So we're seeing...
Why wouldn't they be spamming in here, you fucking idiot?
People involved in this pulling over. We haven't seen anybody really... stubbornly refuse to get out of the way or try to get involved. Now a left turn here. Okay, but this is a different part of town, Bruce. This is not a part of town that they have been. They haven't been in Torrance. They were in. They were in the Westchester area.
No, I don't know Torrance.
Sakura
Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
So technically, this is Harbor Gateway. So again,
if you are lucky enough to get gifted a sub, you too can avoid it, or you can subscribe on your own with Twitch Prime for free.
That's good news.
Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
When they're not in familiar area, right?
That is, because they're not trying to go into an area where there are friendlies or relatives that may interfere with the end of this pursuit. You do have other agencies like Torrance, maybe Redondo Beach, Manhattan Beach that are on standby for this, just in the odd chance that the pursuit does transverse into their area. And Torrance PD is actually a very aggressive agency. So at some point, LAPD, they're not going to relinquish control of this pursuit, but I'm sure they're getting a drain on their resources to that point.
A drain on the resources? Fuck you mean? They got unlimited, bro.
Bruce, and I think...
I'll turn up the music a little bit, don't worry.
Carson now, so I'm sorry I missed the last of what you were saying there, but
yeah, it's a real burden on the Los Angeles Police Department resources.
We are interrupting programming. We will, of course, let you know when General Hospital will air in its entirety.
Oh no, not General Hospital.
because there is a murder suspect in the back of this
Luna
vehicle.
Lux, thank you for the 5 gifted. KB the Cat Gal, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Chunk Yogurt, thank you for the 5 gifted.
We've confirmed through LAPD
The guy talking
that
about
there
their
are
limited
2.
resources, by the way, is of course a cop. Not surprising, or I believe a former cop. A former cop that actually very fondly recalled a memory of spike stripping another police officer when a burglary suspect was evading them. So just, you know, just to set the mood for you a little bit, if you want to develop a better understanding of as to why he's saying like their fucking funds are so drained, it's because he's a cop.
So far, Bruce. So maybe they're southbound. So now maybe we're kind of beginning to move back into areas of familiarity for the driver.
He's going back.
Yeah, they may be heading
and
back
he's
north
slowing
to
down.
get back over into that Westchester area, or maybe even the area south of downtown. But I think LAPD is definitely weighing the opportunity.
Chill, bro. Oh no.
Maneuver and end this pursuit.
We're getting word. Maybe they might be heading in the direction of Long Beach. Sometimes it's difficult to see, but they're on Vermont, and so now you see that person trying to move out of the way.
Uh-oh, they're slowing
very
down.
Slow now.
They're slowing down.
Really gotten a lot slower here. The speed is going to be affected by the inability of anything on that back. So now we have a person getting out.
Oh!
This is so dangerous.
They're getting out!
The person is out. The vehicle is now not being checked. So that is, so Bruce, there were 2 people.
What the fuck?
White t-shirt.
It's
That's
a
the
foot
suspect.
chase!
So he's taken off. One person.
It's
is
a
running away. This
fucking
person
foot
is now
chase! He's a
on the run.
footy!
That is, we believe, the murder suspect who initially got into that Mazda, and he had jumped somehow into
Holy
the front
fuck!
seat. He is running from authorities down the sidewalk. They will be able to know where he is. Okay, now he's got his hands up, but still running. So
wait,
let's
what?
see what ends up happening.
Bro, he
here.
is
running out of gas, it seems, in this circumstance, getting exhausted. He's coming up to someone's house.
What the
Now,
fuck?
This is a potentially dangerous situation if he can get into that house. They have 2 men in front who have moved out of the way. So officers are now trying to get the suspect to get on the ground. These 2 people have walked away. The suspect looks to be in front of the garage behind those 2 vehicles there. They're trying to get him away from that, I would assume, Bruce. And it looks as if he's refusing to obey commands. He is certainly not getting down on the ground. You see his hands up, but he is not doing what they say at this point. You see less than
okay, bro, chill. It's
main
Jover.
stand in the
It's
back.
Jover.
Looks like,
It's
well,
Jover.
Could be a Greene
It's Jover.
weapon there now. So some of the officers do have guns trained on this person, but he's not turning around. Bruce, should he be on the ground now or turned around? What do you think the officers are trying to get him to do?
You know, they're probably trying to get him to lay on the ground. So at that point, they can produce with
it's Jover.
Custody with some control, pain compliance holds, a knee in the small of the back, grabbing a hand, putting it behind his back.
It's Jover.
And that is what they've done. So he did go and finally comply, and he is in custody now. So it does appear, after our conjecture that there might be 3 people in the vehicle, that it does appear there were 2.
Bro, what is this
he was
person
wearing a
doing?
black
They're just
sweater,
checking out.
And we were seeing his white T-shirt in the front seat. We did see a woman get out of the vehicle, and she ran away while the vehicle was moving, which of course brings back thoughts of the incident a couple of weeks ago where the person got out of the vehicle at about 50 miles an hour. So this woman was able to get out of the vehicle. You see, now they're going to try to clear the rest of the vehicle and make sure no one else is in it.
Holy
The car
fuck.
did come to a stop there on the center median. Vehicles are still able to get around. We're just going to stay with this just for a second to make sure that they can clear the vehicle. So 2 people were apparently in that vehicle, as is what authorities had said. So we thought that somehow there was another person in the vehicle, but it wasn't. There were 2 in there. 1 ran away, and we do believe that person was probably taken into custody by authorities. They jumped out of the car while it was moving, both the driver and the person we believe who was a murder suspect. So at 2:06 now, I believe we'll probably wrap this up. So we're going to wrap this up and let you watch General Hospital. You see that the murder suspect is in custody. They will sort through all of the charges this person faces.
I'm pretty sure there was a third person, bro. I'm not even kidding.
Of the Mazda and the two people that
I'm not even kidding. I feel like there was a third person, and I think they got away.
Details on all of that. I'm Philip Palmer. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, there were 3 people, bro. There were 3 people. Brother, there were 3 people. These guys are wrong. There's definitely a third person, and they definitely got away. The actual suspect, I'm pretty sure, was sitting in the back seat. The front seat was occupied by both the getaway driver. I'm not even kidding. They're wrong. You know, the driver reached across to open the door to invite the women in. You think that's what happened? No, there's no way. You think he just climbed to the fucking front? No way, bro. Wait, hold on. Let's see. Let's replay that. Let's play it back. The driver is the getaway driver.
On that back. So now we have a person getting out. This is so dangerous. The person is out. The vehicle.
She gets out.
Is now not being checked. So that
he gets out and starts running.
People, and he was wearing
white. Fuck, they don't show the rest of the car. I thought there was a third. I thought there was like a
T-shirt. That's the suspect that we saw. So he's taken off. One person is running away. This person.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Is now on the run.
Hold on. Rewatch the car change. They get in the back seat for sure. Yes, they did, but they could have actually hopped into the front seat during the chase. The suspect is now running backwards in an effort to confuse the police. You can't really tell.
Check. So that is.
Is there movement in the back seat? That's the real question.
Out the.
But you can't really tell. Just go back to see what he was wearing when he got in the car. He was wearing a black shirt. The person in all black that did the car swap ducked the opposite way of the person they just arrested. I don't think they got caught. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding with you when I say this.
$21 million.
I'm pretty sure they fucking. Oh my God, that's a down ass fool, dude. That is a down ass fool. Holy shit. He got the high socks. He's got the Jinkos. Oh my God, he's got it all. Look at them shorts, dude. Okay. Whoo, sheesh. Okay, let's take a look at this angle here.
Should have got gas before I picked this guy up. Maybe. Let's see what's going on. Up. The door's opening up.
Okay.
Door's opening up. Oh, that was
out of a moving vehicle.
Okay.
There's somebody else there.
It doesn't seem like there's anyone else in the car. I guess there was only 2 people in the car. Yeah. Police Chase Network, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, Police Chase Network. I love that she has her purse on her too. She's like, she's not even running. She's like walking back. Okay. So go back to the car swap. This is not the same guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. Let's see if I can find the OG car swap here.
Seems to be one of the roads that he thinks into the airport to try to escape.
This is like right around when he had to do the car swap.
Because look at their
Oh, they did the car swap here. Okay, so here, look. That other car. Oh, it. Wait, it is. Wait, that's not him. Bro, that's not him. I was right. That's him. That's the guy. That's a different guy. No, that's the guy.
2, 3. Oh, he's trying to carjack.
Bro. Is he wearing the same? Wait, hold on. He might have just put different pants on or something. The two ladies just run away. He gets in the back seat of the car. I guess the driver opens the door but then closes it. No, how? How would he open the door and be able to pull it while he's driving? It's the same pants looks when he runs the second time. His jacket is black plus white shirt. Automatic doors, no shot. I guess the momentum probably closed the door. Same guy, dark hoodie, white tee, curly brown hair, driver leaning over. Okay. All right. I'll admit I'm wrong. I thought. I don't know. Are those the same pants, dude? He's got like a hoodie on, and that's fine. He takes the hoodie off.
It looks like for some reason the truck is slowing down now.
Let's play the speed. Thank God you are not an officer. Yeah, I'd be the best. I let him get away with it. They're pro club shorts, foo. He jumps over that median so quick. Hands in the air. Gets in the back. Probably went up to the front afterwards. All right, there it is. Okay. Can we talk about how they had a whole different car that they had set up? What a plan. Yeah, it was pretty incredible. I think the driver closed because they started driving. Yeah. I think the door closed because they started driving. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they got him. Go live, they found another person? No, they didn't. Shut up.
$1 million in your
This is such a weird way to...
Ooh, I'll take that. Sure. Sounds good to me. 9:08 almost here.
Who opened the passenger door? The driver could have reached over. The driver could have reached over.
The day here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pacey, as we continue to bring you these top stories. I do want to hit on another major one that we brought to you earlier this morning, and we want to continue to get an update out of Florida, where two suspects...
Bro, she fucking drove with flip-flops, by the way, which is crazy. Another win for Law and Order, but another L for America. It's also an L for crime, which we are fond of here. But now that we're done with that crime, let's get back to this kind of crime. That's right. We're doing some serious news coverage here at the HasanAbi News broadcast. We're back. We're live. We are going to be going to Tennessee, where two Tennessee lawmakers out of the three that were protesting alongside these students protesting for gun control were officially expelled from the state house for being mean and, causing chaos. Of course, the two lawmakers that were expelled were both young black men, whereas the third lawmaker that was not expelled was a older white lady. I wonder why, or I wonder how that happened. Anyway, let's take a look.
Again this morning with the growing uproar after 2 black
Also, I gotta
lawmakers
go
were
pee.
expelled from Tennessee's legislature. Democratic Representatives Justin Jones and Justin Pearson were removed by Republicans for taking part in a pro-gun control protest inside the House chamber last week. The protest followed the Nashville school shooting that left 6 dead. A third Democrat, Gloria Johnson, escaped expulsion by just 1 vote. Protesters at the state capitol denounced the vote, and President Biden called it shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent. Mark Strassman is outside the Capitol in Nashville. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, Natalie. Never before has a Tennessee lawmaker, never mind 2 Tennessee lawmakers, been expelled on partisan grounds. But in a polarized country, the gloves are off.
They walked in hand as the Tennessee Three. Only one walked out, still a lawmaker. Tennessee Representatives Justin Jones, Gloria Johnson, and Justin Pearson addressed their colleagues in Nashville. But Americans all over were also watching.
We shall not bow.
I have to raise the voice of the people in my district.
Our silence about gun violence is the antithesis of what is in the best interest of the people of the state of Tennessee.
Power to the people.
Here's why the 3 Democrats had their seats on the line. Last week's protest on the State House floor with a bullhorn. They were angry about the lack of debate over gun laws after the slaughter at Nashville's Covenant School last week.
Just because you don't get your way, you can't come to the well, bring your friends, and throw a temper tantrum with an adolescent.
I hate that they're describing this as being a result of polarization, fucking despicable shit the media does. Yes. One very important component of this news story that's like pretty cut and dry in many respects is the news coverage of it has been, I don't even want to say like lackluster, shitty. I feel like it's like deliberately awful. It has been, this is such an obvious miscarriage of justice. This is such an obvious undemocratic. This is such an obvious undemocratic moment. Like, think about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene and others facilitated, okay? Marjorie Taylor Greene and others facilitated in the January 6th insurrection, including Donald Trump. None of those people, and that event actually like led to people dying. This was an otherwise peaceful protest that was frustrating for the lawmakers in that moment. Frustrating for 2 reasons. 1, because they were yelling, and 2, because they don't want to do anything, and they absolutely hate, they despise facing their constituents, right? There is no both sidesing this situation or making an equivalence, a false equivalence to how this is similar to making this a false equivalence to January 6th. Okay? The fact that the media is not covering it, on those terms, and how unimaginably undemocratic this is, that they just like literally utilized a bullshit fucking reason to expel 2 black lawmakers from the Tennessee State House of Representatives, is mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. It's Tennessee though, like, come on. But like, come on, for the supposed liberal media, right? Aren't these guys supposed to be the libtards? Aren't they supposed to be like straight up biased? This is a very obvious thing that the Republicans did here, and I suspect that they will keep doing shit like this everywhere else as well. There was another example of this where there was a representative flip in North Carolina from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. Like, they are doing everything they can. They're engaging in every undemocratic thing that they can get away with.
Bullhorn.
Outraged Republicans here have a supermajority, more than enough votes to expel the 3 Democrats.
What is happening here today is a farce of democracy.
Justin Jones defended himself first.
Yeah, sorry. In North Carolina, a representative that was a Democrat flipped over to Republican, offering Republicans a majority in the state legislature.
Defiant, passionate, and voted out.
I hereby declare Representative Justin Jones
offering them a supermajority
of the 57 Representative District expelled.
Gloria Johnson went next, a former teacher who had a student die in a school shooting.
It's the guns. It's the people that have the guns, because we are not doing anything to make sure that people who are not safe don't have guns.
The measure to expel Johnson failed by 1 vote. Finally, Representative Justin Pearson spoke.
I don't personally want attention. What I want is attention on the issue of gun violence. But instead, we're here with the resolution you put up talking about expelling me for advocating for ending gun violence in the state of...
The white lady never used the bullhorn, but was standing next to the 2 others that were using the bullhorn. Yeah, that's fucking bullshit, brother. Come on now. Like, that's what the fucking counter that they're using. If you ask the white lady herself, she openly stated what the fucking real reason was. You think they give a fuck about that? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. That also implies that, like, it literally, that also implies that, like, there's any justification for this expulsion. Like, come on, brother. I know that that's what they are saying. I know that's what the Republicans are saying, but they weren't even looking for plausible deniability in this circumstance. They weren't. If that was the case, for the record, all 3 of them would have had different charges. As a matter of fact, all 3 of the members of the House of Representatives that were up for expulsion were up on the same fucking charges. No, this was a very clear fuck you. Cope harder? Cope with what, dude? What you don't understand is none of these people have your best interests at heart. If you're coming in here to be like, I am totally on the side of the Republicans on this one, and in the state of Tennessee, okay, you're a fucking idiot, okay? Politicians are not looking out for you. And in the rare instance where one of them actually is, okay, or 2 of them, or 3 of them actually are, all of a sudden, they get fucking ousted. You think that that's inappropriate. That's so, I mean, I think that that's inappropriate. You think that that's justifiable. That's so weird, dude. Not you, Hassan, the guy. Oh. Never mind. It's a misfire. I thought you were coming in hot, defending the fucking Tennessee state reps here. As a Tennessean, this is horrific to see. Chatter saying, fuck Tennessee. Remember that many leftists and liberal minorities exist here too. We were fighting a good fight just like everyone else. Yeah, also, like, even Tennessee Republicans don't deserve the shitty hand that they're dealt with, like, a lack of Medicaid expansion, for example. Doesn't matter if they're Republicans, okay? Poor Tennesseans are not getting what they could in this regard. I don't care. I don't care. I don't think that it's only like the good Tennesseans or the people in Tennessee that have the right opinions that deserve a better form of governance. I think all Tennesseans deserve it, no matter what happens. It's the principle that I advocate for when I talk about Medicare for all. Right? Yeah. Status of state action on the Medicaid expansion decision. Look at that. For the record, there is no reason for this. There is no reason to not do this. This is just extra money that they would be getting from the federal government. This is just simply free money for the working poor, the poorest people in these states, to get health care coverage. That's it. Anyway, Rare Ohio W. No, that predates Ohio's right-wing expansion. That's why it's not a Rare Ohio W. It's just that like Ohio since then has become a fucking reactionary hellhole. It's these last couple election cycles that have like made Ohio more and more right wing. Anyway, we had to pass Medicaid expansion through a ballot initiative here in Idaho ever since. They've been trying to reduce the power of ballot initiatives. Yeah. That's a lot of the red states that have Medicaid expansion now, for the record. A lot of the red states that have Medicaid expansion had to vote it in through ballot measures. Okay? So understand that. Like their politicians refuse to do it, refuse to take free money from the federal government to offer health care that is funded by the federal government, to offer health care to people, to offer Medicaid to all adults with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level, which is $20,000 for an individual in 2023, and provide states with an enhanced federal matching rate for their expansion populations. Most popular piece of legislation in America is a progressive ballot measure. Yeah. That tracks across the board, by the way. That tracks across the fucking board.
Tennessee.
Pearson, like Jones, expelled.
A state in which the Ku Klux Klan was founded is now attempting another power grab by silencing the two youngest black representatives.
After the hearing, Johnson was asked why her seat was saved while the other two lawmakers lost theirs.
It might have to do with the color of our skin.
Yeah. She knows why it happened. Meanwhile, you still got motherfuckers chirping like, actually, that's not the reason. No. I said this yesterday. They could have very easily expelled her as well, and then they would have had a level of plausible deniability, right? They could have had a level of plausible deniability and been like, actually, you're racist for even acknowledging it. Actually, that's really fucked up that you're mentioning this because, like, the white lady got expelled too. No, they did it on purpose, okay? They did it on purpose. That doesn't happen by accident. Do you understand? I think the reason why they did it was to say, fuck you. The reason why they did it is the exact same reason why they came out of the gates originally. Okay? They came out of the gates originally and said, we're not going to fix it when asked about what they will do in the aftermath of yet another mass shooting that took place in their state. I think it was more so just to say, fuck you. What are you going to do about it? Like I said, I think this was done intentionally. They could have easily been racist and then claim plausible deniability by expelling all 3 of the members. But they chose to expel only the 2 black men. I think that they wanted to openly show that they don't give a fuck. That they're doing it so you understand why they're doing it. Okay? The Tennessee Republicans already hated Justin Jones. Yeah. Here, trigger warning. Obviously, this is a this is not real, but it's a hanged person. A Good Friday presentation at St. Mary's Catholic Church on the Highway 45 bypass alarmed a few of our readers this morning, but according to organizers within the church, the mannequin hanging from a tree behind the church is meant to symbolize Judas Iscariot. He's the disciple who betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver and later hung himself out of guilt. The organizers also said the display will be taken down later today. Tennessee is fucking insane, dog. Like, look at this shit. Look how fucking terrifying this is, dude. Also, from afar, you wouldn't immediately think, oh, this must be a Jesus display. It looks like it was a black person that they hanged. Anyway, it's not real, for the record. That's why I showed it to you. Yeah, bro, the burning cross on my lawn is because I love Christ with a burning passion. Make no mistake. Anyway, why are you saying TOS, Lucky Pom Pom? That's not a real. It is a display put up by a church. It's not a real person that was hanged. You are my moderator. Come on now.
Allegations of racism were both part of the debate and the reaction after the vote. White Republicans expelled 2 lawmakers, both young black men. Both Jones and Pearson could run for their seats again in a special election. But the question in the minds of a lot of people here is, should they really have to?
Yeah, that's, by the way, only at the end of the fucking article did they actually genuinely say what is going on here. You know what I mean?
Now, one of the 2 state representatives who was expelled last night, and that is Justin Jones. Justin, good morning.
He's like, should have been Ben, dude. It could have been a real guy, did.
I really appreciate you joining us. I know you haven't had any sleep, and I have to commend you right off on the way that.
I know Don Lemon is on his way out from CNN for like rampant misogyny or whatever, but I do think that these glasses look good on him. I know it's, unrelated to the story, but let's continue.
You have conducted yourself, you and your colleagues. It has been notable, and so thank you for joining us. This has captured the attention of the country. Your message to the nation this morning after having been expelled. How are you feeling?
Sorry, thank you so much for having me this morning, Don. Sorry, I'm operating on very little sleep.
No need to apologize at all.
What happened yesterday was a very sad day for democracy, not just in Tennessee, but in this nation. And so I think that there's a lot of thoughts going through my head. The House Republicans chairman who you just saw in this video is still doubling down, even though he is the same Republican chairman who engaged in inappropriate behavior and is still in leadership, as you can see, and was not expelled. But we have been expelled for standing with our constituents, but I have no regrets and will continue to speak up for District 52 and for Tennesseans who are demanding change.
Let's talk a little bit more about your colleague. You're talking about Jeremy Faison. He's a Republican caucus chair in the State House. last night, he did an interview with my colleague, Caitlin Collins, and he said he was wondering why you haven't apologized. Let's listen, and then we'll get your response.
I'd like to add to y'all, they've not backed down from that either. You know, I told them earlier today, I feel like if they would have said, you know what, we messed up. I mean, what American, what human won't bring forgiveness and redemption, but they've doubled down and went so far as
I'm losing my mind. Like they are trivializing this situation. Make no mistake, what the Tennessee State House Republicans did is infinitely worse, like unimaginably worse than what they are supposedly, quote unquote, upset about. Okay? That's insane. They're so fucking arrogant and so whiny and so condescending. It's like, it literally is like, I do declare order in the house. These unfaithful Jebediahs have spoken out of turn. You shall only speak when spoken to.
to stand in the well today and said, I'd do it again.
I mean, you haven't apologized? What is your response to that?
I mean, I think Representative Faison needs to reflect on his own actions as a representative. Earlier this year, last year, Representative Faison pulled down the pants of a referee because he got mad at a basketball game. And he's still in Republican leadership, not expelled, not sanctioned in any way. And so for him to tell us to apologize for standing up for our constituents, I told the speaker and I told that body yesterday that I would apologize when they apologize to the families in Covenant and in the mass shootings across this nation, particularly in our state, at Covenant and Antioch, in the Waffle House.
Wait, I missed it. What did he say?
Down and went so far as to stand in the well today and said, I'd do it again.
I mean, you haven't apologized? What is your response to that?
I mean, I think Representative Faison needs to reflect on his own actions as a representative. Earlier this year, last year, Representative.
Guys, calm down. Don Lemon is on his side. He's just saying, like, how do you respond to how silly that is?
Faison pulled down the pants of a referee because he got mad at a basketball game, and he's still.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. What? Whoa. What? Bro. Every fucking Tennessee representative is unhinged, dog. What the fuck? That's not even half of it. Listen to the rest of the shit he says. Oh yeah, we already covered this. I already covered it. That's just that specific Tennessee representative who pantsed a referee at the age of 40. Okay? Wait, there's a video of it? Where? Also, what the fuck is the PA Knights, dude? Oh, wait. Providence Academy Knights? That's their fucking... Dude, that's... Weak-ass bitch couldn't even fucking pants him correctly, but also... Yeah, he just got... The greatest fucking counter to that is a strong belt. Yeah, I'm not crazy when I think this is like odd, right? Am I crazy? Is that normal? Like, what kind of Knights are they? Pennsylvania Knights? No, Providence Academy Knights. What the fuck? Providence Academy partners with their parents to equip students to develop spiritual maturity and achieve academic excellence through a biblically based, Christ-centered, classical education, so they will think and live in a manner which brings glory to God. Providence Academy provides a biblically based curriculum and teaches all subjects as a part of an integrated whole with the scriptures at the center. Annual scholarship dinner will feature Pete Hegseth, Fox News guy. Grandparents' Day. Douglas Wilson is an insane Christian fascist who wrote a novel about stealing a sex doll. What the fuck? Who the fuck is Douglas Wilson? Oh, this was another Tennessee state senator, Joey Hensley, defends prescribing opiates to relatives and lover, which, get this, doesn't end there. His lover is also his cousin. That's right. Dude, it's the most Tennessee-ass story of all time. Pill popping, out of control, overprescribing opiates, and cousin fucking. Adulterer, cousin fucking. You think I'm making that shit up? That's a state senator, dog. The nurse with whom Hensley had a romantic relationship with is identified as his second cousin in case records and courtroom testimony from a separate proceeding. On Monday, a Tennessee Department of Health investigator testified Hensley wrote this woman at least 47 prescriptions for controlled substances from 2011 to 2018. Oh, I do say so myself. There ain't nothing better than fucking your cousin while you're both hopped up on some Xans. If that is not godlike, I don't want to be a follower of Christ. I do declare. Oh, I say. I do declare. Some people go to 23andMe to find out what their ancestors look like. I go to it to make sure I'm fucking the right people. Keep it in the family. Oh, I say, I keep it in the family. Keep the bloodlines pure. Cousin Pussy got me hollering hallelujah. The absolute temerity to be a pill-popping cousin fucker and still think that you're better than anyone. But yeah, they are better than anyone. They are better than everyone. Why? Because internally they're thinking like, we're well-bred. You know what I mean? Yeah. I got webbed toes, brother, but that's right. I'm well-bred. Born and bred out of the finest stock. What you consider to be genetic impurities, I consider to be purity. That's right. I got the righteous indignation. They're trying to make a new jaw. Yeah. My family bloodline is so pure, we're looking like pugs out here. You understand me? Remember when I said we've been lacking front-facing cam conservative guys these days? They have evolved so well. This man is 46. I mean, holy fuck, this is insane. The fact that he's wearing like a Carhartt vest. The fact that he's wearing a Carhartt vest with nothing underneath is alarming. Okay? Look at... Dude, we got to take CapCut away from these motherfuckers, okay? Certain people should never be allowed on CapCut.
We about to stop that. But come up for niggas, I'm not that. I run up on niggas in cockpit. Too heavy to hold, then drop that. Practice and feelings. Ignorance only bring violence. Driving, I'm heavy on mileage. They can't.
He's so hot. Is this another Tennessee lawmaker? No, this is a M-HUD guy. POV. You live in Tennessee and your cousin is rizzing you up at the family gathering.
Can't take pressure, apply it, all the smoke till they choke. Go watch Netflix, you won't joke. Extreme machine, I'm on the scene and I can't leave it broke. To success, I'm blessed to dress this nonsense I keep hearing. If you was me and I wish you was the only thing I'm fearing.
Oh god! Oh my god! Oh, he does this all the time. Hashtag pop off boss. Dude, the amount of filters here, this is like, I gotta hit a fucking epilepsy warning here. Jesus Christ, dude. This man is basically spraying pheromones to get literally every Barbara pussy, like all Barbara pussy in a, 10, 15 mile radius is immediately alarmed. Okay? Barbussy. His milkshake brings all the barbs to the Waffle House. Deborah Pussy too, and Wanda Pussy too, but especially Deborah Pussy, actually. If your name is Deborah and you recently got out of a relationship with a guy that looks and acts exactly like this man, you will not be able to. You see this video and you go, oh my stars and garters. I'm feeling quite lightheaded. This is the type of guy Marjorie Taylor Greene cheats on her partners with? Oh, 100%. What is this?
If you push me away, I promise you this. You won't find me where you left me. I don't have enough patience to deal with...
Bro, this is literally about his ex-wife, who's also named Barbara. Okay? He made this video about his ex-wife, 100%. Hashtag pop off boss. Hashtag mad. Love vibes. Hashtag BazFam. Hashtag duet.
With people that love me only when it's convenient for them.
He's driving this.
This time I wanna be sure. I've been waiting for a girl like you to come.
I don't understand what's going on. He's on the road. Yeah, but like, I also don't understand why so many filters, dude? I love this man. I think this was the attempted murder we saw the guy running from. Let's see. Damn, look at the fucking sheriff, the sheriff's department helicopter. That's crazy. La Brea, Lexington, WeHo. There are LASD, LAPD, and Beverly Hills Police Department at the scene of a possible shooting. Gonna be wild if there wasn't an actual shooting. The amount of resources out here is quite ridiculous. A woman was shot. There was an incident here a couple months ago where a guy was reportedly on the balcony with a gun. Wonder if it's the same guy. The PIO said it was 5 shots fired. Lady got shot through the wall. Non-life threatening. They think the suspect is barricaded in an apartment. Bomb squad is here. There's a helicopter on the street. Just heard an explosion. What the fuck? No, this is happening right now. No, this is like ongoing. Dude, I love how defunded the police is, by the way. No, this is not the same guy. I'm pretty sure this is like... Oh, that was like 10:30 today? Oh, it is? It might have been the same guy? How the fuck would he have gotten out, dude? There's no shot. You think that guy that was in the fucking Chevy, in the Chevy pickup truck was able to get away from this? If they did, holy fuck. This does make it quite funny to consider how much the cops were talking about, how much the cop on the broadcast was talking about his resources that were drained. Okay? Remember how much he was saying that on when we were watching the broadcast earlier? They're like, the police resources are so drained in Los Angeles. They just like really don't have any money to fucking avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's so sad. They go into the HasanAbi broadcast. Brandon defunded them. They got no fucking dollary dues. They don't have $5 to even spend at the top of the hour to avoid a 3-minute ad break. It's quite a sad state of affairs. Luckily, though, they can still get gifted subs if they're lucky. Prop 65 warning. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I do, but why would I give you money? I do. First of all, nobody asked. And secondly, don't. What do you mean? Like, okay. Sick. I don't give a fuck. Ow. Goth Max Fisher, can you feel it now? Mr. Krabs, thank you for the 5. Get the subs line. 15 people don't long see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. This guy was like, bro, I'm also literally not a broke boy. I just want to let you know. I am not a broke boy. And also, simultaneously, I'm not going to give you money. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And ask me about my wiener. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Don't mind me just rolling up in my 45 million Black Hawk helicopter just for the guy to get away in a 2002 Chevy with 3 wheels and half a gallon of gas. They're only offering 40 hours overtime this week. Not enough for us. Okay. Local news confirms this woman was shot twice in the building. Severity of her injuries is unclear. Police are still on scene. Whether the suspect is still in the building has not been officially disclosed. Chat, I literally work right next door to this incident right now and it's still there. They barricaded most of Santa Monica and La Brea. So it's still ongoing, huh? Stay safe, chatter. Don't know why the fucking bomb squad is there. And they say Chicago is so dangerous. Brother, every big city in America is full of Americans. And therefore, every big city in America is dangerous. Wherever there are Americans, it's going to be dangerous. Let's get back to the other fucking danger that we were talking about in an unexpected place, like the State House of Tennessee.
Still in Republican leadership, not expelled, not sanctioned in any way. And so for him to tell us to apologize for standing up for our constituents, I told the speaker and I told that body yesterday that I would apologize when they apologize to the families in Covenant and in the mass shootings across this nation, particularly in our state, at Covenant and Antioch, in the Waffle House mass shooting, for these reckless gun laws that they passed that allowed people to lose their loved ones. Apologize to the families of the victims of these mass shootings, and we will apologize for our actions.
I think I know the answer to this, but I have to ask you anyway, just for the record. So you could be reelected. Do you want to serve again, Justin?
I mean, definitely. I think what happened was a travesty of democracy because they expelled the two youngest black lawmakers, which is no coincidence, from the Tennessee legislature because we are outspoken, because we fight for our district. And I would, want to continue to do that, and whether I'm inside the chamber or outside the chamber. Because what we saw in Tennessee yesterday was an attack on democracy and a very overt racism. As you can see, that the two youngest black lawmakers were kicked out, but our colleague, my dear sister Gloria Johnson, a white woman, was not. And we see clearly, the nation has seen clearly what is going on in Tennessee.
Yeah, listen, to say there's a double standard, some people may sort of speculate about it, but I think it is obvious considering that the two black members who were men, right, were expelled, but the white woman was not. What do you want to say to that? Speak more, please.
I want to say that this is what we've been challenging all session, was a very toxic, racist work environment where we are not even allowed to speak. That's why we went to the well, because the speaker wouldn't call on us. He cut off our microphones. He ruled us out of order anytime we brought up the issue of gun violence. When I went outside to support the protesters, he turned off my voting machine so I couldn't even cast a vote on the House floor. I mean, this is what we've dealt with all session. And yesterday, the nation was able to see that we don't have democracy in Tennessee, particularly when it comes to black and brown communities. And so, what we saw yesterday was an attack on this future of a multiracial democracy.
It's so fucking... I don't know. It's just so incredibly insane that this happened, but also very expected. I don't know what else to say about this other than the fact that, like, that's America, baby.
But we are the state where the birthplace of the Klan. We're a state where we had a KKK statue in our capital until very recently, and we protested to have that removed. But what they're trying to do is to bring us back to days that we don't want to go to. If I didn't know this happened to me, I would think that this was 1963 instead of 2023.
If the Nashville City Council next week wants to appoint you as an interim representative to your district, you would do it?
Most definitely.
Yes. Let's talk about the issue.
Yeah, so their city council could technically reappoint him as the representative. And then also on top of that, when there is a new election that takes place, they will run again. So he will get back in. It is incredibly stupid that they did this. Like, incredibly. Why did they do it, you might ask? Especially because it will literally backfire on them. Well, they did it because they can. That's it. That's the whole point of this. What is this?
National Rifle Association and all of these gun lobbyists continue to be able to have control over our legislation. What's going through my mind?
What? I don't like the memes. Like, I get it. Yes, he looks. Yes, he's kind of got some old timey vibes to him. I just stop hyper focusing on the aesthetics of this, please. Okay.
Well, let me ask you why, considering everything that has happened right now, why even go through all the rigmarole?
Because it's important to let them know that democracy, we will fight for democracy. We will fight for a multiracial democracy. And so this extreme tactic to expel us and to try to humiliate us has only put a spotlight of the world on Tennessee. And so I will go back because fighting for the future, I'm 27 years old, fighting for the future that I want to live in, that I want my children to live in, it's worth whatever sacrifice that we have to give, whether it's being expelled, whether it's being in a hostile environment, because I want to create a community that our young people cannot just survive, but they can thrive and flourish. And that's what we were asking. The most very basic thing was to ban assault weapons so we can stop these mass shootings. Instead, they responded by assaulting democracy. And that is shameful and it's very scary.
Do you think you can work with them? There's so much opposition there.
I mean, we are the voice of the opposition party. Our role, in our party, there was only 24 members. Now there's 22, 75 Republicans. Our role was to be a speed bump, to try and stop them from driving this train off the cliff so that we no longer have democracy. I mean, our job was to be a voice of moral dissent. Our job was to be a voice of...
Yeah, like when we're done thinking about how fucking insane it is that Tennessee Republicans basically just like expelled a bunch of their colleagues for the crime of dissenting, okay, and loudly. Then we got to talk about the issue at hand, which is that they were protesting partially because they were not allowed a microphone or a voice that they actually are supposed to have in that circumstance. They're protesting for gun control. They were protesting and doing what they are supposed to do as representatives. They were representing their constituents. Their constituents were the ones that were protesting, and they were following the lead of their constituents. Meanwhile, of course, nothing happened, like I said, to the one Tennessee Republican who was debate lording the children, asking them what kind of gun they would rather be shot with. That's a real thing that happened when constituents were inside of the halls of the Tennessee State House. One of the representatives asked them, well, all guns are bad. What kind of gun would you rather be shot with? Come on, tell me now. Just incredible shit. Like making it seem as though, gun violence, well, I guess technically he's not wrong, is an inevitability in this country. It's inevitable. Might as well choose.
Of check on power. That was what we did, and that's what we did every day we were in the body, which is why they expelled us. Because in every committee I was on, I stood up and spoke out on the House floor. We're some of the most outspoken members, and they retaliated not because of that one incident of us going to the well and joining those young people protesting gun violence, but because they got tired and did not feel like young black men have a right to be at the same dais as them. They felt like young black men don't have the right to sit in the chamber with them. They don't see us as equal. The House Speaker Cameron Sexton has trafficked in the rhetoric of racism. He's trafficked in the rhetoric of racialized narratives. And so we know what we're facing, but it's worth whatever sacrifice we have to make because the future we want to live in is what we're working for.
One last thing. In an odd way, this has given you a much bigger platform, right? The White House is weighing in, the current and the former White House, current and former presidents both weighing in on this.
Wait, what did Trump say? It's good that they got banned.
You tend to use that newly garnered platform, elevated platform that you have.
They should take out the January 6th protesters from prison and put this man in prison in his stead. I know Obama said something. I'm making a joke, chat. I know it was probably Obama and Joseph Robinette Brandon. I don't think that Donald Trump came out. If he said something, I would assume, oh, here's the video for those of you asking.
That's what we're working on. We also had $20 million in the budget, which we're going to increase for hardened school security.
Security?
Yeah, he's saying like we're gonna make sure that there's more guns in school.
No. I couldn't hear. I'm sorry. It hasn't passed yet.
Security and regulation.
She asked what we are working on right now. This young lady had her hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, if time and time again, school shooters seem to be using the AR-15, which is a weapon of mass murder, why is it that you feel like people should have those in their homes? And again, you said because it's the Second Amendment right. People should have guns. Nobody's saying we should take all of the guns, but guns are going to continue getting bigger and bigger. Are we just going to keep allowing people to have these giant weapons of mass destruction? Why do you support that?
It's a great question, okay? The most dangerous firearm in the country right now is both.
Great question. Let me own you now. Yeah. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you bring up what guns are being used most commonly in mass shootings, / how dare you even ask me what kind of legislative actions we can take?
Both a 30-gauge special and a Glock 9mm. There's 346 people that were killed in Memphis the year before last. 346. Hang on a second. Very, very few of them were killed by a rifle that, while it looks scary, has a very small round. It is a dangerous firearm. There's no doubt about it. But when you talk about the exit
wound is bigger than the entrance wound.
Yes, ma'am. And there are a number.
It rips your organs apart.
Okay.
You die almost like immediately on some cases.
And that is true with virtually every single round that comes out of a firearm.
Right, but do you?
Okay, ban them all then. How about that? Like, what are you, making an argument to ban all guns? No. Now, normally you would think, first of all, the kids are literally owned. I didn't see the full debate, but the kids are right. They are correct. Okay? But the fact that he never stopped at any point to be like, let me try and not debate these children who are protesting for gun control is insane. Okay?
Hang on, but let me, if I may, focus on her question, okay?
Right.
While we can talk about banning certain firearms, machine guns have been banned. There are definitely firearms that have been out there been banned. It is, in my opinion, and you've asked for mine, I've asked for y'all's, okay? A much better conversation to have to make sure to keep any firearm out of the hand of someone who is mentally deranged, that is mentally been incapacitated, that is a criminal, and to get ahead of these threats, because no matter what, the person that did this shooting had 3 different...
50% of Americans will be diagnosed with mental illness in their life.
Yeah, it's not really about...
Not going to be.
And when it comes to schizophrenia, you can develop that at 25 after
Absolutely.
you already have
So I don't think it's about the mental illness.
I really want to hear what she has to say. If we came to listen to each other, I would like to listen to her. I know everybody wants to be heard, but as one person speaking, I really would like to hear her. Go ahead.
So how are those mental...
It's fucking insane. Debating kids in schools is conservative tradition. Rifle rounds are made to shock your organs when they penetrate. Like, rifle rounds are very much worse. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The truth in that regard is like secondary to the fact that this conversation is being held to begin with. Okay? And last but not least, it's not like he's saying we got to fucking do something to at least restrict firearms and the circulation of firearms for any of these guns. He's on the side of more guns. Okay? So understand that, like, while he's literally saying it's terrifying to be shot with a weapon, he also thinks the only counter to that is more weapons. It's fucking psychotic.
Health checks going to work because again 50% of our country will be diagnosed with mental illness.
So what we're not talking about everybody that has a mental illness. Okay, there are lots of mental illnesses that somebody can have that can later on, as this gentleman said over here, can get worse to where somebody should be incapacitated. But there's lots of mental illnesses where somebody can live a full life and get treatment. Some of these flow in and out. But when you have somebody that has been committed through an emergency committal, right now in Tennessee, there's not even a referral over to law enforcement. There should be. So when somebody hits a certain level where they have gone to the point where they've got to be mentally committed, they shouldn't be able to have firearms, right?
Yeah, except listen, first of all, no, they're not wrong. Part of that is supposed to be through law enforcement. There is truth to that. But you know his ass doesn't want to take guns away from veterans. You know what I mean? Like, no, if you are suicidal, you should not have a gun. I will stand by this decision. I'm ableist. If you have chronic depression, if you've ever attempted to, take your life, you should not have a gun. Okay? Straight up. Meanwhile, he's not talking about that. He's just like, yeah, trans people, they're mentally ill, right? Make sure they can't have guns. That's it. Only them.
Right?
Right. And
that's where we're seeing the primary problem, is that we're seeing very disturbed people.
So how are we going to regulate that?
Well, that's what we're working on. That's why we're having this conversation. That's why we're not out of session yet. Okay?
So while you're working on that...
And then I'm going to move on to another person because I do want to be respectful of other people that have questions. No, ma'am. You were in the middle of a sentence. You continue.
While you're working on that, why can we use this gun? Why can we use... don't you think that could be a more immediate...
So you're not going to like my answer. And look, I'm going to say that straight up. It's not about this one gun. Mm-hmm. If there is a firearm out there that you're comfortable being shot with, please show me which one it is. There's not. Right there. Every single gun in the hands of...
He ulted. I didn't realize there was a load up to this. I thought he just came out of the gate swinging. Turns out he loaded the chamber into the fucking round and dropped it, dude. Yeah? You got a gun you'd rather be shot with? Okay. A Nerf gun. A paintball gun. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Even if we're talking like actual guns, like I'd rather be fucking shot by a 22 if I'm picking where it's going through than a 5.56. You know what I mean? T-shirt gun, please. Yeah, finger gun. You're aware the 5.56 is a 22, right? It's literally 223. Oh. Sometimes I just want to be shot by whatever is out there because I have like the gun pervert in the chat. Okay? The one gun pervert. I've been shot by a 22 and it still isn't fun. I know, I'm just saying, if you had the opportunity.
A crazy person, a deranged person, a convicted felon, every single weapon out there.
That dude's a dipshit. It's the same diameter, but a 22 as a 22, but the round is traveling much faster and capable of much more damage. .556 is insanely more powerful. It can pierce a helmet at 500 yards. And for the record, whenever people say, oh, well, the 22 has killed more people, is like more responsible. 22 is responsible for more deaths. The reason why I never like having this conversation, Hasan Clueless on guns once again. First of all, Race Hunter 12. No, I was correct. That chatter was trying to take advantage of the fact that He thought that this is a liberal space that doesn't understand ammunition or gunpowder. Okay. Race Hunter 12. What race are you hunting? Baited lol. Okay, good one. None of this conversation matters. This conversation is a silly deflection. The main point of contention is gun control. He's literally using it to deflect away, and all the gun perverts are jumping the fucking gun, some of which are just basically lying as well. He's white knuckling in his pocket, by the way. Look at his fist.
When somebody's walking on the street with a giant ass gun for no reason, like nobody's going to do good with that gun.
I understand that.
The goal is not to.
But it's not, you could ban that specific gun, and you are going to do almost nothing to improve y'all's safety. I'm sorry, that's a fact. It is.
You're going to do everything you can. Everything.
And there's nothing that's off the
table.
table.
These are lies.
You're right.
Yes, ma'am, and that's important to me.
You're right that in the 80s and things,
Right there.
people would walk into schools with revolvers and like handguns, but that's not nearly as much damage as these military-grade weapons are doing.
So,
and they're just going to get bigger
hang on, ma'am. All right, now,
a limit.
now look, there's a lot of folks here, and you've said a lot already, and I'm listening to what you're saying. I promise,
But you're not
okay?
responding.
Well, I'm trying to, but this, you've had your hand up for a while.
Okay, so I have a question kind of.
He's debating children. He's like, I'm owning you right now. I hope you know that. Huh. Guess you got owned.
I mean, what our protest was about when we went to the well to stand with these young people was to elevate their voices. And so with this platform, we hope to continue.
But hey, guys, he did it civilly. He destroyed his interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas while he simultaneously told them that like no change will ever come. So in the eyes of liberals, or even in the eyes of the Tennessee, House of Representatives, like that kind of stuff is fine.
To lift up the issues that a week after mass shooting, I represented a part of Nashville, and our community still grieve. Our community is in trauma. These young people are begging us to say we want to live in schools. We must continue to lift up the issues. And like I told my colleagues who expelled me, no matter if they vote to expel me or not, what I did was for their children and grandchildren too. We want their children and grandchildren to be safe from mass shootings. We want them to live lives where they can flourish and be children and not have to do active shooter drills or live in schools that look like militarized zones. And so we'll continue to lift up the issue. And we'll continue to speak truth to power. And I'll be back at the Capitol on Monday on the outside with those protesting, demanding action from my former colleagues.
Justin Jones, we appreciate you joining us. Our regards, best to you, best to...
All right, let's take a look. Ukraine war. We're going to talk about that real quick. Apparently, there was a big leak. Now, I'm very skeptical about things like this, especially if they are being allowed, if they're being covered by Western media. Okay, I do find it rather odd, but let's take a look. I looked at some of this. CIA here, please don't cover this law. I mean, I don't think that it's like legit. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on here, but it might not be legit. The speculation originally was that, like, things like this coming out are very suspicious. Like, who's the whistleblower? This is printed pages that they were able to scan and upload. Very suspicious. Someone in the chat also brought this up. If there are no whistleblower investigations that are very public, I would suspect that this is more an internal press release than anything else. Or, and this is the other speculation from NPR at least, and numerous other Western media outlets, is that Russia leaked it, and then, or they I guess misrepresented the truth about what was going on to do some more PR, get some more momentum, especially because there's a part about the casualty number Okay? There is a casualty number that they showcase in some of the leaked documents where they say the Ukrainian forces have taken approximately 75,000 casualties, whereas the Russian forces, and this is supposed to be the American estimate, so it's probably the truth, like the closest to the truth is how everyone is looking at it, is around 15,000 or something. And that was the reason why the NPR guys immediately were like, this seems wrong. Russia killed way more people. Way more people have died on the Russian side. There's like 6 different edits of the casualty numbers now, lol. Holy fuck. When I woke up, there was 1. Didn't realize there's 6 additional ones now. But yeah, a new batch of classified documents that appear to detail the American national security secrets from Ukraine to the Middle East to China surfaced on social media sites on Friday, alarming the Pentagon and adding turmoil to a situation that seemed to have caught the Biden administration off guard. That's the Kremlin version that you're quoting? Bitch, I'm not quoting it. I'm quoting NPR. Hello? I'm quoting... Like, I'm literally saying what NPR was saying and what they are speculating. But chatters are so hopped up on like, you're doing. Seems like it's 9 o'clock in Moscow shit. That like, they can't even comprehend it. You're so ready to fucking jump the gun. I don't believe that there's only 15,000 casualties on the Russian side either. Okay? Anyway. So let's watch what Sky News is saying about the Ukraine war.
And there's 2 versions of them. I've seen both versions. And they're a daily briefing document, or allegedly a daily briefing document, from the 1st of March, day 370 of Vladimir Putin's 10-day special military operation. Today is day 408, so just over a month old.
Right, so what have we learned? So you say there are 2 documents here.
There are 2 versions of it, and what they are updates on the...
Yeah. The leak also... the leak showed that it was definitely not the U.S. that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Like, I'm kidding. They didn't say that. But it would be pretty funny if that was also featured in it. It would at least give us more... It would certainly give us a better clue on, who's responsible for this leak or who stands to gain the most from this leak. If it featured some shit like that.
Flow of Western equipment into the Ukrainian forces, a restructuring of the Ukrainian forces, an assessment of what's going on the ground, an assessment of the weather and the conditions for potential counterattacks, and a number of other things. One of the areas that there has clearly been changes in is an assessment of the casualties. And one document assesses Russian casualties to be at a certain level. There's another document that has almost certainly been doctored that has Russian casualties down as low as 17,500 dead. Now, to put that into context, UK Defence Intelligence a couple of weeks ago assessed Russian dead as between 40 and 60,000. The Ukrainians themselves assessed Russian dead as over 170,000 so far.
Okay, well... I don't know who's right, but those numbers are fucking crazy it's like, yeah, Russians, that's insane. 1 million. Hassan Piker said that 1 million Russians have died so far in the war. Somewhere in that range, 1 to 1 million. We'll never know. According to Reddit, it's like 500K now. Yeah, okay. Soy. Reddit's like, what do you mean? I watch kamikaze drone combat videos in the trenches every day, and I can count on multiple hands exactly how many people have died. Anytime someone dies in Ukraine, whether it be a Ukrainian soldier or a Russian one, I've watched it. At first it was weird. Now I watch it with only one hand. The other hand decides to do what it wants to do. I have no control over my bodily functions. Oh, I just want more blood.
The original document that's in there had a figure that was closer to what the UK was talking about. But we have to be wary of disinformation at the moment. Going back to the Second World War, disinformation, Operation Mincemeat, there are most secret documents that were released by the Allies in a way that they knew that they would get to Hitler's desk. They did, and that convinced Hitler that the Allies were going to attack in through the Pas de Calais, not through Normandy. We've got the Ukrainian spring counteroffensive coming up, and it would be important to get documents out there.
By the way, that shit's crazy that they're like this is like a known thing that's supposed to happen. Like the Ukrainian spring counteroffensive is coming, and they just like they're bringing it out like it's the new season. You know what I mean? Like it is so wild. Imagine announcing a counteroffensive. Yeah, well, the reason why they're announcing it is because like you can't do it in the fucking winter. You know what I mean? That's the point. It's like expected, but it is still weird that they're like talking about it like it's a fucking battle pass. You know what I mean? Make sure to get your battle pass, Redditors. The Ukrainian spring counteroffensive, it's on its way. Season 2 is going to have wonderful new arcs. Possibly speculation on whether or not there will be F-16s eventually. They're saying that that's probably a Season 3 DLC by Ukraine.
Either from the Ukrainians trying to suggest something different to the Russians, or from the Russians trying to undermine what the Ukrainians are doing.
Yeah, can we have a look at the conflict as things stand at the moment? Is that going to have a lot of bearing on this spring offensive then?
It will have a bit of a bearing on it. There are two things that are important to the spring offensive. One is the timing of it. And this document, if accurate, will give the Russians a better understanding as when the Ukrainians have the right number of troops in, the right number of new pieces of Western equipment in, and when they'll be properly trained in it. And as I said, there's an assessment on the ground, because if the ground is hard enough for armoured manoeuvre, that is quite important. And what it doesn't do, though, is the other bit, which is say where the attacks should go in. And that is still the gift of the Ukrainians. The Ukrainians at the moment are successfully fixing the Russians and everyone's attention in Bakhmut.
Yeah, well, what's happening there specifically?
And in Bakhmut, the Russians have made a little bit of progress. They've crossed to the western side of the Bakhmut River and are putting more pressure on the centre of the town. But the Ukrainians are still holding on. We predicted that would fall quite a while ago. The Ukrainians could, if they believe that the Russians are weak enough in there, carry out one of their first counterattacks in through Bakhmut and fracture that attention that's there. Everything seems to be focused on it. We've got a 1,200-kilometre front line. The other place the Ukrainians could attack into is the Savatoni-Crimea gap. That's an important line of communication. Take another bite of territory back in the same way that they did with Kharkiv earlier last year. Another area where there's a lot of activity going on at the moment is in Advika, just to the north of Donetsk. And the Russian regular military are fighting in there, but have had some significant losses. And if the Ukrainians felt very brave, and I don't think this would be what they'll do in their first part of the counteroffensive, but if they wanted to really fracture the Russian defences, they could come down from the Zaporizhia region down south to the coastline around Mariupol or Melitopol in that sort of area, breaking that land bridge between Crimea and the disputed Donbass, which is all important to the Russians.
Escalating violence in the Middle East over.
Can you explain this in valid terms, please? No. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Mick Mulroy, a former senior Pentagon official, said the leak of the classified documents represented a significant breach in security that could hinder Ukrainian military planning. As many of these were pictures or documents, it appears that this was deliberately done by someone that wished to damage the Ukraine, U.S., and NATO efforts. One analyst described what has emerged so far as the tip of the iceberg. Early Friday, senior national security officials dealing with the initial leak, which was first reported by New York Times, said a new worry has arisen. Was that information the only intelligence that was leaked? By Friday afternoon, they had their answer. Even as officials of the Pentagon and National Security Agency were investigating the source documents, they were all over 4chan and Telegram and Twitter. The 4chan document is a map that purports to show, can't say that, the status of the war in eastern Ukraine city of Bakhmut, the scene of a fierce and months-long battle. Can't believe they leaked it on fucking 4chan. I'm losing my goddamn mind, dude. It's like, Perpets.
Rice or bread? In terms of what? In terms of...
Bro, you're crazy. Rice. It was Wow Mao's Discord first, not 4chan? Wait, no fucking shot. No way that a dude who's like fucking made videos on me and like is like a Twitter shit poster was the first to leak. No shot. Apparently a lot of documents were originally leaked via a Discord Minecraft server. No fucking shot. Sending me these dumbass photos. I don't believe this information. It's from Bellingcat. I don't know if I agree with this. An earlier source from Discord, March 1st, the mother load. There are a lot more in the server. I deleted the March 4th Discord post after the guy who shared it asked me to. He's not important because the actual source apparently is this Luca dude. So in some 30 plus leaked documents were shared on Wow Mount. What the fuck? 10 files were reposted on a Minecraft map Discord server on March 4th. On April 5th, 3 of these files were posted on 4chan and 5, including a doctored document on Russian Telegram channels. Bro, what the fuck? It is wait, Wow Mount, like legit. Like, that's insane. Isn't that the guy who was saying, like, who would you smoke weed with? No, that's like... Are they even... Isn't this it? Yeah, this is Wow Mao, right? I mean, is it their Discord server or is it someone else's? Hello, CIA. Oh my God. We have watched his latest video. He shits on me in it. They shit on me in it, which I think is not nice. I mean, they're memeing though, but regardless, that like, the average, yeah, they've done, this is the famous, this is their famous meme that I watch all the fucking time.
But I am more white than you. You look gypsy. I am blonde hair. Blonde hair I have, you gypsy.
That means that someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not. Oh. Your mother is a whore and she got fucked from someone. You are weak sperm. You are weak sperm. This is the strong sperm. This is the Greek god. Okay, Greek god.
If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
That part is insane. That like I literally laugh in the same, like I feel like they edited that laugh in there. I'm not even kidding.
Lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
You lose. Why is Hagia Sophia this? Not.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's dumb. That's so dumb. The world is so fucking dumb. No, this is their actual Discord server. What the fuck? I mean, it's Bellingcat. Who knows? Bro, what the fuck are we talking about? That dude who made that fucking video, who I think is a HasanAbi head as well, or at least like, you know, he's in here sometimes. That motherfucker literally has a Discord server where this was first leaked by this Luca guy. Like all of this classified shit. Like, national security reporter at Politico. Hi, would you mind DMing, please? Like, leaker is a bodge. You need to disassociate from him immediately. I still am on the mindset. I'm still of the mindset that this is fucking... I'm still of the mindset that this is a purposeful leak. I just like, I do feel like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense other than that. It wasn't him. Was someone in a public server? No. I mean, I don't know where this guy got it from originally, but it seems like the first time this like circulated was in the Wow Mao Discord. That's fucking wild. People really think that they're just like impossible to track down on Discord, and I find that rather funny. Like, do they think that they're like unstoppable or something? Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Like, they just straight up think. Oh, they found the original versus edited versions. Total assessed losses. Ukraine 16 to 17K. Russia 35 to 43K. 16 to 17K. Ukraine 71K. So they're saying that the Russians losing 15K, like 16K, is the edited one. What did you miss? You were eating. Hey man, I went to make food. What did I miss? You missed that like some potentially very compromising State Department information, like on bosses and all this other shit was leaked in Wow Mao's Discord. Yeah, they just flipped the text. That's pretty funny. Not really. They didn't really do that. They just took this and then put it up there instead. What is this? Godspeed, Luca. I love you, bro. See you on the flip side. Anyway, Luca, the other guy who posted him on the Wow Mao server, found them on another server before Wow Mao. The original public leak point is somewhere else on Discord. Among the files Luca posted on March 1st and 2nd are 31 Ukraine-related documents, including CIA operations, Center Intelligence update files marked as top secret. There are apparently 100 plus other classified files he posted elsewhere in Discord this year. I've only seen one of them. This is what Lucas himself says. He pointed to a now deleted Discord server as the source, but impossible to find it now unless someone happened to be a member and scraped it pre-deletion. Luca, the guy who posted them on the Wow Mao server, found them on another server before Wow Mao. The original public leak point is somewhere else on Discord. In sum, I've seen 54 documents that Luca posted on the Wow Mao Discord channel. There are likely more. Seen some people say 100 in some. Topics include lots of Russia, Ukraine, but also some briefs on unrelated topics such as ISIS, China. I would love to see the China ones. Holy fuck, that'd be sick. But most interesting info is Ukraine and Russia. Sourcing updates. Luca apparently got these leaked files from another poster in a Discord server called Thug Shaker Central. Not joking. He then reposted them in the WowMao server. The leaked files went back to at least January of this year. Okay, who in here is on Thug Shaker Central? Be honest. The Thug Shaker to WowMao to Minecraft pipeline is real. Some of you motherfuckers are literally too online, bro. You are too online, and you think that like you can't get in trouble for any of this shit. You will get in trouble. Jesus Christ. I can't even tell. Thug Shaker General is a racist name law. No, it's it can go both ways. It is worth noting that it was only detected when it was posted to a leftist Discord, and not even like a big. Thug Shaker is like a subculture of white people posting gay black porn. I'm not joking at all. Yeah, I'm surprised that there's not more federal agent activity on right-wing circles. It's pretty commonplace. Nah, bro, I got a VPN. Yeah, good luck. Godspeed, soldier. Good luck to you. You asking kind of L-fed? And WowMao is not even necessarily like that big of a... WowMao is not even necessarily that big of a leftist Discord in comparison to like mine, for example. You know what I mean? I don't know how big it is, but I suspect it's not that big. So yeah, my point is, you know, when you post in places like this, know that, like, you know, people are watching. Also know that you're posting with everyone they've ever been with. What? This mentioned something about what is in the China docs. Purported tranche of U.S. and allied military secrets leaked in online major intelligence breach. Bro, by the way, this is not the first time that this kind of dumb shit, this kind of like actually very serious stuff is leaked in the dumbest ways possible. Remember, was it the War Thunder forums are a hotbed of not necessarily like super classified shit, but they do regularly. Was it World of Tanks? No, it was War. What was it? Yeah, people use people will leak classified documents in War Thunder forums to win arguments about what fucking plane is better than the other. Like, straight up. That's a real thing that has happened. Not once, multiple times. There you go. Here's one example. Oops, War Thunder gamers accidentally leaked sensitive F-16 secrets online, and this isn't the first time they've shared classified data to win internet battles. This is why I say, like, debate perverts are unironically some of the most, like, They are compromising. They're devastating to like any kind of national security commitment you might have. You got these dudes. Literally digging up classified schematics to win debates in a forum. Yeah, debate gremlins will take it to that level. And it's like you have this level of commitment, like use it for something good. This is another one. Fans wanted a war game to be more real, so they leaked classified documents. Beginning in 2021, players of War Thunder, a popular free-to-play vehicular combat video game, have thrice posted classified documents related to 3 tanks of British, French, and Chinese origin in an online forum dedicated to the game. It's like... I don't know what to say about it. It happens so frequently. It happens so regularly. It's just like... State secrets only exist to cover unethical behavior, war machine stats included. Yeah, I don't... It's an odd situation because like I don't have an issue with like classified information being leaked. I just wish it would be done for... I just wish it would be done at the behest of like, you know, honesty, justice, that sort of thing. Yesterday, Discord was used to leak a number of Pentagon documents relating to Russia's war against Ukraine. People think Discord is specifically for kittens. Okay, furries, your polycule, making additional splinter Discords from the one original main Discord that you were a part of when you, you know, don't have your way, don't get your way in that main original Discord, which then inevitably will break away into separate splinter Discords from your original splinter Discord. But no, this is what Discord is made for. Illegal activity and harassing and cyber stalking content creators. And pretty much that, like brigading Reddit posts. Like this is what Discord is made for. And then leaking classified documents. Yet the Ukraine files were evidently just a portion of the leaked intelligence. Yahoo News has seen over 100 other documents, but cannot verify their authenticity. As the Ukraine documents previously reported have been selectively altered, it is quite possible that even these documents are real, in part or in whole. They may have been obtained by a hostile foreign intelligence apparatus, if not manipulated or seeded with disinformation designed to undermine the U.S. or Ukrainian national security interests. I use an empty Discord server with me in it just to organize photos, videos, and have them link quickly. Saves a lot of space. Smart. Just know that you're not in there alone, M-HUD. That's actually really fucking smart. That's a great idea. Is there another video on this leak? I feel like there's better information out there, not from like mainstream media. I want to look at another story on it. The Hill talked about it. France 24 talked about it. Here, let's look at this.
Let's cross to Washington. Elizabeth Braw is senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute think tank. Thank you for speaking with us here on France 24.
Thank you.
Yeah. American Enterprise Institute. Nice. Nice.
documents, and
Wait, this
lots
guy
of
goes
people
through
asking
them?
me my opinion, whether what do I think, whether these documents real or whether these documents are fake. It is very difficult to determine.
That's insane. That's insane. Okay.
So this report, what more do we know about what was leaked and how accurate it was?
Well, we know that documents were leaked and that at least one of them is top secret because it has the top secret classification on it. And what is so mysterious about these leaks is that the documents, and they are, as you said, on social media, Twitter and Telegram, available for all to see at the moment. What's so mysterious is about them is that they seem to be genuine, but at the same time, parts of them have been doctored. So we don't really know how they were leaked, from which institution they were leaked, from which side they were leaked. It's clearly they relate to the Ukrainian war and American assessments, but were they leaked by somebody in Ukraine? Were they leaked by somebody at the Pentagon? That we all don't know. And on top of that, some of the content appears to have been doctored just to cause further confusion.
Just to cause further confusion. So in whose interest would it be to cause further confusion?
Well, the Ukrainians are saying that this is a Russian intelligence operation created to sow division and discord within the Western alliance, because the documents do discuss Western support, the extent of Western support, money and so forth, how much money has been allocated and will be allocated for various military donations. But we don't know any of that, and what is so we don't know whether it is Russia or whether it's some lone wolf who takes objection to Western military aid to Ukraine, or what the case is. And what is so challenging as well is that in this war we do have a lot of independent outfits operating in support of one side or the other, and that's exactly the same challenge we've had with the Nord Stream incident. We don't know, was it a government that was behind it? Was it a sort of a freelance operation by a group affiliated or supporting a particular side? That we don't know. We just know that this is creating enormous confusion as to who as to the extent of Western support for Ukraine, and who in whose interest it was to put this out there.
So Elizabeth Braw, when you wake up in the morning and you've had your coffee, how do you sort the wheat from the chaff in this information war?
That is a challenge. Before I've had coffee and after I've had coffee, and in fact, no amount of coffee will solve this dilemma. We have so much inaccurate information entering the bloodstream of the media environment in which we live. And the really challenging part of that is that even though there are fantastic disinformation reporters who scour the internet, social media all day to correct falsehoods, even if they arrive the minute after that information has entered the bloodstream, it's too late. Disinformation spreads very quickly, often because it's so juicy that people get so excited.
Okay, it's okay, guys. Russia can't use the information because that would be meta, and Coil would ban them. Yeah, they get a fucking VAC ban for metagaming. It's true. Not many people know that, but that's how that works. Nord Stream definitely wasn't the U.S. I mean, obviously, we all know that that's not the case. What if it's a fake leak to mislead Russians? I don't know. I don't know what they would get. What service this shit what purpose this serves? Oh my God. What is wrong with my brain? Fuck me. Holy shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene is going at it with Laura Loomer. Moving on from the Russia thing, okay? Talking like Ethan over here. Dude, I don't know what's that. I'm like tired. Laura Loomer is mentally unstable and a documented liar. She cannot be trusted. She spent months lying about me and attacking me because I supported Kevin McCarthy for Speaker, and after I had refused to endorse her last election cycle. She loves the alleged FBI informant and weirdo Nick Fuentes. She tried to get hired on the Yay campaign after the infamous Mar-a-Lago dinner, but Kanye West refused to hire her, so now she's running to Trump. Never hire or do business with a liar. Liars are toxic and poisonous to everything they touch. I'll make sure he knows. Stay away from my man. You are just a baby titan. No amount of plastic surgery will help you become as titan-like as myself. I am a real titan, born and bred through centuries of inbreeding. You went to the doctor to fuck your face up to look like a titan, but you will never become as titan-like as myself. I am from the royal bloodline. I can control all the other titans. You cannot. Trump moves to hire Laura Loomer, anti-Muslim activist. The former president recently directed advisors to give Ms. Loomer, who has a long history of bigoted remarks, a role in support of his candidacy. People familiar with the move said. Now, of course, it's funny that she said alleged FBI informant and weirdo Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes is standing right here, right next to her. She is at his conference, the America First PAC. And then everyone's favorite Habsburg-jawed right-wing psycho, Ali Alexander, responded to this and said, "This is false, Marjorie, and now I'm about to embarrass you. Laura Loomer politely declined an offer to support EA24. She says she supported Trump no matter what. Furthermore, you asked for a meeting with EA. We declined it after we fired your consultant, Milo. Talk to Isaiah Wortman about the legality of his purchase, too. Want to get legal? You lied to the January 6 families, me, and now this. Stop divorcing the truth." Then he said, Marjorie Taylor Greene paid Milo $100,000 to ghostwrite her book. Wait, what? Ew, really? Milo Yiannopoulos was the ghostwriter? I mean, he does have a lot of free time on his hands. Milo is a pederast, a thief, and someone who bragged about working with the FBI over Charlottesville. Milo made... Wait, what? See, this is what I don't understand. Why are you, as a brown man, saying that, like, Milo bragged about working with the FBI over Charlottesville when, like, you, a brown man, should not be comfortable with what was going on in Charlottesville? It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, in the one unique instance, it's like, yeah, being the FBI informant in that circumstance is probably better. Milo made several of her congressional staff feel uncomfortable. Milo lived at Marjorie's second home. He's just leaking all the secrets. Please don't say brown man, for fuck's sake. Why? I'm talking about two Nazis, one brown, one white, and this motherfucker, and they're fighting each other. And this motherfucker is this aesthetics pervert liberal is just like focusing on this. He's a brown man. True. What? It's literally if I said brown skinned man, that'd be weirder. Okay. Anyway, Radlib logic. Yeah, don't focus on what's in front of you, like literal fucking Nazis. Focus on some random, like, other irrelevant shit instead. Dumbass. Shut up. Anyway, here's some updates on Matt Taibbi. Not only did Matt Taibbi get fucking brutally eviscerated by Mehdi Hasan on Mehdi's show, he's also very upset about what's going on at Twitter. Because although Matt Taibbi was basically doing PR work for Twitter and Elon Musk specifically, Twitter has now decided to cut off Substack. Matt Taibbi just sent a newsletter confirming he's leaving Twitter over the Substack link block. He says this will affect future Twitter files access. I'm sure dwindling interest and that he's already got everything he wanted out of it, lots of subs, makes that decision very easy. That's right. Twitter is blocking likes, retweets, replies on tweets that include Substack links. I reviewed the tweets that are affected without these interactions, which are crucial to, according to Twitter's own algorithm, these tweets are barely receiving any views. And they're very upset. All the Substack guys are very, very upset. Funny because the real news, an independent nonprofit news org, we do grassroots journalism every day. We talk to workers, victims, and police and prison industrial complex, community organizers, etc. And Musk blowing up Twitter is going to royally fuck with our ability to do our jobs. Matt Taibbi says, how? Adam Johnson responds, Twitter is a major and sometimes primary platform for independent media to get traffic and financial support. Is this something you're not aware of? Matt Taibbi says, I'm one of those independent outlets. What is Musk doing that prevents independent media from doing our jobs? Adam Johnson responds, how are you this dense? Max was saying if Musk drives Twitter into insolvency and closes it down, it will adversely impact independent media. I know there's a bad signal that lights up in the sky anytime someone says something bad about right-wing bigots or right-wing billionaires, whatever. Matt responds, also, if these independent media platforms are good, they'll survive. But if you're dependent on an advertiser-based platform to market your work and you collapse because you lose a free distribution tool, that's not being put out of business by a billionaire. That's sucking. 5 months later. Of all things, I learned earlier today that Substack links were being blocked on this platform. When I asked why, I was told it's a dispute over the new Substack Notes platform. Since sharing links to my articles is a primary reason I come to this platform, I was alarmed and asked what was going on. I was given the option of posting articles on Twitter instead. I'm obviously staying at Substack and will be moving to Substack Notes next week. Musk is like Trump in that he eventually humiliates his hanger-ons worse than anyone is such a good fucking take. Orange man indeed bad. Mars 4chan troll. Multi-billionaire man indeed bad. The cringe libs are sometimes right. Yep. Elon Musk has since then unfollowed Matt Taibbi. Elon single-handedly blocked all interactions with Substack's Twitter account, even without a Substack link in it. A statement from our founders, any platform that benefits from writers and creators' work but doesn't give them control over their relationship will inevitably wonder how to respond to platforms that do. This has 900 quotes. Oh my God. They disabled. You can't reply to it. You can't retweet it. You can only quote retweet it. There's no link in here. They just straight up blocked the competitor. enjoy free speech under capitalism, moron. Isn't this literally illegal? Surely this goes against some antitrust law. You think America's going to punish a fucking billionaire who is violating antitrust laws? This is America, brother. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? He'll just say that violating antitrust laws is a classic South African joke where he's from, and then the courts will let him free. Elon has also talked about wanting to buy Substack, so he has multiple motives. Oh, yeah. Bro. Yeah, something can be against the law, but also never enforced. That's how antitrust has been for the past 50 years. Wrong. Well, not fully wrong, but kind of wrong. Part of the reason why antitrust law has never been enforced in America, or barely been enforced in America for the past fucking 50 years, is not only because people are just simply not enforcing it, but also because we changed the interpretation of what constitutes an antitrust violation. In the United States of America, and this is not my analysis of the situation, this is openly talked about in Congress. In Congress, in the United States of America, okay, the congressional interpretation of antitrust only pertains to consumer protections. So as long as prices are low, industries can keep monopolizing. They can keep engaging in vertical integration. They can keep engaging in horizontal integration. They can keep creating monopolies like Amazon has, both in e-commerce and on Twitch, where they forced me to run the top of the hour ad break. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then take it up with the big guys, okay? Or subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's right. These are the 3 methods that you can avoid the top of the hour ad breaks with. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But yeah, just so everyone understands, let me be very clear. Okay? What is this?
Towards me.
In the United States of America, antitrust laws do not fucking kick in until consumers are impacted because prices are too high. Now, you might turn around and say, but Hasan, aren't we experiencing record high inflation? Yes, we are. And as a matter of fact, part of the reason why we're experiencing record high inflation is corporate consolidation. So why has an antitrust law kicked in? Well, because consumers are being harmed through inflation over the course of many decades. So when that happens, it's not like an immediate price increase in the form of price leadership, not price fixing, by the way. Price leadership, very different, very legal, very cool, according to the government. Okay? And as long as it's not done through massive price spikes, then, you just feel it like inflation. And then the only way to counter that is not going to be, of course, fiscal policy, which is done at the legislative level, because the legislative body is neutered. The only way to combat it is through monetary policy. And currently, as it stands, our monetary policy revolves around raising interest rates with the open and openly mentioned, rather, I want to use a different word than interest, but stated goal of creating more unemployment. Okay? That is straight up the desired outcome of this.
So I'm trying to be a better IRL streamer, guys. Here, do you guys want? I'll do the Hasan. Do you guys want to see how Hasan IRL streams? This is how Hasan IRL. Watch. You fucking put it like right up to your nipple, like this. It's like, oh, what's going on? Oh shit! Oh fuck, bro! Oh, that's the Hasan version.
He's such a fan, bro. It's crazy.
Okay, wait, this is kind of lit. Towards me.
He is such a fan. This is fan behavior. Didn't they say that out loud, right? Yes, they did. There's actually a really interesting thread that I was reading yesterday. Hold on, let me see if I can pull the thread up. Speaking of that, by Osama Bishonen. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Here. Osama Bishonen says, sorry to be a huge lib here, but you have no idea how satisfying it is to watch Summers try every obscurantist interview line in the Economist Handbook only to realize Stewart can actually decipher it. Genuinely never seen a central banker confronted like this. Remember, we watched this video where Jon Stewart basically fucking eviscerated Larry Summers, who has been chirping non-fucking stop about raising interest rates with the open stated desires of depressing wages. How do you depress wages? By creating more unemployment. There's higher levels of unemployment. You no longer have a tight labor market. You now have a lot of insecurity. You have a lot of labor insecurity, which means they will do more work for less pay. They will shut the fuck up and they will work out of the fears that they will also become unemployed like their family members. Now, throughout this entire conversation, Larry Summers basically tries to counter Jon Stewart and gets owned. We watched this before. He says, worth noting that, and that part is clear, right? One of the major issues here is that Larry Summers, in writing and on Twitter and on New York Times articles, will openly keep stating over and over again that desire that we just mentioned. But when they're on television, they will never fucking say it outright because they know that this doesn't look good. They'll say it in writing. They'll get the CNN to write about it. They'll get CNN articles on it. They'll get New York Times articles on it. But they will never fucking say it on TV. They don't want to put a face to the name because they recognize that if workers comprehend that, like, these are the elites in our economy that just are openly stating their desires to depress your wages, then that's not all too popular. Okay? Worth noting that what Stewart says in the last 90 seconds about the Fed intervening to reduce workers' bargaining power is not a spin or an interpretation. It's an objective description that Summers freely acknowledges when he's not on TV, insanely cynical. Let's take a look at that part. If Twitter video ever fucking works.
Happened to us as we had. It isn't. Every worker should get as high a wage as
look
dollars. Right. That's $4,000 for every American, just in increase in the value of Apple.
You just made my point for me.
Do you feel that Apple is somehow gouging or doing something wrong?
Yes, of course. And Exxon is, and Mobil is.
So let's talk about Apple. Let's talk about Apple. Do you think Apple should just sell phones for less and not have enough phones? What would you have Apple do?
You're saying to me, John, market forces are market forces. And if demand goes up, are you suggesting, young man, that Apple should charge less than they could charge? Let me flip that on you. When there's a tightness in the labor market, what you're saying is the workers shouldn't do the same. that the workers, just following the same capitalistic principles that allow Apple to charge more for their phones, shouldn't charge more because wage inflation is driving inflation.
That's not at all what I'm saying, John.
That's exactly.
By the way, this is why I always say, at the tippy top, capitalists don't even do fucking capitalism accurately, because half of what, half of these neoliberal perverts love manipulating the supposed free market, just at the behest of corporate owners. So he's right. This is the same. If you want to ever fucking dupe dumbasses about that constantly say that the free market is better, just ask them about inelastic demand with respect to things that are things that you need for survival. It's in the textbook. It shows why you need to have government regulation on matters that pertain to healthcare. It's literally in the fucking textbook. You wrote it in there. Same goes for tight labor markets.
Exactly what you're saying.
Actually, it isn't. Every worker should get as high a wage as they can. It would be a terrible idea.
But the
to try
Fed
to
is going to intervene. The Fed is going to intervene to make that not possible.
No, the Fed is intervening to control the overall level of demand growth.
And what will that do to? And what will that do to the labor market?
Much faster.
What will that do to the labor market? What will it do to the labor market? It will loosen
is likely to lead to
looser labor markets.
A somewhat looser labor market.
Exactly.
We hope to minimize that.
Like he had to force him over the course of 7 minutes to concede on this point. Because why? Because he's on TV. And he's still using like weird words to dance around the subject matter. The subject matter in and of itself, when he says a loosening labor market, when it's tight, is less jobs available, okay? Higher rates of unemployment. That's what he's talking about. We need to fire people. We need to make it so that companies start firing people so that the remaining workforce works harder for less. And then when we open up the market one more time, they're more grateful to get the jobs. Now, why is it that he is so fearful of openly stating it?
Consequence.
Why? Because it's on television, because his face will be forever associated with that message. Whereas here he is, January 8th, openly stating that desire. The Fed thinks inflation is the primary concern. They explicitly recognize that there's going to need to be increases in unemployment to contain inflation. They recognize the salience in some labor market developments as a kind of supercore measure of inflation. And here's where the reality is. I really don't think Powell or Biden appreciate how everyone will judge the explicit raise unemployment and impoverish workers mandate should it be successful. That's it. All of them absolutely know how it'd be received if the public understood. That's why they'll openly discuss wanting higher employment in op-eds, but never on TV. It's rare that an interviewer makes them explicitly deny it like Larry here, but they'll do it. I can't overstate how many economists openly consider it their job to be the salesman for correct policies, even if it takes a noble lie. Read a Danny Roderick article recently where he describes colleagues telling him that his research on trade was sound, but it was undermining the cause. Also meant to clarify earlier that this isn't the first time I've seen a competent interviewer come at a big economist like this, but it's the first one I've seen where they can't just end the interview or insult the reporter because this time is Jon Stewart. Sorry if this counts as spamming. Dude, yes, I'm going to cover it. Yes, it just happened. Of course I'm going to cover the fucking mifepristone ban. Just chill. I know. I'm going to cover it. Calm down. I already clicked on your link in particular, the secondary injunction. Okay? I'm talking about something else right now. Hold on. It's literally right here. This is one thing in particular I wish was more widely understood. Capitalist governments want there to be a certain level of unemployment. Sometimes they intentionally try to increase unemployment, all while blaming the unemployed for a variety of social ills. Employers use the threat of workers being replaceable to keep wages low. That's the truth. If everyone is employed, there's no pool of unemployed workers to pull from. That threat vanishes. Then the workers are free to press the bosses for raises and more rights. Capitalists need the unemployed. They are vital to keeping the rich rich, and they also serve as a useful scapegoat for capitalism's downsides. Nasty little trick that. Not covering Palestine news. Weird champ. I literally covered it yesterday extensively. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. First tweet here that got over 10K likes is retro for Twitter showing the most tedious fuckers living who are now responding, you don't understand. A certain level of unemployment is necessary and desirable under capitalism. Like, that wasn't my entire fucking point. At least disagree with me if you're going to call me stupid. Come on now. I think raising interest rates is not necessarily a bad thing. But even though I am stating that it's not necessarily a bad thing, the expressed desire and how the Fed is currently engaging in this practice is for one explicit purpose. That purpose is to stop. That purpose is basically to stop corporations from engaging in the endless money supply, because money is super cheap to buy, and stop growing, and be fearful that no more there will never be quantitative easing again, so they'll turn around and start tightening up their shores, I guess, engaging in a level of austerity and putting an end to their permanent growth strategies, and ultimately fire a bunch of people. It is a bad thing. Why are you so capitalistic? What is capitalistic? If you truly want to change the outcome, you have to engage not in monetary policy, but in fiscal policy. You have to do anything you can to hit profit margins. Okay? You have to ensure that wages don't stagnate while simultaneously lower prices. How do you do that? Well, you do that by making sure that there is, by making sure that corporations are not engaging in more alternatives to ensure that their profits keep growing up. Because all of this is happening when corporate profits are skyrocketing. If you look at, for example, something like egg prices in California, one of the largest egg providers in the United States of America reported 700% increase. Hold on. Yeah, here.
Well,
high
you have probably noticed.
High egg prices send profits at largest U.S. producers soaring more than 700%. Is it because the wages increased for those who were fucking, producing the eggs? I'm not talking about the chicken. I'm talking about people that work in the poultry side. If that was the case, profit wouldn't surge. Okay? That's how profit works. Did the eggs become somehow more marketable? Was there like a big push? Did people really get excited about eating eggs? What led to this? How did their revenue double and their profit surged 700%, 718% last quarter? Oh, that's right. It says it in the article because of a sharply higher egg prices. The company, which controls about 20% of the U.S. egg market, according to Reuters, said its average selling price for a dozen eggs in the quarter ending February 25th was $3.30, more than doubled the average of $1.61 a year earlier. Despite the higher prices, the total number of eggs it sold edged up 1%, so its overall revenue rose 109% to $997.5 million. The doubling of revenue was nothing compared to its profits, however. Net income soared to $322 million from only $39.5 million a year ago. The jump in revenue and profit had been expected, but easily topped forecasts. Shares of Cal-Maine were up 4% in pre-market trading. This is what happens when there's no, when this is like unfettered, unchecked capitalism, corporate greed. Everyone's raising the prices of everything. There's so much corporate consolidation. It happens in the gaming sector all the fucking time. Corporations, these massive publishers will turn around and fucking
eggs
report record profits, and then they will fire like 25% of their fucking workforce. Let's take a look at what happened with the egg prices in particular. While I go and microwave my chicken.
A typically unremarkable grocery list staple for most Americans became a point of financial stress and confusion over the course of a single year. Between January 2022 and January 2023, the average price consumers were paying for a carton of eggs shot up by 150%, hitting an all-time high of $4.82 a dozen. Have another egg.
No.
Egg companies sold their eggs to grocery stores at unparalleled prices, peaking from about $1.20 a dozen to $5.20 a dozen within 12 months. As a result, grocery stores were forced to hike up their egg prices to turn a profit. To make matters even more confusing, egg prices for retailers started to plummet at the start of 2023, dropping by at least $2.90 a dozen out of nowhere. To explain the dramatic swing in wholesale prices, big egg companies like Cal-Maine Foods pointed their fingers at two factors: a rampant flu that plagued their chickens, and, you guessed it, inflation. These companies want consumers to believe that the ridiculous sticker prices we saw in 2022 and early 2023 were necessary to make up for sick hens and rising feed costs. But here's where the numbers don't add up. Dominant egg producers not only made up for lower supply and increased costs, they profited off them big time. Just look at Cal-Maine Foods' gross profit margin. Gross profit margin
is the funniest thing that is just like, with increasing corporate consolidation and through a totally legal, totally cool concept known as price leadership, not price fixing. Let me just explain that one more time. It's price leadership, not price fixing. Totally legal, totally cool, totally above board. Companies basically recognize that like they can get away with fucking raising prices, and that's it. And there's not really anything the government can do about it. Well, there are some things that they could do about it. They could just like shut off the funnel of subsidies, for example. You know? They could just like point to inflation, like as though it's some totally unique random thing that's happening that is absolutely outside of their control. Where the fuck is inflation coming from? What is inflation? I don't know.
margin measures how much money a company earned after accounting for production costs. Cal-Maine Foods more than quadrupled its gross profit margin after raising the price of its eggs. If Cal-Maine fairly raised prices to offset inflation and the avian flu, its gross profit margin would stay about the same. So, to figure out what's really going on with egg prices, we talked to one of the leading experts on food monopolies.
I'm Angela Huffman. I'm the vice president and co-founder of Farm Action. Farm Action is a farmer-led nonprofit taking on corporate consolidation in the food system. Contrary to the narrative of these industry leaders, these price increases are not due to an act of God. It's just plain profiteering.
So what's the true story behind those sky-high egg prices? And who's to blame? And what can we do to make sure this never happens again? I'm June, and this is More Perfect Union. Now let's get cracking.
You know what? Maybe I will have some eggs. Toast?
Since Cal-Maine Foods is the largest egg producer and distributor in the U.S., we're going to keep our focus there. Cal-Maine's CEO, Sherman Miller, recently celebrated his company's record sales and net income for the second quarter of fiscal 2023. The company made over $300 million in the second half of 2022, while the price of eggs was skyrocketing. Millions of Americans were paying record prices for eggs, while Cal-Maine got rich.
How much of a monopoly do they have? They own 20% of the entire egg market in the United States of America. Now, technically, that's not a monopoly. Well, it's usually an oligopoly, but it doesn't matter because oligopolies still operate. That's nothing. 20% is nothing? One company controlling 20% is nothing? Okay. Everyone openly admits that Amazon controls e-commerce and is a monopoly. Everyone admits this, right? Amazon doesn't own 100% of the e-commerce market. So why do they have so much fucking power? $25% minimum for monopolies in economic theory. $20% is a gigantic percentage. Okay? It is a gigantic fucking percentage. When you own 20%, you have the opportunity to control the entirety, pretty much the entirety of the marketplace. How can you do that? By basically by basically doing, like I said, this thing called price leadership, where you decide, okay, we can actually raise prices, knowing full well that every other fucking company will absolutely follow suit, which they do always. Amazon is not 100% of the fucking e-commerce. It's only 45%. Well, I guess it's not a monopoly then. That's how that works. The illegal part of that would be price fixing. If they did it in some shady, cigar smoked filled room where they had this like backdoor dealing where they decided to raise prices specifically and deliberately and together, then that would be considered price fixing, which is illegal. But if one company does it, an industry leader does it, and then every other company that's like 4 or 5 other big ones that follow suit, then that's not considered price fixing. That's considered price leadership. So clearly, that's not illegal. I mean, duh, Hasan, that's very different. They could just not follow, but they always do because they're motivated by the same profit-seeking behavior that the big one is motivated by.
So of course they needed a defense for raising prices. And this brings us to our first claim, the bird flu. In the company's December earnings report, Cal-Maine's CEO attributed the company's record average selling prices for conventional eggs to a reduced supply related to the outbreak in the U.S. of highly pathogenic avian influenza. It's true that last year, avian flu outbreaks resulted in the loss of 43 million egg-laying hens. But here's the catch. In the same breath, CEO Sherman Miller says there have been no positive tests for this bird flu at any of Cal-Maine Foods' owned or contracted production facilities as of December 28, 2022. Not a single Cal-Maine hen died from bird flu. 0. Now, obviously, other egg producers were impacted by the bird flu. So one might reason that with supply down nationwide, grocery chains would understandably run to Cal-Maine to secure their egg stock for upcoming months and would be willing to pay a pretty penny to do so. And Cal-Maine Foods, being the massive corporation that it is, one that controls...
Don't the leading companies raise the prices because they feel like it, causing the other companies to do the same? Yes, that's what I'm saying. Look,
20% of the egg market would of course welcome and encourage all of those pretty pennies happily. Now, that would all make sense if the highly pathogenic avian influenza did in fact reduce supply in the way CEOs like Sherman Miller describe. But once we looked into it, we realized that the numbers aren't as black and white as they appear.
Also, yes, Yvenda, you are absolutely correct. Layoffs work in the same fucking way. That's right. If you have noticed how what do you call it? In the tech sector, there's like mass layoffs happening, regardless of whether a company is profitable or not, regardless of what the company's runway looks like. In certain companies, there's not even a layoff that's supposed to take place, but it's happening regardless. The reason for that is the same principle. It's monkey see, monkey do. That's it. It's nothing. There's nothing to it other than that. You got shareholders pressuring board members to take action to make their companies more lean because they're seeing other companies engage in this behavior. And I'm not just talking about like Meta firing the fucking VR team. I'm talking about literally just random, like Google firing people for unrelated reasons. Why are they doing it? Because everyone else is doing it. That's it. Amazon begins cutting, 18,000 workers in one go.
The egg industry experienced no substantial decline in egg production in the last quarter of 2022 compared to 2021.
The number of egg-laying flocks on average only dropped 6 to 8% from the year prior, according to the USDA.
In addition to that, that number was even further blunted by record high lay rates, meaning the existing egg-laying hens laid even more eggs than the year before.
As it turns out, the hit to egg supply wasn't as dramatic as companies like Cal-Maine want you to believe. The bird flu outbreak for sure doesn't account for the 150.5% increase in the net average price for a dozen of Cal-Maine's conventional eggs from one year to the next. Now, back to that other excuse corporations love to deploy when justifying price hikes: inflation. Although we might disagree on the factors causing inflation, we can all agree that it's happening. Costs are up across the board, and the egg industry is not exempt. However, according to its own presentation to investors, Cal-Maine's total farm production and feed costs in 2022 were just 22% higher than they were in 2021. Remember, the price you paid for eggs went up 150% in this time, and Cal-Maine's profit margins quadrupled. So while a price increase is expected to keep up with rising production costs, no narrative that the egg industry pushed seems to explain why dominant egg producers more than quadrupled their wholesale prices.
There's just no other supply chain excuse that would justify these increase in egg prices.
It's just that they can get away with it. That's it. Because there was an egg virus outbreak. Bitch, they just described that there was no egg virus outbreak in the company that raised the fucking prices. That's the most dominant one. Are you listening with your asshole? Do your ears fucking work? Do your eyes work? It wasn't even an egg virus. It was the avian flu. Ask yourself why your first and immediate inclination is siding with the major egg producer. You're not an egg producer. Your dad's last name is not Cal-Maine. Why the fuck are you defending them? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand why the first immediate fucking immediate round of defense comes from like a random dude who has to eat eggs to fucking survive, and his parents are probably suffering as a consequence of like this kind of inflation, which, by the way, factors into every industry. Like it works in the identical ways in every single fucking industry. So ask yourself why reflexively do you immediately go, I got to defend the egg company, man. They said, you know, that there was a flu. He didn't even say avian flu. He said egg flu.
The fact that Cal-Maine is both raising its prices and grossly increasing its profit margins at the same time without any reasonable business justification for that suggests that it's foul play.
If a bird flu epidemic and inflation can't fully explain why egg prices soared over the last year, then what can? One clue is in the suspicious lack of price competition within the egg industry at large. Back in August, the USDA expected companies to start purchasing more chicks and increasing production while feed costs were moderating and egg prices were soaring.
So in a competitive and normally functioning market, we would expect that one of these companies would lower their prices so that they could swoop in and take that market share.
You'd expect competition to start driving prices down, but for some strange reason, production didn't increase. Prices kept rising.
There seems to be a collusive scheme among these industry leaders to turn inflationary conditions and an avian flu into an excuse to gouge consumers and raise prices. Why produce more if you can make more money producing less?
You might be thinking, didn't you say that these big egg companies recently dropped their wholesale prices pretty significantly after all? So maybe there really was something exceptional going on behind the scenes that required some once-in-a-lifetime price increases? To be completely honest, we're also confused by the latest numbers. Angela, have you seen the drop in wholesale egg prices?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Although prices are still a lot higher than they were last year.
But where did that drop come from and why now?
Well, we're not seeing any major changes in the market that would explain these lower prices, just like there wasn't a substantial change to justify the massive price increases that we talked about before. There isn't a sudden increase in egg supply to bring down the prices or anything like that to easily explain this.
So these companies dropped their wholesale prices randomly?
Well, the USDA says that consumer demand for eggs is down a little bit due to resistance to the record high prices in grocery stores. In a recent report, the USDA actually pointed to the negative media attention on the issue of egg prices as a factor for why consumers are holding back. It wouldn't be the first time that a corporation quickly lowered its prices after being called out for price gouging in the news. Anything to divert attention elsewhere, especially with Easter coming up.
Yeah, I forgot about Easter.
Well, the egg companies haven't. They're desperate to win back consumers in time for the holiday.
Just so they can increase prices again?
Well, an increase in prices is the normal response to Easter every year. That's to be expected. But we're keeping an eye on it because it shouldn't be used as an opportunity to price gouge. There seems to be a new normal price for eggs, and the reason for that isn't the flu or inflation or even a holiday, it's corporate greed. And what Cal-Maine Foods and the other large egg companies did last year is extort billions of dollars from the pockets of American consumers by placing a tax on an essential good that everybody needs, plain and simple.
Is there anything that can be done to stop this from happening over and over again?
There is. We need to hold these companies accountable. We at Farm Action wrote a letter to the FTC calling on them to investigate these companies. They can prosecute any violations of our antitrust laws that they would find, and ultimately, they should get the American people their money back by seeking financial restitution for these abuses. Senator Jack Reed sent a letter to the FTC urging investigation, and then Senator Elizabeth Warren and Representative Katie Porter also sent letters to the top 5 egg producers in the U.S. asking for answers. Believe me, this isn't over until somebody investigates.
So there you have it. Not the most satisfying of stories yet. There's work to be done. Now, it's on the Federal Trade Commission to work in coordination with the Department of Justice and the USDA to crack down on corporations that use their monopoly power to price gouge the American people. On behalf of all Americans writing their grocery lists and planning their Easters, it's time for some answers.
It sounds like it was written by ChatGPT. I'm not even joking. I don't give a fuck what wrote it. It's real. That's it. And what? Find them because that'll teach them? No. I think the federal government has an incredible amount of power at their disposal. One thing that I just mentioned is subsidies, right? None of these industries would not even be profitable, but like they just wouldn't exist if it wasn't for a tremendous amount of fucking subsidies. Subsidies that we pay for with our taxpayer dollars. Another thing that we could do is put a price ceiling on goods, certain goods, if you want to start off with. Like, it just seems unimaginable, though. It just seems completely and utterly unimaginable because corporate consolidation, corporate power is supreme in this country. That's it. They get to do whatever the fuck they want. And you get to idly stand by and take it. You really don't have anything else that you can do about it. There are obviously different measures that countries have taken in the past, historically, like CCP being a good example of this, but you can never say shit like that. Speaking of which, by the way, a Texas judge has halted the FDA approval of the abortion pill, mifepristone. Matthew Kacsmaryk, the Donald Trump appointee, finally came out from his closed-door meetings and has sided with the anti-abortion plaintiffs, shocking 0 people, seeking to remove a commonly used abortion pill from the market. But the Texas judge stayed his ruling for now, allowing the federal government a week to appeal. Meanwhile, a Washington judge has issued a dueling injunction to this, prohibiting the FDA from pulling mifepristone off the market, which directly conflicts with Kacsmaryk's. I don't know where we go from here, but this is where we're at now. Owning a cow will never be cheaper than getting it from the store because of subsidies. Yeah. Also, it's important to point out that if I were to buy a bunch of eggs from a store and jack the price up all the time and sell them, I'd be arrested for illegal price gouging. Yes, price gouging is only illegal when you do it, as in you become the mediator. Or even if you become the mediator, you could potentially, get...
This episode is brought to you by Nebula. Stay tuned for an exciting announcement.
If you get rich enough and powerful enough, then... Even if you become the mediator, you can at least lobby the government for legitimacy.
Strange. We're very attached to the idea that things just keep getting better for every new generation. Like how before, there weren't any iPads, but now, we all have iPads. Fruit Ninja. Sadly, that steady march of progress narrative doesn't really hold up. Of course, a lot of things are better now than a few generations ago, don't get me wrong. However, the unfortunate reality is that there's a disturbing trend with work today. New jobs are declining in quality across a lot of different and incredibly important metrics. And you probably already know that. Odds are, your job sucks. But it's often hard to take that personal experience and put it in the context of a whole economy. Because whatever you're picturing, however horrible you're imagining the general state of work being, I guarantee what I'm about to talk about is a lot worse. There's a lot of different ways to measure job quality, but the most obvious one is money. Jobs don't pay as much anymore. For starters, pay has not kept up with productivity. We produce far more goods and services per hour than we used to, and up to the 70s, this increase in productivity tracked almost perfectly with an increase in hourly pay. More productivity equaled more money in the pockets of workers. Since then, however, productivity has gone up every year, by around 75% between then and now. But hourly wages have only risen a tiny 9%. So, where's the money gone? Unsurprisingly, most of the profit generated from that increase in productivity hasn't gone to workers. It's been captured by the 1%, whose wages have fully gone up an insane 138%. That's kind of abstract. Let me put it in more concrete terms. This inequality has cost what most Americans consider middle-class families $18,000 a year, $76K instead of $94. But you're clever. You look at the graphs and you see that even though inequality is some of the worst it's ever been, the line at the bottom is still going up, even if just barely. But does that mean wages are rising? Not really. For the bottom 50% of the population, in other words, the average American, pre-tax, pre-benefits income has actually gone down by over 6% since 1980. And that's before you factor in the cost of living. That means things like inflation, which we'll get into later, but it also just means what kinds of expenses people are now responsible for that they didn't used to be. For example, since the 80s, employers have cut down on healthcare benefits. They've also made job training increasingly an individual responsibility. Student loan debt has only gotten bigger, the cost of not getting a college degree has only grown, and yet the benefits of having one are only going down. And this isn't just in education. People are needing to take on a lot more debt for just about everything. And I do mean need. Prices on essential goods way outpace wages year after year. So, just to get by, credit has become an essential part of a home budget. This is part of a larger trend within neoliberalism, where responsibility and cost for all sorts of things, like job training, healthcare, and retirement, are shifting increasingly onto the shoulders of individuals who are making less and therefore need to resort to debt to get by. Today, the average American has 90 grand worth of debt hanging over their head, and debt as a percentage of income has only gone up since the 50s. All this has another effect on work. Not only do we work for less on average, we also work longer. Year over year, working hours in the US have actually remained relatively stagnant. But because wages have gone down in practical terms and personal expenses have gone up with the gutting of social services and costs borne by employers, we spend more of our lives at work. Over the past 30 years, the average age of retirement has gone up from 62 to 65. And last fall, Republicans actually started floating a plan to push retirement even later by delaying when people can receive full Social Security benefits and Medicare. I actually covered this topic about a year ago, but these kinds of policies actively target poorer Americans who rely on Social Security and are way more likely to die before reaching retirement age than their wealthier counterparts. Just so you get an idea of how prevalent this trend is, the same thing just happened in France as we were putting this video together. The country is on fire because, despite disapproval from the overwhelming majority of French people, the neoliberal President Macron raised the retirement age by going around the parliament. Like the Republicans did in the fall with their plan to make Americans work longer, Macron cited budget concerns and the upcoming insolvency of these retirement funds. But make no mistake, the reason retirement funds are going to be insolvent isn't because people aren't working hard enough, but because the wealth that they produce isn't going in their pockets or into funding these necessities. It's going to billionaires. But let's get back on track. None of these trends are helped, by the way, by another aspect of job quality that keeps declining: security. More and more people are being brought into more precarious work on an intermittent, irregular, or contractual basis. The new name for it is quiet hiring. But for years now, companies like Uber and their gig economy clones have been selling it as flexibility. Jobs are less secure today than in the past. You're more easily fired. Protections for workers are less well enforced under contractor status. Unionization is either impossible or downright illegal. And neither pay nor benefits are nearly as good, with the latter rarely ever being provided. And it's not restricted to just one or two sectors of the economy. These jobs are everywhere. 53% of people between 18 and 34 and who work in the gig economy do so as their primary income source. And according to a Princeton study, 94% of the net employment growth in the US between 2005 and 2015 has been in, quote, alternative work arrangements, meaning independent contractors, temp work, and freelancing are basically the only new jobs our economy is producing. The consequences are bleak. Unreliable work comes with a lot of insecurity. We know that capitalism regularly spirals into recession, around every 5 years at this point. So with the likelihood of a recession in 2023 seemingly really high, 80% of US workers, according to one study, is worried about losing their job. Regardless of the exact number today, this kind of anxiety about job security under neoliberal capitalism is always widespread. And it's another variable that makes work worse and makes wages stagnate. Workers are constantly worried about keeping their job, so they exercise wage restraint. They don't ask for a pay raise despite needing it because they're worried it could get them fired. This isn't helped by the fact that neoliberal politicians actively
There's a 0% chance that you just said that like what he's talking about is similar to what like artists that work on commission even before or after artificial intelligence art gains more prominence. Like there's no way, right? Like one could not make such a stupid comparison that you're not there's no way you're still holding on to that grudge. Like saying, you know, you told artists to adapt and overcome and utilize AI as a tool in their tool belt. Why not tell the entirety of American working class to adapt and overcome? Brother, they're not getting fucking pushed out of the marketplace. They're not selling commissions on the side. Okay? This is their job. Their main job is turning the contracted shit. You can't make the same comparisons to literally fucking you selling drawings that you get commissions for. There's no point in history where like art has ever been people's like main fucking jobs in the same way that you would describe the rest of the fucking economy. I'm a Twitch streamer. I understand that like what I produce is not all that important in the grand scheme of things, okay? What? Artist is a job? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about fucking selling commissions. I have defended artists time and time again. Obviously, art and the arts in general are tremendously important for societal development. I'm not a fucking STEM lord. I'm not a stem cell. Just stop, Hasan. You know nothing about artist work. Yes, I know. You're right. I don't. I've never been an artist. I don't understand it. It's your struggle. Only you get it. You're going to keep living your fucking boho chic lifestyle, funded and facilitated by other wealthy people or your wealthy parents, just like every fucking artist did permanently. I'm not talking about motherfuckers that are doing like graphic design or visual work for a company that are getting priced out. I'm talking about the comparison between AI art, okay, and artists who are selling their artwork as commissions or on a commission basis. Why are you acting like a douche, bro? Because it's so fucking frustrating to me that the service sector is like pretty much the only remaining sector for the American working class. Half of these guys who want to sell fucking artwork literally have to do the gig economy work, not realizing that there's no comparison to make between the two, because if their gig economy work was actually full-blown employment, they would have all the time in the world to make all the fucking paintings that they want to. Anyway, automate more shit. It'll only make me grind harder. Adapt and overcome and be applied to what needed to do for capitalism too. We need to be willing to use the tools of our enemies, oppressors against them to overthrow them. But like when I say artists need to figure out a way to utilize AI art in it because it's an inevitability, okay, is not like me saying sucks to suck. It's me saying like be smart about it. If you don't figure out a way to fucking utilize it, then you're gonna get cut out. You're going to get cut out and shut out from the marketplace. And there's not really any kind of like real restriction you can place on that because it's technological achievement. It's like, again, it's like the guy who was working on candle waxes his entire fucking his entire life, while simultaneously, you know, the light bulb is being invented. It is a foreseeable and oftentimes very shitty byproduct of exponential growth and the exponential growth of technology. Like, there are so many different ways that an AI can serve you at the top of the hour ad break. Okay? And I know that. The AI will eventually replace me. They will serve you creative ways. They will serve you in way more, significantly more creative ways at the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. Will they tell you that you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free? Yes, they will probably tell you that too. Will they tell you that there are other methods that you can use? Most likely not. They won't even, you know, make references to it. So, hey, Bozo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Joey Taco Penis, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Just 3-minute ad break now. Let's get back to the fucking video. I'm getting derailed for no goddamn reason. I actually wanted to get derailed so I could serve at the top of the hour ad break. Ariel Khaleesi, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Promote this wage restraint behavior by lying to people about the relationship between wages and inflation. In case you're wondering, by the way, wages and inflation aren't related. The wage price spiral is BS. You can get a raise without making inflation worse. Here's a study on that. I think I forgot to print that one. Okay, here we go. Proof is on the bottom of page 5, top of page 6. We got too many printouts here. Let's move on. Look, if that wasn't enough, kids aren't being spared from declining job quality either. Child labor laws are starting to come down all across the country. According to the Economic Policy Institute, 10 states are introducing or have already passed legislation weakening child labor laws, despite the fact that violations of child labor protections are actually on the rise. Saying it like that is a little vague. Let me read you some details off the list of these bills.
Thoughts on this guy being a tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay? That's my thoughts on this guy being a tanky. Take a fucking week off and think about how stupid you are as a human being.
In Arkansas, a bill was passed that eliminates age verification and parent-guardian permission requirements. In Iowa and Minnesota, bills were introduced to lift restrictions on hazardous work. And in all these states, bills were introduced or enacted that extended working hours for minors. And I know that right now you're probably thinking of kids in their late teens working the register or in fast food kitchens. Jobs that are grueling but often get depicted as easy. Those aren't the only jobs kids are doing right now, and they're a lot younger than what you're picturing. For example, in their report, the EPI mentions violations happening in meatpacking facilities, where over 100 kids between 13 and 17 are working illegal overnight shifts, handling dangerous chemicals, and, quote, cleaning razor-sharp saws and other high-risk equipment on slaughterhouse kill floors. It's giving the 21st century a real cool retro 1900s.
Okay, what JT doesn't understand is that, one, the children yearn for the mines. They all play Minecraft. And two, their tiny fingers are so much better as it pertains to cleaning like the tiny holes in those massive saws. So, sorry. It's kind of a good thing, okay? And lastly, they're learning very important job skills.
Vibe. But it gets even worse in agriculture, where 33 kids are injured every day in the US because so long as they have parental authorization, 14-year-olds get to use machetes and work with dangerous pesticides for unlimited hours with barely any sort of safety regulations in place. Oftentimes, by the way, making less than minimum wage. How fun is that? Speaking of demanding work, let's turn back to France for a second, because they actually measure the intensification of work over there. Back in the 80s, around 12% of French salaried workers had a physically strenuous job. Now, 40 years later, with all the developments we've made in automation that should make work easier, that number's gone up to 34%. And it's not just physical strain. Over the same time period, the number of salaried workers with a mentally strenuous job went up from 6 to 35.
You wanna know why? You wanna know why? Service sector jobs, baby, and delivery jobs. It's not like their fucking constructions tremendously increased, okay? No. It's because when automation creates opportunity to lift the workload of the working class under a capitalist organization of the economy, the benefits are only given to the owners of corporations. What do I mean by this? Talk about it all the time. I'll give you a super old school example. Let's say you don't have a plow, right? You have to fucking plow with your hands. Get on your hands and knees, okay? All of a sudden, or let's say you're using a plow, all of a sudden a tractor comes in. That's efficiency. That's technological improvement, right? Now, before you needed like, let's say you need eight people on the plow carrying all this shit, right? But now you have a tractor. Well, guess what? The tractor will, in normal circumstances, allow you to do less work. Holy shit, we have a tractor. How wonderful. All 8 of us can now keep our job, literally increase our output, plow more farmland, and be able to work even less hours and it be less strenuous. What happened, however, because the farm is not owned by you, but owned by your boss, somebody else, your boss said, well, you have a tractor now. You, as one farmer, can do the job of 8. So now you find yourself doing 8 other farmers' work with the one tractor. Your output has increased as a singular individual, but your salary hasn't. What I'm describing to you is at the heart of what JT is talking about in this video. Productivity increases, your output as a singular worker increases when you have the advent of technology like the internet becomes commonplace. Computers get better, mobile phones get better, you're on 24/7, you're having fucking business emails that you have to respond to after work. All of this stuff is making you a significantly more productive worker. And therefore, your output is higher in comparison to someone in the 80s or someone in the 90s doing the exact same job that you are engaging in. But what happened? Did the average hour that you spend in the workplace decrease? No. As a matter of fact, in certain respects, it might have even increased. Didn't decrease, it increased. Why? Because they fired all the other workers because they can make you do the job of 8. So what do those 8 other workers do? Well, they have to get a job or else they die. They move to different sectors. Why the most viable economies or the most viable sectors for regular working class people in the United States of America or even in France, comparable OECD nations, Western neoliberal nations, the most viable industries are service sector jobs where you can go and become a delivery driver. You can go and work at a retail job. You can go and work at a restaurant. These are really difficult jobs. They're very strenuous jobs. So that's the reason why in France, over the course of the time frame that they were looking at, the amount of physically tasking jobs has increased. The percentage of physically tasking jobs have increased. Because technological achievements do not work in favor of the working class under a capitalist organization of the economy. Your bosses will utilize that to their advantage to make sure that the profit margins are higher than before. Okay?
5%. If we can assume that these numbers are relatively generalizable to a similarly developed country like the US, more Americans, contrary to the popular narrative, have harder, not easier jobs. By and large, the increase in productivity, the leaner operations, and the more efficient pace of work that came with advanced technology mean a lot more intensive a turnaround for workers today than at any other point in history. But let's give up the national lens for a second. A lot of the idea that work keeps improving probably comes from the fact that the US has moved from a manufacturing and manual labor economy to a service economy, jobs that are widely and unfairly considered easy. But let's, for the sake of argument, say they are easier. Just because Americans aren't in factories as much as before doesn't mean those jobs have disappeared. Work hasn't gotten better. All that's happened is that these factory jobs have been thrown onto other people's backs who just happen to live in other countries. We didn't transition to a service economy by eliminating factory labor, but by having wealthy countries force open foreign markets to American and European capital so that they could be the ones to take on this burden. Because when companies move their manufacturing overseas, it's usually to take advantage of lower wages and less stringent safety requirements. Once again, worsening job quality. What most of these trends find in common is the shift in the balance of power away from workers and towards capitalists, the owners of businesses. The more power capitalists have, the more they're able to extract profit from workers by any means. Hence, jobs get worse. As evidence of this shift, just look at unionization.
It's not Dijon mustard chatter. I'm actually currently using tahini.
Trends. Since around the 60s, unionization has gone way down, and in perfect mirror image, the share of income held by the top 10% has gone up. But this growth of capitalist power isn't limited to unionization. Capitalists in the neoliberal era have helped to elect politicians that weaken workers in every imaginable way. Politicians that strip away social safety nets, like Reagan and Clinton, that weaken bargaining power and defund the NLRB, like Trump, that force open foreign countries' borders to American companies, like what's happened in East Asia and Latin America. All of these things contribute to creating a more vulnerable, less powerful workforce that can be taken advantage of more easily, that is more likely to be unemployed or underemployed, that year after year has to contend with more and more obstacles to living a comfortable life. Through these combined efforts, capitalists are able to wield more power in negotiations with workers, push wages down, strip their access to healthcare, union bust indiscriminately, and personally accumulate wealth at levels we haven't seen in all of human history. And none of this is to romanticize the 50s or some bygone era, by the way. Those were not good times for anyone not like this. Trying to turn back the clock isn't going to solve any of these problems. The seeds of declining job quality were already there back then. You recreate a New Deal social democracy in the US today, and within a couple years it'll melt back into neoliberalism because it isn't a solution that takes away capitalist power, nor their need to make profits at all costs. The balance of power of the 50s was nothing more than a temporary compromise that only held while capitalists were satisfied. Bottom line is, we're not going to find a solution in some mythologized past.
This is why you experience quality of life decreases not only in the United States of America, but also in European social democracies. That's right. That's why it's happening. Because when there is a nationalized program or there are social safety nets that could be privatized or diminished, capitalists will absolutely eviscerate it slowly but surely, no matter how powerful and how popular they are. And what you're seeing in Europe and what you're seeing in Canada as well is exactly that. They need to find new profit sectors or new profit vectors in the form of new sectors that could be privatized. So what do? They underfund socialized entities dramatically. Then they point to how fucking underperforming those entities are, like public education, like social health care, like socialized medicine in Canada. They point to how bad that is. And then they go, we need to bring in private medicine. That's how this works. Same thing is happening in the NHS. How many years of Tory austerity has the NHS had to withstand? You think that shit sucks for no reason? That's the reason. So remember that. Social democracies also will inevitably wither away because it does not eradicate capitalism.
It's only going to be when people have actual collective autonomy to make economic decisions and aren't forced to generate profits for a small group of wealthy businessmen that work can actually and durably improve. If you only take one thing away from this video, let it be this. Your job will never truly improve under capitalism. So long as the profit motive is the guiding principle of every business, safety, working conditions, and basic human dignity will always be an afterthought. If we want to get to a place where we can take pride in our work, enjoy a good work-life balance, and use new technology for the benefit of all workers, capitalism needs to go. I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that I had an exciting announcement. As of today, both the Deprogram and First Thought will be available on Nebula. I've gotten a lot of requests to host them both on the platform, so I hope.
Congratulations to JT. I'm sorry, but the whole reform or revolution thing is so stupid. I think these options are both tools that can be used to fit according to the conditions. We aren't in Tsarist Russia. Who are you talking to, bro? Like, who are you talking to? So what's the option? Sit here and rotting in neoliberal hell? And reject social democracy. There's no mythical rising up of workers. The conditions don't call for it. Yeah, I know, but I don't think JT has ever fucking advocated for like immediate revolution. I don't know where you got that fucking idea from. And I certainly am not saying that. I don't believe that I do not believe that America's labor aristocracy or the Western world's labor aristocracy in general is going to create environments that are ripe for revolution. We do not even have the mechanism of collective bargaining in our workplaces, let alone any kind of class consciousness. We don't even have class consciousness. It's just not going to happen here. Unless things change. But I'm never going to fucking sit here and say that, like, America wouldn't be instantly better if it was more similar in economic organization to a country like Norway. Of course it would be. And hundreds of millions of lives would be immediately improved. Not only that, but actually billions of lives would be improved if we had a similar attitude to military intervention in comparison to European social democracies. Now, are European social democracies beneficiaries of American imperialism? Absolutely. Okay? Stop saying, dude, say Norway rip, suck my dick. I'm talking about nationalizing extraction industries, you fucking donkey. Soy, Venezuela did it and it was so socialist, soy. But if I fucking mention Norway, then it's not all of a sudden that's not real. It's so stupid. Oh, China is so good. China is so communist. It's such a good transitional socialist state, actually. Like, shut up, stupid. I give props when props are fucking due. When China does it, I give it props. When Norway did it, I gave it props. Anyway, the point is, European social democracies are nowhere near as aggressive as the United States of America is as the primary imperialist superpower. If America was, less aggressive, less interested, obviously this is a literal dream. Like, it would never happen because, as we know, capitalism necessitates imperialism. Imperialism is the highest state of capitalism. Just saying, like in a magic fucking universe, if it wasn't as aggressive or as damaging or as awful or as violent or as bloodthirsty, said that, I don't know. The world would unironically be a better place. Could we get there through reforms? No. I don't think that'll ever happen. Let's continue.
California is an island. Not literally, of course, but
let's talk about why my state is absolutely fucking dog shit. This is by Wendover Productions. More like I'm bending over to the fucking Californian authorities on a daily fucking basis as they milk me dry of my tax dollars, which I have no problem fucking giving them. But I do hope that I get something in fucking return, and that's not, you know, a new armored personnel carrier for the Los Angeles Police Department, but instead to fix the fucking potholes. Instead, to make sure that there is adequate housing availabilities for people who are getting priced out of the housing market. But of course, that is magic la la land. Why would that ever happen? Fix the fucking roads, man. Pay teachers more. All you're getting is climate collapse and armed right-wing militias headed up by Orange County Nazi grandparents. I hate that.
Geography and history has subjected the state to the same pressures and influences that make actual islands so insular. Towering mountains separate the bulk of the state from its neighbors, but America's largest desert places hundreds of miles of harsh, sparsely populated landscape between it and the more populated states farther east. Conversely, the largest, richest, and most influential cities in California all sit on the coast: San Diego, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. This is no coincidence. Granted statehood in 1850, California began its interaction with the rest of the nation by ocean. It did not border any other state. The next nearest was Texas. The interior was considered hostile, dangerous wilderness, but also just fundamentally lacked roads, so steamships would leave from the East Coast, snake through the Caribbean, and drop off passengers in Panama. There, travelers would cross the country by foot and horse and boat to get to Panama City, where they'd wait for another steamship to bring them to California. At best a 30 or 40-day trip, but incredibly, the fastest way to get from one half of America to the other. This disconnect meant California initially operated more like a colony, especially considering that until telegraph lines spanned the country a decade later, this weeks-long trip was also the fastest way to get information from coast to coast. It wasn't until the Transcontinental Railroad was completed in 1869 that the state was truly, reliably connected to the rest of the country by land, giving California 2 foundational decades to define its identity in isolation. This legacy persists. The disconnect exhibits in small ways that stack up into a meaningful sum. For example, most of the rest of the country is linked by a network.
Honestly, if you go live anywhere in the world, where'd you go live? Would you say Tokyo? Easy.
Of oil pipelines, allowing for cheap and efficient transport of the resource.
Also, not really though, because I don't speak Japanese and it's really fucking annoying.
From well to refinery to pump. California is different. With those towering mountains and desolate deserts separating it from the east, the economics never worked out to extend a pipeline to the state. Therefore, California largely buys crude oil from foreign countries, imports it on enormous tanker ships, and refines it locally, which, in addition to the state's strict environmental regulations, explains the higher prices typically seen at their pumps. California even has a small degree of disconnect to the rest of the American road network. It's the only state that requires all travelers to pass through any sort of border formality.
Is Tokyo really that much better than Amsterdam? Yes. Tokyo is Amsterdam with more character. Significantly more character in the way that I like it. I love Amsterdam. I think Amsterdam is beautiful. Better than Vienna? I love Vienna. Vienna, another beautiful city. One of the best, in my opinion. But yeah, Tokyo, yes. But 0% the weed legality? Bitch, I don't give a fuck. I don't smoke weed.
When driving in. It's not an immigration per se, rather an agricultural inspection to check for invasive species, but the point is not that these checks themselves significantly separate the state from the rest. More so, the fact that California is able to isolate and protect itself from pests prevalent in the rest of the country with any degree of success demonstrates just how naturally disconnected it is. The only state to have a similarly extensive agricultural inspection system is Hawaii, made up of literal islands. But the reason California can be so isolated is because it's really absurdly filthy rich. The state's center, if defined by wealth concentration, is here, Silicon Valley. It'd be easy to assume the area's riches are overstated, but the numbers offer a quick counterpoint. Santa Clara, San Mateo, and San Francisco, the 3 counties that encompass the core of Silicon Valley, have a collective GDP of 700.
I love when people say, hell yeah, Bay Area represent. My friend, that is the reason why you can't live there. You know what I mean? Like that. Like those guys are taking most of the profits.
And $25 billion. This is closest to that of Poland, the 21st largest nation in the world, home to 38 million people.
Common Polish L.
The uninitiated might assume that San Francisco and Silicon Valley are more or less one.
Literally 3 counties worth of revenue, dude. That's crazy. Not even the whole state. 3 counties worth. Kurwa.
One and the same. Sure, San Francisco has a big tech scene, but the major headquarters are distributed across the towns and cities to the south of it. Google is in Mountain View, Apple is in Cupertino, Netflix is in Los Gatos. What this means is that these titans of tech, some of the largest companies in the world, are headquartered in some rather small cities, 82,000, 60,000, and 34,000 residents respectively. Therefore, they're regulated by tiny, hyper-competitive local governments. In fact, San Francisco, the city you know best, is not even the largest city in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Jose has 983,000 residents to San Francisco's 815,000 because the entire area is just subdivided into a huge number of smaller cities and towns, which is a bit of a trend. Los Angeles County, encompassing most, but not even all of the metro area, is composed of 88 different cities plus unincorporated areas. Across both of the states.
Yeah, one major problem with California or even LA County is that it's just so big. Like, it is so insanely vast. And the 88 cities that they're referencing are like kind of far from each other. Like, it's just built like shit, really. That's it. I don't know how else to describe it. It is built like fucking dog shit. Does that make sense?
Largest urbanized masses, what functions like one city operates as dozens, even hundreds, leaving few comprehensive, overarching bodies to align incentives. Zoomed in, considering the odd relationship and power dynamics of neighboring communities, or zoomed out, considering the state's historical and contemporary isolation, California.
Texas is like that too. There are like 7 cities with over 100K people just in Dallas, Fort Worth. Yeah. You know what? That's not even wrong. They urban sprawled because they could, but no one ever stopped to ask if they should. Well, it's one of the issues with like modern developments. You know what I mean? Especially in a place like America. If you go back, I can't believe I'm saying this and people will probably fucking yell at me, but if you go back to city planning at a time and like during monarchies, they're literally better. The only reason why you have cities like London or you have cities in Europe is because the Romans built them. Okay? I'm not even kidding. Like a lot of the development built back then that people basically used the skeletons of and built on top of, were able to build we're able to basically build city planning in a way that certainly still reflected class positions, right? And that wasn't great, but it was still, it was a building that you could inevitably turn into housing for as many people as possible, as they did in places like in places like London out of necessity. Whereas you know, in America, we fucking build shit because we can, and we build shit in a way that like, you know, in a way that best suits the interests of like suburbanite white people that puts them in proximity, like as further proximity as possible to black people. Really fucking ugly, gross, cookie cutter. It's partially true after World War II, all those European cities that were bombed the shit changed the doctrine of American ways of car infrastructure and parking, like The Hague, but reversed it. And now it's not a hellscape. We urban planned around cars early on, and now there are too many cars on the road. 100%. 100%. Oh. Small countries are forced to value their land different and densify. USA has plenty of land to sprawl and no government planning to prioritize good land use.
As unique a state there is. Unique
because European cities were built without cars. You know, that's what I'm saying. They didn't design their shit around cars and instead built it around the fact that most people will be walking. America was founded so much later, and we took cars into consideration. I have a master's degree in planning. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said there is. No, I agree with you 100%. You are 100% correct. And even in places where we did build cities for walkability in mind, we literally fucking ripped them apart so we could basically long dick the entire town with cars and infrastructure built around, or roads built around, you know, vehicles. I agree with you. You're absolutely correct. All the wards in Houston and then the highways separating the suburbs. Yeah. I mean, listen, I saw this meme on fucking Twitter, which I thought was really sick because it's like odd to see how easily someone identifies a problem. But it was like one of those like mega highways or whatever in Texas where there's like 11 fucking, you know, what do they call it? It like looks like not a spade. It was I think it was Texas. It was the Cat Freeway? I don't know. It's like a spaghetti freeway basically. And someone was saying it might have been fake actually. But no, it's not the one more lame bro meme. No. Someone was saying the black neighborhood that was definitely under this must have been fire. Okay? And it's such a perfect way to describe exactly the problem. I don't even know if the clover was like real or whatever, but wait, is this it? No, this isn't it. No. It was like a clover. Yes, that's the word. It so perfectly fucking describes in such few words exactly how and what purpose these kinds of you know, interstate highways were created for. I wonder if anyone can find it. Not like the actual version of it. Same geographical size. A highway interchange in Houston. Yeah, this was the image. And underneath it, someone was like, the black neighborhood underneath this must have been fire. Or must have been lit. God damn, dude. What is it? Is this fucking Florida, dude? Is this fake? Fake. Sometimes it feels like Florida literally feels like this. I'm not even kidding. If you've ever been around, if you've ever been in like Miami-Dade, and moved beyond Miami-Dade to like, you know, Coral Gables, you literally have seen something that unironically looks like this. It feels like this. Obviously, it's not real. This is AI art, but it just feels like this. I swear to God. AI, that's Houston. I grew up there. What do you mean, dude? This is like impossible. I mean, a lot of places in America feel like this. It's by design. It's just dog shit. I mean, look at this. This is real. This is real. This is a real highway interchange in Houston. I get how people say stuff is ugly, but it really impresses me when I go through them. Like, humanity is able to make stuff like this so monumental, and people just go through it, everyday genius. No, I love infrastructure. Okay, when Marat was like, "Bro, let's go to the fucking mountains, do some off-roading." One of the things I loved was not like necessarily the trees or anything like that, but the water purification centers, and also those fat ass fucking beams that they put on top of mountains, so we can, you know, feed energy into Los Angeles County. I think that shit's fire. Okay? I love that. This, on the other hand, is gross. I love energy. I hate car-based infrastructure. Okay?
Uniqueness has brought benefits, but uniqueness has also created unique problems and bizarre, sometimes convoluted means of solving them. Take homelessness. This is a hot-button, highly visible issue with complicated causes and largely theoretical solutions, so it's easy for conversations over it to spiral out of scale. A quick look at the statistics, however, makes one thing unmistakably clear. California's homelessness problem is uniquely bad. Of the 582,462 people experiencing homelessness nationwide in 2022, 171,521 were in California. That's nearly 30% of the nation's total, or for comparison, some 97,000 more than New York and some 150,000 more than Florida, the states with the second and third largest homeless populations. But California is the most populous state in the nation, so this should be considered at a per resident rate. And here too, California outpaces the rest with 44 people experiencing homelessness per 10,000. More troubling still,
Look at all those fucking blue states, by the way. Just saying.
with 44 people experiencing homelessness per 10,000. More troubling still, despite the highest total and the highest rate, the problem's only getting worse.
Yeah, look, dude, why do you think Hawaii or New York has such high rates of homelessness? Please. I can't speak for Vermont. I can speak for Oregon. I can speak for Hawaii. I can speak for New York. I can speak for California. Okay? Well, one, because they don't fucking melt them or put them in buses. Well, California used to literally put them in fucking planes and I think send them to Hawaii back when it wasn't blue, back when it was red. But part of the reason is because, no, it's not welfare programs, man. It's because rent's too damn high. That's it. That's the whole point. The fuck do you mean? Hawaii. What do you think is going on in Hawaii? Why is there so many fucking homeless people in Hawaii? At least in Hawaii, it makes kind of sense. Because it's like, you know, Hawaii kind of makes sense because there's limited amount of land. Texas buses ungodly amounts of homeless. Yeah, look at this. Median rent. Hawaii, D.C., California, Maryland, New Jersey. Part of the reason why New Jersey is so high, but it's not as bad with homelessness, I think, is because I assume there's like so much mass availability. New Jersey is fucking slammed. It's dense. I grew up in Hawaii. I remember when California was buying homeless people one-way tickets to Hawaii. Yeah. Hasan implying that mainly USA has infinite land. Bitch, in comparison to Hawaii, it does. What do you mean? The United States of America, if it had the same like building density of fucking, what is it, New York? If New York's same density, like New York City, same density existed in the state of Texas, we could put like the entire planet in the state of Texas. Like literally. We could put the entire planet and house it inside of the state of Texas if it had the same density of New York City. The entire planet. Okay? Can't believe I'm using a fucking Matt Iglesias take there, but it's true. I'm just trying to help you understand how fucking insanely vast, how much land we have, how much land mass we have. Vermont rates of homelessness are almost the worst in the country. Vermont shelters 98% of its homelessness, highest rate in the country. That's crazy. The state's housing crisis is the top agenda in Montpelier, and self-evident to most renters, employers, and first-time homebuyers, to say nothing nearly the 3,000 Vermonters currently sheltering in motels thanks to the pandemic. Vermont is the second highest per capita homelessness in the country, behind only California. Based on a nationwide tally, 43.1 out of every 10,000 Vermonters are unhoused. But Vermont is the lowest. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Well, this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense as to why you see homelessness way more in certain places and not in others, I guess. Holy shit, HasanAbi is right. Texas could fit 7 billion people with the population density of New York City. Bitch, I'm always right. Sometimes even when I'm using wrong people who are wrong all the time and the one right take that they have. I 100% guarantee you their high rate is just because they're good at counting them all, because they shelter them all. It's probably not that high. Bernie Sanders not trying to help the homeless. Sob emoji. This guy's a fake socialist. Marxist turning in his grave. We should make all the homeless take a mandatory Forex trading course to make them generate enough income to afford rent. It's not hard to afford rent. These people have a money-making problem. I have a PhD, so I know what I'm talking about. Okay, this is the funniest gray name I've ever encountered. Just nutted. Feels nice. Karl Marx, Sussy Baka. You said www.fortnite.com. Do you think the building structures of California is the think stopping me from picking up women? Wait, what? I wouldn't want poor people living near me. I think the current housing situation in California is kind of nice. Walking is for nerds. I like my nice big American car. This is okay. Now I know this motherfucker's not from California. Yeah, this person is funny as fuck. Good shit. Yeah, you did get noticed because you're funny. unlike all the motherfuckers in the chat that are unbearable all the fucking time, okay, you were actually funny. Don't encourage them. No, I am encouraging them because they're not like being, they're not trying to be funny by being like racist or whatever. They're like actually funny. Karl Marx sussy baka. Okay.
People experiencing homelessness per 10,000. More troubling still, despite the highest total and the highest rate, the problem's only getting worse. From 2020 to 2022, while 23 states saw decreases in their homeless populations, California's rose by another 6%, 10,000 people. So it's a big, bad, and worsening problem, and while it's at the top of meeting agendas from small city halls all the way to Sacramento, it doesn't look like it'll be fixed anytime soon. While no state has figured out how to solve homelessness, it is generally understood that providing stable shelters and housing programs is associated with lowering numbers. It tracks then that California has comparatively little in the way of shelter beds, as the state has instead opted to prioritize permanent housing projects, which have proved expensive and incredibly slow to build.
That's insane. Oh, come on, dude. Like, no, it's because they're stopping this dead in its fucking tracks. What? Yeah. In California, the real problem with homelessness is that we don't have shelters, and instead we want to give homeless people homes. That's what we want to do. Meanwhile, I like Wendover Productions, but I think this is a massive miss. Here's why. On top of everything else, well, one, a lot of these housing projects, or a lot of the money that people put aside for potentially building new housing, specifically for low-income housing, there is, I mean, fuck, what was I going to say? Aside from all the money that they cast aside for housing development that they never actually end up using, real estate developers and homeowners are incredibly powerful in this fucking neoliberal shithole, okay? And on top of that, fuck it, I'm forgetting everything I was going to say. Jesus Christ, my brain is shutting off. I don't know what's wrong with me.
This has left more and more out in the relative cold. In 2022, 2/3 of California's homeless were considered unsheltered, living out of tents, cars, campers, or on the streets, far from shelters and services that could potentially turn things around. Now, the state government has watched this problem grow and spread and tried to think of solutions while throwing millions upon millions of dollars at it. Yet, the state has the largest, most visible homeless problem in the nation and has little in the way of solutions or even stopgaps in place to alleviate the issue. Much of this is the function of a simple reality that the state government has
fuck, before I forget. Oh, Jesus Christ. Duh. California has vacant homes. There are so many vacant plots and vacant homes. Just go on fucking Zillow and literally look at how many $3 million plus fucking empty lots currently exist. It's insane. Okay? There are so many fucking vacant homes in this goddamn, so many vacant apartments in this goddamn fucking state. It's mind-boggling to me. And before every stupid fucking nerd says like, oh my God, what? What do you mean? You mean to tell me that real estate developers want to fucking develop housing and like keep it empty? That's so dumb. They're just seeking profits. Why wouldn't they want to fill those fucking homes? They can't. They can't. Okay? They can't at the price points that they're currently trying to, at the price points that they're currently trying to fucking sell them off at or rent them out at. Okay? So ultimately, given the way that our tax structure works, go buy another $3 million mansion before the homeless this time. Okay, shut up. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen. The way that our tax structure works in the United States of America, it actually benefits real estate developers to keep some of these homes fucking empty as depreciating assets so they can use it as a tax write-off. That's it. That's the whole point. It completely, every fucking YIMBY, which, you know, some people will call me one too because I am in favor of more development, but every fucking person that, and I've seen those tweets where people are like, you mean to tell me that real estate developers don't want to fucking fill their empty homes? Like, that's so stupid. They want to make profits. No, brother. They can use it as a fucking depreciating asset, write off their losses, and literally end up making more money as the value of the fucking property or even the lot itself appreciates. Instead of renting out all of their units, or instead of making sure that all the assets that they own are worked in some way, it's rented out, or you know, people are able to fucking live inside of them. They can just sit there and be like, well, this is a depreciating asset. This is, you know, this is a loss for me. As they wait, as the value of the home rises until they can sell it, as the value of the apartments rises and they can sell it. Property values always go up. And during that process, the government has made it so easy for them to sit there and eat the cost because they can basically turn that loss into a tax benefit. There's no other avenue where you can do this. There's no other avenue where you can do this in, you know, you can't do that in your regular W-2 job. You know what I mean? Put a fucking vacancy tax on that shit that is more costly than the tax benefits that you might actually get from it, and let's see how empty those houses stay. Okay?
Surprisingly little control over. It's really hard to build in California. The difficulty in finding housing extends to everyone here. The state is in the middle of a housing crisis. But this isn't because of a faltering economy or meager wages. California, year in, year out, ranks as one of the highest average income states in the nation.
It goes over just taxing empty homes and commercial real estate transactions too. San Francisco has passed taxes for this, but due to existing laws, the ability for those funds to actually be allocated to their intended destination, affordable and social housing, is largely up to more conservative mayors and not actually what the people want or voted for. That is the other side of what I was talking about, which is that there is so much money in this fucking stupid state. So much. What do we have, like an $80 billion surplus? I think it was like 50 by like more conservative estimates. I don't know. Okay. And we constantly are like, oh, well, here, let's add a new tax. Okay, let's add up, you know, $5 million mansion purchase tax. I voted for that. You know what I mean? Here, we'll develop a fund with that extra, you know, 10% taxes through the sale and purchase of a, you know, $5 million plus property. We'll be able to develop some social housing. And it's like, it never works that way. We don't actually ever end up, you know, spending that money. Concepts like Project Room Key, which are supposed to take empty fucking vacant hotels and shit and turn them into permanent housing for homeless people, are profoundly successful housing first, you know, housing first anti-homeless policies that every single part of the Chamber of Commerce universally disagrees with.
And yet, in one analysis of 2019 numbers, once adjusted for cost of living, it plummets to 48th. Rather than unemployment or low-paying...
I want to run this back, sorry.
The state has surprisingly little control over. It's really hard to build in California. The difficulty in finding housing extends to everyone here. The state is in the middle of a housing crisis. But this isn't because of a faltering economy or meager wages. California, year in, year out, ranks as one of the highest average income states in the nation, and yet, in one analysis of 2019 numbers, once adjusted for cost of living, it plummets to 48th. Rather than unemployment or low-paying jobs, it's the sky-high cost of living that puts so many so perilously close to losing a home. all it could take is one medical emergency. Bizarrely, the explanation could be that the state's economy is too strong for its own good. Take this simple metric: the jobs housing ratio, which considers how many jobs are created in relation to how many units of housing are added to a given area. For local employment to remain healthy without adding to congestion, traffic, or displacing longtime residents, the US EPA considers a ratio ranging from 0.75 to 1.5 as healthy for an urban area. In the last decade, popular cities clearly on the rise have begun to push the upper reaches of this range. Phoenix's metro area sits at 1.34, Seattle's 1.43, Austin's 1.47, and Denver's 1.73, but California has blown the roof off this range. The LA Long Beach Anaheim Metro topped 2, Riverside San Bernardino Ontario has reached 2.72, and the San Jose Sunnyvale Santa Clara ratio of new jobs per unit of housing hit a truly staggering 3.19. Of course, an unrelenting economy only accounts for the numerator here, the jobs. The denominator is just as responsible for the state's housing crisis, but this is the outcome of a concept a bit more nebulous: the California dream. Of all the floating, intangible assumptions as to what life in California is supposed to look like, the long sunny days and pleasant temperatures, along with a plethora of good jobs, beaches, and open space, it's the single-family home.
Solving the conflict between decommodifying homes and still financially incentivizing building new developments for low-income households, a bitch not gonna lie. Is it? Because literally what you're talking about, this part doesn't need to really exist all that much if it's handled by the state, because this part, building new developments for low-income households, would quite literally work to do this, decommodifying homes. You're just basically not looking at it from the perspective outside of capitalism. That's it. Housing should not be seen as a commodity. It should be seen as a need. Because it is a need. Without a house, without shelter, you fucking die. I did not see the new shootings in Denver. That's the issue. We can absolutely, and we must absolutely decommodify housing. And the best way to do that is state intervention. And places where there are less glaringly obvious issues, like homelessness, as it is in California, where it's like unimaginably bad, they have done that. We have the ability to literally fix all that. It's just that we don't have the willpower. This goes for every single issue we are trying to solve within capitalism. Yeah. Terrible.
With a lawn and perhaps a pool that's proved the most important, the most concrete, and currently the most controversial. And it's this core tenet that's causing such massive problems. Californians, after all, desperately want to keep what they were sold on, and they're willing to fight for it.
No, I don't think it's like that. I don't think it's like the fucking American dream. No, I think the American dream was a way to package home ownership for Americans, which then very quickly turned into the American dream of like making money off of real estate. Like, every single tax incentive or every single benefit given to fucking home buyers has been bastardized by people that maintain and purchase housing not as for personal need as shelter, but for profit-seeking measures, for renting and developing specifically so they can make more money off of it. Just like student loans? Sure, exactly. Every single amenity that the United States government offers to the American people inevitably gets bastardized as a money-making operation, even if the intentions originally are honest. It's so stupid. AB 309, the Social Housing Act is in committee. Alex Lee is looking for votes, but the Chamber of Commerce is a bitch. New York had a great idea to get rid of the homelessness. Accept pain, no pain, top of the... Bro, this literally doesn't make sense even. Like, at least make it make sense, chatter. God damn it. I had such a good segue coming for this top of the hour ad break too. You fucked me. You fucked me. You fucking rolled me. You fucked me. It's messed up. What you did is messed up. It's Dadaist. Anyway, yeah, people are giving a 9 out of 11 on this top of the hour ad break. I see. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Or you can get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break. You know, Reagan started the loan tuition system also because there was a hotbed of communist and anti-war activity propping up on college campuses in California. Do you think that making it illegal to own more than a personal home and outlawing landlords completely would help solve the issue in our current state? First of all, that would never happen. So it is such an unimaginable thing that, yeah, like I said, there's just, I can't even imagine a world that would happen. No shot. You would literally have a fascist, like homeowners association revolution in this country. Not a revolution, but like a rebellion, a counter revolution. You kidding me? Remember the McCloskeys, like the fucking wife and husband, the lawyers with the AR-15s? Like every suburb would look like that. Filled to the brim with like the McCloskey style suburban counter revolutionaries armed to the fucking gills. Every convo about Cali is always the bottom half. No one cares about the top half. What do you mean? I mean, you mean like everything from the top half all the way up until the 1% is what you're talking about, I suspect. And in that regard, you're right. Oh, you mean just like the fucking Southern California and not the top of California, like Northern California. If you're saying that, then that's stupid because we are literally talking about NorCal when we talk about housing and homelessness.
Atherton, a small Silicon Valley town just minutes away from Stanford. In 2022,
this video literally heavily focuses on NorCal.
To keep up with state mandates on housing requirements, the city council began the process of rezoning one single-family lot to build an apartment building. The project was quickly axed. It wasn't a lack of money.
Wait, what happened?
Away from Stanford. In 2022, to keep up with state mandates on housing requirements, the city council began the process of rezoning one single-family lot to build an apartment building. The project was quickly axed. It wasn't a lack of money or a lack of municipal will. It was axed because the city's most influential, powerful executives and even basketball player Steph Curry banded together and pressured the city out of it.
What?
To them, the project would hurt their property values, cut off their views, change the character of the community, and create more traffic. So the project and its 16 units of desperately needed housing died on the vine and forced city planners
LeBron
back
better
to the drawing.
LeBron would never do that. LeBron would
The
build
characters
an
might not be
apartment.
as high profile.
LeBron would literally build low-income housing with his bare hands, dude. Straight up. I said it. LeBron better. It's true. You know it's true. You fucking know it's true, dude. You know it's true.
As those in Atherton, this happens all the time, all over the state. Here, the city government decided to designate itself as a...
I didn't hear any lies in that statement. What, like about apartment complexes like lowering the character of the community? It's fucking bullshit. And before everyone... Oh, yeah, hell yeah. By the way, before anyone says like, Hasan, you live in a fucking single family home or whatever. Yeah, bitch, I do. And guess what? I have no issue with fucking apartments all around me, okay? Suck my dick. West Hollywood has mixed zoning. So there's plenty of fucking apartments, even though they are not relatively affordable. Let's be fucking real. So unless you tell me to knock my house down and like build an apartment complex and then what do you call it? Fucking become a landlord, shut the fuck up. expensive mid-ass apartments. Oh, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. They're literally dog shit like 1935 developments that they haven't improved at all because they can get away with it. It's so nasty with it. And yes, you have to pay fucking at least like $2,000 plus to live in a goddamn studio that hasn't been improved since 1937. In my city, it's more units means more traffic. There's no fucking traffic in the city except for like the 4th of July. But that's how they stop every development.
Mountain lion sanctuary, which was odd, but conveniently allowed it to forego new housing development. Here, in 2019, construction on a 154-bed shelter broke ground only for Venice Beach to sue the city of Los Angeles to halt construction. Here, residents of San Francisco's Embarcadero area did the same, suing—
By the way, this is what okay, this part is true and very real. And yes, Wendover Productions is absolutely nailing it here. This is literally it. This is the main reason, okay? That's it. He's right. I'm glad that he got to this part. It's like we have vacant homes that we could be utilizing, sure, but that's only part of the problem because where are the vacant homes? How expensive are the vacant homes? How are you gonna utilize the vacant homes? These are all policy problems. Except on top of that issue, they literally don't even want you to build shelters, which is not even a fucking solution. It's a Band-Aid. And they don't even want you to build any apartments in general, which again is so stupid. And it's because wealthy people literally get together, band together, and like lose their fucking shit. They stop every kind of development dead in its goddamn tracks. So even if there's actual money that you could be spending, even if in a longer timeline, less homeless people in the street would be more beneficial for your real estate prices, okay, or your overall quality of existence, which ironically is not even the first reason why you should want homeless people to not live on the fucking streets, by the way. But even if you're a goddamn freakazoid who cannot comprehend that this human that's like literally shitting on the side of the road is a human being, okay, who once had dreams and wasn't so fucking brain broken from a lack of shelter for many, many years and traumatized through existing in that regard, okay? Even if you don't want to think about all that shit, that's the best and most effective and most permanent solution to the homelessness crisis. It's literally beneficial. It is beneficial. These things are beneficial for the rich people who constantly fucking complain about homelessness, but they want the other permanent solution, a final solution. That's what they want. That's the whole, you know, that's what they would get if they had, you know, if they could get away with it.
The city over establishing a 200-bed shelter in the same neighborhood. And across the larger Bay Area, those who want California to stay the same low-density California of old have created their own organizations, councils, and committees. Better Cupertino and Palo Alto for Sensible Zoning, to name a few. This isn't just a fringe. More and more anti-density proponents are winning local elections. All of this is, after all, in the local interest. If one small town has enough power to push the problem over to the next, clearly a constituency will opt for that over something that could damage their property values. The state has the money and the interest in solving its problems with homelessness and housing shortages, but can only do so much when powerful local governments resist even the most minor of zoning changes, and these—
What is this, Doug? You should build a city with us?
My friend Parks.
City Skylines, but I elected Twitch chat as mayor. I fucking love this concept.
Down long term. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce you to our new mayor. They are—
Wait, did he actually, is there like programming necessary to make this? Because if that's not the case, if I can like do it with ease, I would literally fucking do this. This seems awesome. Holy fuck. I'm gonna hit up Doug to see if we can do that. He made a program? God damn it. I don't know how to fucking do programming. I just like playing a video game is already scary. I'm gonna hit him up. Fuck. Let me see. Is it Doug Doug? Doug Doug Food? Is that his username on Twitter? Is it? Okay, I followed him. Now we wait. I like this concept a lot. I would love to work with him on it.
Smallest of housing projects. So unexceptional problems have grown to exceptional size, and as the unexceptional solution of simply building more housing gets
Bro, collecting all of Ludwig's friends like loot? Wait, what? How? Is Doug Doug friends with Ludwig? I feel like Ludwig just like steals from him.
rejected, the state
Fucking parasocial weirdo.
legislator turns to the spectacular, launching projects to systematically convert motels into housing units, backing anti-NIMBY laws, and filing lawsuits against its own cities. And all of this absurd mess is confined to the issue of housing. There are, of course, fires. There's also too much water in some places and too little in others. There's spats about who deserves Colorado River water at the state level and at the local level. There's traffic, there's aging infrastructure, there's companies leaving the state and middle-class workers following them. There's a lot of bickering.
This part is a lie. I'm sorry. That's not true. No, that's crazy. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. Like every single thing that he brought up, like all of these issues are literally in every other state. Okay? But the one aspect of it where he's saying like, oh, companies are leaving the state and middle class people are following those companies, he's not right. He's right. I live here. It's nuts. Bitch, where do you think I live? So it's a lie, or you don't agree? No, it's just not true. This is a falsehood. The majority of people that are leaving California are not middle class people, but like at the lowest rung, upper middle class people. It's rich people that are leaving California. A lot of rich people that leave California leave because they want to go to a tax haven, or if the middle class are actually leaving, they're leaving as a consequence of not having it's not even a lack of like job opportunities or anything. They're leaving because they don't have places to live. They're priced out and they have nowhere to go. Meanwhile, there's still a shitload of people moving into California while that's happening.
And middle-class workers following them. There's a lot of bickering and a lot to bicker about. Clearly, problems have accumulated in California to an untenable level, and systematically, they aren't getting solved. Something seems fundamentally wrong with the state, so maybe it needs a fundamental solution. Maybe California should just be a country. It sounds ludicrous, right? Of course California can't become a country. It would never happen. Congress would never allow it. But perhaps the point worth focusing on is how much less ludicrous it sounds when considering the argument. After all, California wouldn't be out of place as a country. It would rank 59th in physical size between Iraq and Paraguay, 38th in population between Canada and Poland, and 5th in GDP between Germany and India, so it would actually be above average on all major metrics.
Just understand that real quick. California ranks 5th in GDP. So math ain't mathin', dude. It's like the same as the egg prices we were talking about. 700% profit, increase in profit. Prices are increasing. Wages are the same. Their initial investment is the same. What's going on there?
Metrics of scale. One of the common refrains against secession movements is that breakaway regions could not survive economically on their own. For example, according to the UK government, for every dollar Scotland pays in taxes, it receives about $1.32 back. The country would have an immediate and dramatic budget deficit upon full independence. This fact undergirds some of the strongest hesitancies among Scots themselves on the matter.
Shit.
But California is different. In 2019, before the pandemic skewed the data, the state received just 97 cents back in federal spending for every dollar it sent the federal government. This put the state each year in a small camp of around 10 that received less than what they gave, while others, like Mississippi, Kentucky, and West Virginia, consistently received more than $2 back for every dollar they sent. Of course, this is by design. The US's progressive tax system is supposed to take disproportionately from the wealthy and give disproportionately to the less wealthy, but from California's perspective, many wonder why they're sending all their dollars to unappreciative states thousands of miles away. And adding to that, California doesn't even get as much of a say in how those dollars get spent. Given the unequal distribution of electoral votes in presidential elections, every individual in Wyoming has the voting power of about 3.7 Californians, while the Senate system of 2 senators per state, regardless of population, further compounds this weak representation. Again, the system was purposely designed hundreds of years ago to amplify the voices of smaller states, but from California's perspective, they get the short end of that stick. Feeling underrepresented by Washington, California has long legislated less like a state and more like a nation, passing sweeping, powerful laws when it feels like the federal government can't or won't. For example, it's long had a ban on assault rifles, similar to the one that the Biden administration is attempting to pass. It's announced a ban on gas-powered vehicles by 2035, similar to other bans passed by countries. It's established its own immigration law, largely focused on educating detainees on their rights prior to handing them over to what the state might characterize as abusive federal authorities. It's even formed relationships with countries, having signed a joint environmental accord with New Zealand at COP26. In many ways, fixing perceived federal shortcomings has become a central focus of Californian politics, but unsurprisingly, this dynamic has spurred tensions with DC.
One good thing that California is doing, and I haven't done too much reading into this, but I believe we are producing our own insulin soon. So there is that. But again, California has a lot of wrong, especially when you talk about housing. One of the worst. Holy shit. I mean, that's the major issue that needs to be dealt with. Passing AB 257 fast. Food labor bill was huge. I think the gas price gouging thing, yeah, there's that too. I don't know. I think, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you having this conversation with your friends and then sending it to me? Ultimately, the most important, the biggest issue in California is housing. And it's not doing anything to fucking fix it. And the main reason for why is because the people that stand to benefit the most from housing are the ones who, from the current state of housing, are the ones who have an outsized influence and power as it pertains to elections. It's rich people. If California literally fixed its homelessness problem and fixed its housing issue by building more affordable housing, public housing, socialized housing, okay, it would literally be the number one state. It'd be the number one country to live in and of itself. But of course, it's also one of the hardest issues to tackle.
When federal power sways towards the right. There certainly is not.
Actually, that's not true. Then also on top of that, not you suggesting more public housing? What do you mean more? What do you mean more public housing? Where is the public housing in California? Where does it exist? You mean Section 8? Like where? Any. I didn't say more. I said any. Okay? That's number one. Number two, it doesn't end there. Obviously, one of the major problems in at least Los Angeles is also a lack of adequate public transit. The city is not walkable. That's a huge issue. Okay. This person also said California is better than your state. Just accept it. California is my state. I pay a shitload of taxes here, my friend. This is just me demanding a return on that. Zoning issues. I live here too. No, I don't think that that's the only issue. That's one component, certainly, but not the only component.
Not the political will for California secession right now, not even close. But if there was one big perceived encroachment on California's rights, a knockdown of their assault rifle ban or a nationwide abortion ban, one could imagine that political will accumulating quickly. But it's still a largely moot point because it would almost certainly be fixing a problem by creating a bigger problem. As much as California might be held back by sending dollars to Washington or sitting subject to its laws, the state is massively buoyed by its inclusion in the largest economy in the world. Removing itself from the US would have dire economic consequences that would surely outweigh any gain. Perhaps the closest equivalent is Brexit.
Then let them leave. Affordable housing has been around for decades and done nothing. I lived in low-income housing all my life. It just put me in areas where everyone was richer than me, and we still couldn't make ends meet. The issue is so much more complex than your solutions deal with. What? I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Like, I actually don't understand. Are you saying poor people should just leave? It's not simple. It's so hard to deal with. You're oversimplifying. I'm oversimplifying. You literally said poor people should just leave California. And then told me about how you and your family benefited from low-income housing. You know what would have been worse than low-income housing? Your mom and dad being homeless, weirdo. What the fuck are you saying? What? Yes, I'm saying things will stabilize over time. What the fuck? Okay. First of all, that's not true. You want to know why pushing homeless people aside, like pushing them away, further and further away from Los Angeles, is not actually going to solve the homelessness problem? Because the number of homeless people keep growing. You want to know why? Because people are constantly getting priced out of the housing market. So if you don't tackle it on that side of the issue, there's no way to tackle it at all. Also, you said you were a poor person living with rich people and you hated it. So you think it's better off for people to just like leave? I don't understand. Who's going to do the jobs? Who's going to do the jobs? You think there isn't need for people who need who need to live in low income housing that will still do certain jobs that people will never pay more money for? They should. I'm a homeowner now. I've been on both ends. Yeah, I can see your survivorship bias fucking seeping through as you type on your fucking iPhone.
Much of the political will came from a belief that the European Union was taking the country's money and encroaching on its sovereignty, but now just
That's the funniest, Dude, that literally, it's giving, what's his name? Starbucks CEO sweaty. It's like, I lived on welfare, okay? I made it. So I think we don't need welfare no more. It's literally Howard Schultz ass shit. I lived and survived on social housing, or not even social housing, but like low income housing, which is why we should abolish it and push people away. Like, how do you not even see what you are fucking advocating for from your own personal experience? That's not at all what I'm saying. You just said poor people should just leave LA.
A few years on, with mounting issues on trade and travel, public opinion has shifted decisively towards regret. Most agree that removing the UK from the world's third largest economy was not the right move. Public opinion on Californian independence has never neared a majority, but there have been enough fringe movements seeking secession that the question has been included in legitimate political polling, reliably demonstrating surprising support for the idea. Between 14 and 32% of respondents were for Californian nationhood. In fact, in one poll run by a Stanford-affiliated think tank, the 18 to 29 demographic responded as 36%.
Bro, this is so funny. I mean, companies should spread out and allow poor people to continue to live there. Yeah, except let's say we don't fucking, let's say we don't improve the working conditions of like teachers, nurses, sanitation workers, delivery drivers. And let's say we don't do that because it doesn't seem like we're going to do that. And also on top of that, we have the same attitude that you just suggested, where if you're poor, you just fuck off and you go live somewhere else. Okay? I'm not even going to get into like the inhumanity of what you're suggesting. That like you deserve to leave if you don't have the if you can't pay for it. Okay? So what happens? Like you built the corporations elsewhere, let's say, which they do already. It's called low-cost sites. They take advantage of many tax benefits. That's why they build places in states like Oklahoma. Okay, companies leave. So what's going to happen? Who do you think there is no need for these services any longer? Like, I don't understand. Who's doing sanitation? Who's teaching your children? Who's doing janitor duties at the hospital? This is before we even comprehend how expensive it is to fucking move with no help from the government at all. Like who's doing the jobs that keep everything going and moving? You know what I mean? Yeah, who's picking the vegetables and the fruits, honestly? Yeah, we should get the fucking Hollywood film executive to do it, actually. It'll work. Like, even it's funny because like it is unimaginably cruel to tell poor people just fucking move. You know what I mean? Just like uproot your life. We're never going to give you enough money to do that. Okay? But like, even if we were to do that, even if we just like sidestep that cruelty, the inhumanity of your suggestion, who's going to do the jobs? Stop saying I told poor people to move. I'm saying that all companies that threaten to leave just should. We shouldn't tie them. Wait, what? You're not talking about that. You literally just said you got to be better about actually sourcing evidence when you insist something is wrong. Stop just claiming. Find evidence. If you're going to call someone a liar, then find the evidence. I live in San Diego. Same issues here. Yeah, no, everyone could just say they are fine with their houses devaluing. People are locked into 30-year loans. Yeah, I wonder what changed in your material realities that cause you to literally take the fucking reactionary, NIMBY-ass stance that you're fucking suggesting in the chat, going from a motherfucker who lived in affordable housing with your families to one who actually owns a home. You literally are describing exactly what I'm talking about with respect to homeowners in this fucking state. Okay? And this guy doesn't even rent, I assume. I suspect he doesn't rent out his house. He's not even a goddamn landlord. He's just a homeowner. Every single homeowner operates like this. They think their value, their home's value appreciating is profoundly important for them. They don't want their home value to depreciate. And there's truth to that because, you know, they're on 30-year loans, right? Oh. Chowder said if corporations are going to threaten to leave, then let them leave, not poor people. Okay, but you do realize that one aspect of home ownership means not having a permanent growth strategy, a permanent appreciation strategy on home values, okay? And as a homeowner, he's saying that that's unacceptable, that shouldn't happen. So he's literally making sure that there isn't more affordable housing available. Note by the way that 55% of Californians own the home they live in. Makes it hard to make policy when a majority freaks out about home prices, which is why we never should have treated it as an investment in the first place. It's the poor people that get priced by keeping certain tech sectors here. Stop trying to make a ton of assumptions about me. I mean, you're already mentioning like what your interest is. You said that you don't want your home value devaluing. I have told you what needs to happen. And you think that we're fundamentally at odds here. We need to decommodify housing. It has to happen. I'm moving in 2 weeks and coming a renter. I don't care. What? It's not that I don't think it needs changing. It needs massive changes, but they're so complex. What are you saying? I know that they're complex. I mean, I get it. You simply them to be just build more houses? No, I didn't say that. I said low income housing is what needs to be built. And then you said, I lived in affordable housing and it's been around for decades and done nothing. I lived in low income housing my whole life. It just put me in areas where everyone was richer than me and we still couldn't make ends meet. The issue is so much more complex than your solutions. Yes. And when I said, what, you want fucking poor people to just leave? You said, yes, I'm saying things will stabilize over time. And then when you realize that you're like, you know, coming across like a fucking vulture, okay? Then you turned around and said, okay, maybe I wasn't meaning that. I meant the companies should leave, okay? And you said stop saying I told poor people to move. Not that I don't think it needs changing. It needs massive changes, but they're so complex. You just keep saying they're complex now. Dude, 100% bought at the peak and is freaking out. Do corporations bring cheaper housing areas? Or am I mistaken on what you're saying? I'm confused. No, corporations will often implement low-cost sites. Like they'll go to places like Oklahoma where they get money from the government, money from the state government to build what is known as low-cost sites. And places like that, they can actually engage in profit-seeking measures like all of the other people that work in that site. They can pay way less wages because the cost of living is much cheaper. They do that already. They do that in Oklahoma, for example. Oklahoma is a good example of this. There are a lot of places in middle America where this already exists. Just that they still can't maintain people staying there. But even then, that doesn't solve the issue that I'm mentioning. There are millions of fucking people that live here. And they're living in a... There are millions of people that live here. We can't tell them to fuck off and leave, okay? So what do we do?
% for and just 40% against, almost even, demonstrating that, while majority opinion is not nearly in support of the extreme, unprecedented measure of modern state secession, the perceived disconnect with Washington has pushed the idea up to surprising levels of legitimacy. We all know pragmatically that secession will never happen in anything close to this reality, but partition could. The underlying idea is the same, that California is big, underrepresented, overtaxed. The solution is just less extreme. Split it into smaller states. This has been proposed legitimately over 200 times, and the most recent concerted push was led by billionaire investor Tim Draper in 2018. He proposed splitting the state into 3 parts called Northern California, Southern California, and California, attempting to balance population, wealth, and politics somewhat evenly across the 3. The central argument was that the state government was out of touch with local governments given the huge difference in size between the two, and that the federal government was out of touch with the state government given the diluted representation. So the solution—
Yeah, the amount of fucking Republican districts that would come out of that is unimaginable, dude. They would fucking gerrymander the shit out of that so aggressively, and it would not be in a way that is beneficial at all to the Democratic Party. Holy fuck. Oh my God. More blue states? Hell no. I don't even think that it would end up becoming... I mean, it'd be 2 more blue states and 1, like, massive red state. Actually, it's funny. They tried to gerrymander it, but if you look at the votes, it would have been all 6 Dem senators. I don't know. I think we forget how fucking red California land can be. You know what I mean?
Solution was to reduce the size of the state and also, given the 2 senators per state system, give more powerful federal representation to the population. The argument was persuasive enough to generate far more than 367,000 signatures necessary to put the question on the ballot, but before Election Day, it was struck down by the state Supreme Court on constitutional grounds. Even so, it probably wouldn't have passed. Polling showed its support between 13 and 17%, but even if the state did vote for it, it'd then be up to the federal government to approve such a split, and the federal government would almost certainly never approve a split. Democrats would balk at the fact that it would fracture a strongly Democratic state, Republicans would balk at the 4 additional left-leaning congresspeople it would send to DC, everyone would ask whether it'd be too dangerous a precedent to establish. So the big solutions aren't reasonable, and these small solutions aren't working. Perhaps the answer is that California is—
It's funny, like, people literally forget that California was a red state, dude. Like, California gave 2 major fucking Republican presidents. 2 of the worst. Well, one definitely, like, objectively one of the worst. Like, Nixon and Reagan both came from California. California gave us Reagan, man. I think people just forget that all the time. Like, crazy. California has been liberal for shorter than it has been Republican.
It's just too unique, because it definitely is unique. There is no state, region, or other national subdivision with a larger economy on Earth, and going—
Dude, that's awesome. There's a whole zone in SD now where they can build 100-unit apartment buildings without needing to provide parking lots. What model for building generational wealth to suggest in place of decommodifying housing? What model for building generational wealth to suggest in place of decommodifying housing? You dodging my questions because it's uninteresting, my man? What the fuck? You dodging my questions because uninteresting, or you ain't got ideas, my man? what if I were to say I don't have an idea of building intergenerational wealth in place of like home ownership? Okay, what if I were to say that? Okay, what if I were to tell you I don't care, that I don't think that we should be relying on intergenerational wealth being built from home ownership and instead decommodify it so thoroughly that it doesn't even matter, that like a gigantic aspect of existence that makes it a necessity to build intergenerational wealth is the home ownership itself and how expensive it is. What if I were to tell you that? Or even if I don't have all the fucking answers. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think is happening in a country like fucking Austria? What do you think goes on there when in a city as densely packed as fucking Vienna, 65% of the homes are publicly owned? What happens there? You think there's no rich people in Austria? What do you think that people are just like suffering there dramatically? Do you think that it's more utilitarian to cut off that aspect of intergenerational wealth development and at the very least make sure that there are less homeless people? I don't know. That's a good idea, I think. Also, dodging your fucking questions, dumbass. Yeah, as my mod already told you before timing you out, there's fucking 26,000 people in here. Why do you think I can like have a one-on-one conversation with you, even though I'm doing it now? What you're saying about intergenerational wealth this way, or generational wealth this way, is literally just the opposite version of what TikTok landlords say all the time. Just buy a home, forehead. The only way to fucking build generational wealth is buying a home, stupid. Like, okay, how do you do that? How does, out of the 26,185 people in this fucking chat right now, with some notable exceptions like Corey Lulu, who was chirping about home ownership earlier, how the fuck do the overwhelming majority of people in here do that without already having existing generational wealth? How are they going to do that? How would you do that without having generational wealth to begin with? Oof.
Going down the list, there aren't really even near equivalents. Texas is number 2, but it's run by small government conservatives, meaning state intervention on problems is limited. New York is number 3, but nearly all of its GDP is concentrated in one massive metro area, meaning its structure is far simpler. You then have England, but it acts as a nation within a nation, then Guangdong and Jiangsu, but China isn't a democratic state, then Florida, but it has a Texas-style small government bent, then Shandong and Xishan, also China, then Illinois, mostly one city, then Henan, also China, then finally Pennsylvania.
Wait,
With its comparatively conservative, smaller government politics, it's not a great equivalent to California, but it's the closest so far considering its wealth is somewhat geographically distributed and its government is more open to intervention than in Florida or Texas.
Wait, why did he just fucking shit on government intervention by saying China is not comparable because it's not democratic? It's like, maybe it's the solution. I mean, look, I can't speak on Chinese real estate that much. Okay. But no, like government intervention is literally the solution to this problem. The only solution.
It's not a great equivalent to California, but it's the closest so far considering its wealth is somewhat geographically distributed and its government is more open to intervention than in Florida or Texas. So that's to say, California is not only unique to the rest of the US.
Bro, you said lol, like those Chinese ghost cities, lol. Brother, okay, Chinese ghost cities. Right? Fine. Got it. Do you want 90% or at least like 75% home ownership or 90% home ownership? Or do you not want that? Also, where are the fucking ghost cities now? I don't even know. Do they still exist? If you want to fucking see a ghost city, go look at Detroit, okay? I actually don't know. I'm asking. Like, look at this shit. China has a almost 90% home ownership rate. China's largest ghost city booms again thanks to education fever. Detroit is overplayed. They have a fucked up shit on half of the city. The rest is normal. I will not accept Detroit slander. Okay, Gary, Indiana. In America, there are literal ghost cities, and ghost in the sense that, like, not that it was like built and no one fucking frequented it, but ghost in the sense that, like, it was alive and then killed, and now the ghost haunts it. You know what I mean? Like real fucking ghost cities. Go to any Rust Belt town and you'll see the fucking ghosts, okay? Like, actually. Meanwhile, you're talking about fucking China's ghost cities, dude. This guy said, stop looking at the China booth. This is continuously your worst take. Everything else I agree with you on, but you were so wrong about China and their government. Please look up their democracy index. Bro, he said look up the democracy index, dude. Oh, well, I guess you're right. You're right. They got little democracy. We on the other hand, our democracy is so high. Like, we're fucking killing it on the democracy that we have here. Like, how do you agree with everything else I say if you think that, like, how you don't agree with anything I say if you're going to pull some shit like look up the Chinese democracy index? Like, do you just come in here every day and don't listen to anything that I'm saying with respect to America's supposed democracy? Your worst take has always been China's a democracy. Wait, I've never even said that. I didn't even say that. But to be fair, I don't think America is a democracy either. What is the democracy matrix ranking? We can't even make up. We can't even do well in our. We can't even perform well in our own metrics that we made, dude. That's awesome. It's below Israel, which is also fucking hilarious. Where's the Chinese democracy index? Where is it? Where's China? Wait, where the fuck is China? Did I skip it? What's going on? Oh my God. Bro. Oh. Oh, yeah. Bro, is below. It's like it's below Somalia. Palestine is 160. Wow. It's nice of them to recognize Palestine / West Bank, only to put them at at the bottom of the list. Wow. Perhaps they deserve being existing under an apartheid state. You know, they hate democracy. Oh, I love this, dude. Thank you. Wait, Palestine, Gaza. Oh, they even separated it. Guys, would you be shocked if I told you that the world's largest open air prison that is just basically a bunch of like under 20-year-olds living in fucking bombed out buildings that has no like access to water that's being controlled or electricity, all of that's being controlled by an apartheid state that wants to fucking ethnically cleanse them, is ranking very low on the democracy index. This is... Someone should do something about this. Where's Israel on the list? Above the United States of America, as a matter of fact. There's so much on this list that's hilarious. Israel is at number 35. I want to know, wait, what are the fucking metrics of this? How do they do this? Conceptualization, elaboration of democracy, operationalization, aggregation. USA is a deficient democracy, by the way. I mean, that part is true. It's not even bad. Like, that part does make sense. It makes it additionally funny. It does make it additionally funny, though. Like, even before I saw the Palestine mention, which is hilarious, other logs from the anti-China. Is peace stored in the balls? I mean, that part is... That's a good question. These are productive questions. America is a flawed democracy in here. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it and I believe it. Wait, I want to know where China is on this list. Is it still in the bottom? Afghanistan is the worst now. Myanmar, second worst. North Korea, third worst. Central African Republic. Syria. Democratic Republic of Congo. Damn, China has made it up the list a little bit, dude. Damn. Do they still classify Palestine separately? Cuba is a 139. Vietnam is 138. Glad that the United Arab Emirates has more freedoms than China does. Bro, this is like half at the bottom of this list is just like what America did. Putting Cuba on par with Haiti is insane. Also, 4 ranks in between Haiti and Cuba with respect to how it's run. Cuba literally just like codified. What didn't they just codify fucking LGBT rights? like this past year, while in the United States of America, they're fucking trying to find new and imaginative ways of like killing trans people. What the fuck? What are we? What is happening here? Isn't it wild that Vietnam is low? Is that low as well? I don't even, the problem here is I don't understand what they mean by, all right, here, let's look at full definition. Full democracy is a nation with civil liberties and fundamental political freedoms are not only respected, but reinforced by a political culture conducive to the thriving of democratic principles. These nations have a valid system of governmental checks and balances, an independent judiciary whose decisions are enforced, governments that function adequately, and diverse and independent media. This is probably what knocks out half of like America's official enemies off of that index in its entirety. If you have any sort of control or restriction over media, which we do too, for the record, but like not as openly as other countries do, these nations only have limited problems in democratic functioning. Elections are fair and free. Hybrid regimes are regular electoral frauds, preventing them from being fair and free democracies. Authoritarian regimes are nations where political pluralism is non-existent or severely limited. Well, I would go so far as to say that political pluralism is non-existent or severely limited in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, 90% of my commentary revolves around this reality. What do I mean by this? I don't care how many parties the United States of America has. If they're advocating and agitating for the same exact principles, if they're defending the same exact principles, then who gives a fuck if you have a false choice? I would go so far as to say the UK is similar. Canada is pretty similar too. There are edge parties, but they are no different than the Russian structure, right? Where there are controlled opposition parties that Vladimir Putin almost entirely controls. And then there are other parties that everybody understands is still under the control of Vladimir Putin, but exist, like the Communist Party, right? And very rarely are they allowed to like speak out against Vladimir Putin. But ultimately, they are all aligned on the same goal, on the same agenda. In China, you have the Chinese Communist Party, but that's it. Doesn't matter. The function is still the same. So instead of looking at the aesthetics of how governance works in any of these nations, I like to look at the outcomes, who the government is seeking to defend, who the government is actually actively uplifting. I look at economic development, okay? And where economic development is going. Is there a concept of prosperity? Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting? Who they're protecting? And what they're doing with the wealth that they are accumulating. In the United States of America, if you were to look at it from the material realities of wealth distribution, okay? If you look at the wealth distribution, for example, all the wealth that we generate in comparison to like how insanely impoverished certain areas are, you realize that it's not actually meeting the medal. It doesn't matter if you think you can vote for the blue guys or the red guys. It's just still continuing in the way that it does. Now, people will be quick to say, do you also look at the genocide of Uyghurs, right? Were there re-education camps? Absolutely. But you are saying that from literally the number one jailer on the planet. The United States of America is oftentimes considered one of the freest nations on earth. Free for who is a question I have to ask you. Okay? That is an insane that's an insane thing to say. The United States of America also does infinitely worse shit that China could ever imagine doing to the fucking Uyghurs, to like Muslim people overseas, all around the planet, as a matter of fact. So how the fuck are we comparing that? Where does that factor in with respect to the democratic process there? We have legalized slavery here. We have work camps, right? In the same way that you would consider it if it was a foreign enemy. Okay? Our foreign enemies always have gulags. In America, slavery is codified, institutionalized as a part of the fucking Constitution. And yet, that is legal. In the Eastern world, our Orientalized attitudes indicate that they have bribery, and that's bad. In the Western world, we codified the bribery in the form of lobbying and corporate donations. So that's different. It's good. It's fair. It's controlled. It's what we do. We're not barbarians. We don't do bribery like they do in Pakistan or in India. We have super PACs. We have 501c4s. How dare you? We codified our bribery. They have work camps. They have gulags. We have codified and institutionalized our slavery. We don't even hide it. We openly state it in the 13th Amendment. Slavery is an acceptable form of punishment. We talk about how these other nation states are absolutely police states. Constant surveillance, round the fucking clock. We not only surveil our own citizens, okay? We also surveil our allies. We don't even just surveil our enemies, our foreign adversaries. We surveil our allies too. Okay? So when you come to me with a list like this, yes, there are differences, especially as it pertains to free speech. And by that, I mean not the fucking American understanding of free speech, okay? I'm not talking about, the freedom to say the N-word without any scrutiny whatsoever, or whatever the fuck Americans believe the free speech is, because America certainly does not have free speech for black people. We've seen this already. They don't have free speech for marginalized people. We've seen that already. You're poor, you're black, you're brown, and you advocate against the systems in place, you will get fucking hit in the face with a rubber bullet. You'll lose your fucking eye. If you try to fight back, they'll call it a riot. They'll push back even harder. In America, we talk about freedom of press. This is one area where there is a major difference in the United States of America in comparison to other countries, certainly. There is no free press in Cuba, I agree. Partially, that is because they are, in constant war with the world's largest imperial power in their backyard that has never once loosened the restrictions that it placed upon them in an act of unjustifiable collective punishment for the crime of not maintaining its dictatorship that we actually gave guns to, gave Batista weapons so he could keep the sugar plantations and keep Cuba a nice little tourist destination for for the American wealthy. Okay? And then when he was overthrown, we decided they're our enemy number one and put them under this blockade that has yet to change, no matter how unjustifiable it is, no matter how cruel it is. But even beyond that, yes, we have freedom of the press here. Except when we have freedom of the press here, again, all matter of media, just like both of our parties, align on the same fucking values. When it comes down to it, you go on MSNBC, you go on CNN, there is a narrowly defined, acceptable box of ideas that you can preach. You go outside of that, to the left, if you dare to go outside of that and you go to the fucking left a little bit, you advocate for social democratic marginal reforms that many countries already happen to have. All of a sudden, they will bully you. They'll bash you. They'll say you're a fucking fake socialist like Bernie Sanders. He's got 3 houses. He wants health care, but he's selling a fucking book. You go outside of that narrowly defined box without actually harming hierarchical powers, the hierarchical order, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, you get a puff piece in comparison to that. Okay? So even though there is the false notion of choice in the United States of America with your consumption of media or with the 35 different brands of cookies that you can purchase at the grocery store that's still being made by the 6, multinational corporations, okay? They give you this false choice, like you actually are doing something with your life, which I don't even disagree with. I think that's a great thing. For the record, I love that part of neoliberalism. Okay? If you are to look at the situation here and compare it to other countries as it pertains to the material realities of the working poor, the United States is nowhere near lapping any of these other countries. If you look at the cruelty that China is subjecting, the Uyghurs to, and then you compare that to what America has done in Iraq, what America has done in even Syria, what the roles that it has played there, in Afghanistan, all around the fucking nation. Just those are three that I'm immediately, Iran. I mean, that's nothing. It's nothing. And then look at domestically how we have treated indigenous populations in this country. You get a better understanding that, like, we already did way worse shit than China could ever do to the fucking Uyghurs, which they did. They did some bad shit. I agree. Okay? And then you talk about slavery and how Western colonies or Western colonial superpowers have industrialized and collectivized over the course of 400 years of slavery and imperialism and all of its exploits. And then you compare that to, like, literally whataboutism. It's not whataboutism. We are making direct comparisons between all of these countries. Am I looking at authoritarian regimes right now? A list that features both the United States of America, other Western nations, and also all of America's enemies? You can't say it's whataboutism if we are making a direct comparison between these countries in the list that we're looking at. Stream in China, Pepela. Well, hopefully I will one day. I would love to do that. But make no mistake, I come from Turkey. I do not have the same amenities and the same freedoms in Turkey as I do in the United States of America. That's one of the benefits of living in the imperial core. When you are inside of the most powerful nation on the history of Earth, on the history of the fucking planet, the most powerful nation on the planet that is doing so much death and destruction overseas, they let you say some fucked up shit about the nation state itself, and they don't even think about it too much. You get it? The whole Freedom Index is literally an alternative version of the law. Didn't explicitly say the N-word, so it isn't racist. It's bullshit defined by the West to make itself look better. Yeah. Because illusion of freedom is America's power? No, illusion of freedom is something that America can also get away with doing. Because ultimately, it's like a minor amenity at the end of the day because it doesn't move the fucking needle in real tangible ways. I can donate as much as I want to labor strike funds. I can try to push for unionization as much as I want. But ultimately, I'm a drop in the fucking ocean, okay? Not even a drop in the bucket. I'm a drop in the goddamn ocean when the rest of the ocean is covered by billionaires who control the entire system and have designed this government in a way that suits their best interests. Profit seeking above all else. Do you get it? That's the reason why I can say whatever the fuck I can in the same way without the government really ever thinking about it. Because I don't move the needle. I will never be able to. It won't stop me from trying to, but that's the reality. So that's why it's shocking to me. That's why it's shocking to me when someone who's like, I agree with you on everything, then comes at me with this like insane fucking list and says, well, this list that like Westerners have fucking created and cultivated to hide the shame of their existence and their unequal societies, or rather their benefits, them being beneficiaries of American imperialism, is actually the best way to look at other nation states and their existence. It's like objectively against everything that I advocate for. Does that make sense? They don't have to stop you because they know that they've trained everyone to yell at you if you disagree with how great America is. I mean, kind of. Do people who do move the needle in the U.S. get silenced by the government? I mean, they get belittled, or if they actually do move the needle in significant ways, look no further than people like Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning. You either get belittled, ruthlessly critiqued, endlessly, until you become a non-entity like Bernie Sanders, or if you are truly, engaging in direct action, whether it be MLK, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, then all of whom are black, by the way, and that's, of course, an additional layer on top of everything else. If you're truly working to actively dismantle a pre-existing hierarchy like white supremacy, obvious, glaringly obvious white supremacy, then they fucking execute you. That's it. You get fucking assassinated. Tell me more about how the United States of America is one of the freest nations on earth. Here's the thing. The United States of America is awesome because it reaps the benefits of being the capitalist overlord, the main imperialist power. Okay? I understand that. I recognize that. I speak on it regularly. You are conditioned into speaking in defense of American imperialism because you are a part of the labor aristocracy. You also, whether you directly recognize it or not, know that deep down inside, you reap the benefits of third world exploitation. What do I mean by that? Every single American knows about Indonesian child slavery. Every single American knows about the horrific workplace conditions of the global south or any other third world country that we are currently benefiting from. Okay? You all know it. Down to the fucking most racist motherfuckers, everyone recognizes that. Every single person. That's it. And most of us turn a blind eye to it. Others at least recognize it and say, hey, this is really fucked up. We should do something about it. But we're still ultimately powerless. But don't come in here and act like that's not real. Don't come in here and act like America plays no role in the existence of these nations, because if America and the Western and the Western nations not play a role in that situation, in that unequal change or unequal trade that we engage in on a regular basis, we play no role in that with our capitalist corporations that are constantly profit seeking, okay, as the profit rates inevitably decline. As we look to new avenues of exploitation, if you think that we play no role in that, then you must believe the other thing. And you know what the other thing is. The other thing is that they are inferior and they did it to themselves. And there's no way for them to better themselves. They're simply in that condition because they haven't been able to figure it out. They haven't been able to fucking develop. But that's not how that works. You know? But fear not. Holy shit, that tweet broke my fucking brain from Ethan. What the fuck? H3 almost got 700K stolen from them? Bruh moment, illegal. That's funny. That's insane. Anyway. But fear not, chatter. That kind of rampant, corrupt exploitation doesn't just stay in the third world. You reap some of the benefits of it, but not all of them. Because that inevitably comes back, loops back around, and fucks you in the United States of America as well. That's why we have so much gig economy labor now. We have a lower union participation rate than a country like Chile that we fucking wrote the goddamn constitution for, that we destroyed. Okay? Chile's union participation rate is 15%. United States of America union participation is 11%. Okay? So that global exploitation inevitably comes back around and fucks you as well. You didn't even mention the IMF. It's too much. I don't want to get into everything. Okay? You get fucked over here in the United States of America, you don't even understand it. You still recognize some of the benefits of being a part of the labor aristocracy. So you think, all right, the system could be worse overall. It's the best we got. And then you sit there and you eat your fucking Oreos and you shut the fuck up and you think, no, it is the best country on the planet. Not the best country on the planet. It's the most bloodthirsty, most vulturous country on the planet. That's it. And I say this as someone who loves the Oreos, and I say this as someone who also benefits tremendously from being able to say whatever the fuck I want. Someone who's been able to not only never even consider like possibly going to jail for the things that I'm saying. And this is a freedom I would not have in other countries, certainly, whether it be Turkey or whether it be China. Fuck it, maybe even Cuba, right? Of course, I don't have to fear that at all. Not only that, but I also even make money, tremendous amounts of money off of that, especially at the top of the hour when I serve you a 3-minute ad break. But that doesn't change the realities that I speak on. Just like the reality that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Ain't no way it's not you can buy loads of different cookies in China. Man, I'm not even talking about that anymore. Yeah, China does the fucking commodity consumption thing fairly well. Maybe a little too well. MB Chaos, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Kelthus, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Weren't we watching a video? Isn't this a democracy index to unlock? I know. I can't believe we got there.
US, it's unique to the world. Truly nobody is trying to manage such a big economy with anything less than nation status.
Not Christian
It has
F, thank you for
unique
the 5
problems, it feels disconnected from the nation, it lacks the power of the nation, and yet it feels like it needs to act like a nation. This should sound familiar because in 1776, 13 North American colonies declared independence from Britain, citing their unique problems, feeling of disconnection, lack of nation-scale power, and an inkling that just being a nation was a way to fix it all. What happened next was America. What happened after that was American exceptionalism. The belief that the US is fundamentally and dramatically unique. This is, in many ways, true. There just aren't places that mirror the US's scale, geography, and demographics, but this feeling undergirds perhaps the most fundamental feature of American politics. A belief that, as a unique place, the US needs unique solutions. There is a systematic rejection of solutions that have repeatedly worked in close cultural equivalence out of a belief that they're incompatible with either what makes America unique or the uniqueness itself. So that means that California is the exception to the exception. The state is exceptional. It is fundamentally different to the rest of the nation, and therefore an analogous idea of Californian exceptionalism permeates through Sacramento, undergirding a belief that they too require unique solutions. After all, California is supposed to be the land of economic opportunity, a destination free of persecution, an idyllic antithesis to the status quo. California is America's America. The exception to the exception is not the norm. It's something more than the exception. California is like the hyper-distilled version of America itself, developing for many of these same reasons as the nation itself, just a century or two on. It's no wonder that the state centered on rejecting norms from the country centered on rejecting norms might stray from the most obvious path. It's also no wonder that, in the same way America itself becomes the infatuation of international media, a source of political entertainment, so too does California to the US. At the end of the day, Californian politicians might just be terrible. The GOP talking points might be right, and the state might be the evidence that liberal politics are structurally flawed, but it's near impossible to sift through the political rhetoric and actually objectively analyze this. However, it's reasonably clear that Californian politicians, like American politicians, have a tougher job to do navigating a truly singular situation. Decisions are made without precedent, and then in retrospect, with precedent established, failures seem obvious. So the question of how to solve California's problems is more so the question of how to solve America's problems. Should it keep trying to find something new, to fight exceptionalism with exceptionalism, or can unexceptional solutions work for unexceptional problems even when they happen in exceptional places? Last year, in a video about carbon offsets, we covered California's unique cap-and-trade program, which was supposed to be an elegant way to curb industrial emissions, but in practice propped up ineffective carbon offsets and illogical forest management practices.
I think Wendover and so many other people are very well-intentioned liberals that like recognize the issues, at least recognize some of the solutions, but then like ultimately let it fizzle out with like idealistic liberal jargon at the end of it. Like, that's it. I think that he's not, I don't know. We need Maoist land reform. That's all I ask. Wendover. They're literally the reason why people hate the idea of bicoastal elites. I don't think so. What is Alan the Fisher saying? Some of the larger infographic YouTube channels always struggle with any large political issues because proposing any kind of meaningful change would actually involve them taking a side. The video then ends up being a nothing burger of nice looking graphics. I'm frustrated with this because so many people are convinced that these channels are making a great point when it's just 0 points or centrist thumb twiddling disguised in nice looking animations. Luckily, my graphics suck ass. First half of that video was decent talking about NIMBYs, but the second half was weird deflection talking about California being its own country rather than any meaningful policy changes. Yeah, like, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like, that's it. California is great in many respects, okay? When I look to what happened with the teachers union collaborative strike in like the UTLA collaboration with like all the other staff members that work in schools, right? And then I see how that strike ended, right? That's very California. When I see that, and then I see even a relatively shitty mayor of Los Angeles saying, "Hey, we're going to actually keep the, we're going to keep the zoo open on that day in an effort to have children go somewhere. We're going to make it free." I say, you know what? That's like a very marginal way in which California is better than a place like fucking Florida. Okay? It sounds silly, but like, yes, in comparison, it's much worse in other places. You know what I mean? It's marginally better. There's a lot of like weird things that California does that we just kind of take for granted or we don't even think about. And you know, it's a good thing overall. But there are glaringly obvious neoliberal problems that seem unshakable and impossible to fucking change. And it frustrates me endlessly to live in this goddamn beautiful state that is turned into a fucking hellhole because of profit-seeking vultures. Okay? And just like seemingly unshakable neoliberal solutions that aren't real solutions at all to those same problems. I think you guys forget about the Northeast. No, I mean, I'm from the Northeast. What do you mean? Ultimately, you can't solve a problem caused by capitalism with more capitalism. That's just how it works. I mean, I guess you can make an argument to why an anti-capitalist, an inherently anti-capitalist thing such as government regulations or government intervention would be helpful in the long term, but that's long-term capitalist benefits, and capitalism dictates that you only think about the short term. What I mean by that is social democratic reforms are genuinely beneficial to national prosperity in the long run. Okay? Not like fucking, I keep saying Norway, but it's not like Norway doesn't have billionaires. They have more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. You know what I mean? But you don't want to even think about it like that. You don't even want to do that. Because in the short term, people might actually devalue their homes. And that's fucking outright unacceptable. You know what I mean? While I do think that social democracy is not the end all be all, even within the current system, we could make it better through reforms, and yet we refuse to do so because of never-ending profit seekers. You keep saying Norway because you don't really know what's going on here. Law, sincerely, a Norwegian. Any fucking Norwegian that says you don't know what's going on here, it's actually much worse than it is, doesn't understand how bad it is here in the United States of America despite being in here every fucking day of the week. Okay? I get it. None of these places are perfect. Or they're racist? No, I doubt this person is racist. I've been in... Folks in the chat saying you're CIA. Okay, Perlman King. No trolling right now. Anyway, I got to go. I'm done for the day. I'm tired. My brother's here. And yes, no Resident Evil today. I'm sorry. Tomorrow, hopefully, there will be some gaming. Yes, I am CIA, though. You already know that. I also forgot to do okay, buddy. I think it's more about you holding unreasonably favorable views of other countries. No. I see the good and bad in everything. And depending on what my argument is, I can bring out both. We didn't even do the fucking hog talk, Bud Light reacts, which I was supposed to. We'll do it. Next time. On the HasanAbi broadcast. Anyway, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Peace.